around, say hello to each other. Warm African welcome, fist bump. You know, it's the season of fist bump. As human beings, many times we're shy. Please go around, look for somebody you haven't met, say hello. We'll exchange contacts. Keep it lively. Hey. Keep it warm, no titles. I don't want any titles here. Just say my name is Byron. As the parastatal about networks, we are located just next to State House. Please come and visit us anytime. Our service charter says that even without an appointment, you'll be attended to in less than 10 minutes. Why are you seated? Okay, which one was your favorite? Okay. Who's it? Oh, yeah. Very good, very good. Thailand, why you stay there like you're in a funeral meeting? Go around. Eh? Okay, okay. Please learn from the VIPs. You continue discussions and so on. Your next business is the next person you're shaking your hand. Amen? Welcome. Good. So as we go into the day, what we have planned, I'll give a recap of what we did yesterday. If you look at your program yesterday, apart from the official opening, where we had some very interesting feedback and remarks from our chief guest, Cabinet Secretary, Cabinet Administrative Secretary, we had a presentation from Excellency Otuchilo and a technical communication from Dr. Munsami. And then there was the engagement of the space agencies. That was Nigeria, Egypt, the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development, and Colonel Kip Kosgei. So the interactions I was following from the back went quite well. We had a small session of CEOs where there was engagements discussing about what needs to be done. What came out is that, for one, as scientists, we need to communicate better, talk with each other, support each other. The space agencies had conversations and were saying, let's pull all the resources that we have. The reality of the matter is that it's not the resources that are lacking. It's more about how do we use best the resources that are there. Then we went to the session of food security. I remember when we were trying to set up, when we were discussing about this meeting, and we had somebody from the security sector, and they were wondering why are we discussing everything else and not security. Strangely, you'll find issues like food security are a concern for national security. When people are hungry, they also get angry very quickly. So food security was discussed, and we are looking at solutions, simple solutions. How do we do better farming? How do we give better advice? How many methodologists are here? Meteorologists? Meteorologists communicate very interestingly. When you get meteorological information from the meteorologists, they tell you that the rains will be above normal. Now, to a farmer in the village who's doing farming, have you communicated? No, we haven't communicated. In my village, if you tell somebody it's going to rain this much, it means it's time for planting. So how do we engage with this? Indigenous knowledge is also coming in as a body of knowledge. We need to capture and address and study what was the indigenous knowledge practiced and bring it into the new body of language of the science from the books. Then we went into the session on, these were concurrent sessions, those building satellite systems for addressing societal needs. Again, we are trying to move conversations from just science. By the time we run this session again, we are scientists here, we want to have normal people here. We have discussions that are engaging. We'll be changing all these titles. We won't be talking about satellite systems. Have we communicated again? No, we haven't. How do these things affect national development? Today in Kenya, we are in election season. If you want to capture the mind of a politician like Excellency Otichilo, don't just telling him about science and space and so on. Just tell him, well, you have the secret to you winning the elections. Now they'll listen to you. Then we went into the next session at 1200 hours. This was on space observation and monitoring. If you go around in the exhibition hall, there's quite a number. I think one of the projects like Africultures is communicating science in a way that is very palatable to the people who need to take this. I learned in a communication class that if you can convince a 10-year-old, you've convinced the politician. If we brought kids here in your stands, are you able to engage with these kids? There was a session at 1400 hours on applications of Earth observation for natural resource management. This again is a key area. We had speakers ranging from issues of conservation, cross-cutting issues on data, science and wildlife research, training, spatial data management, and academia. Again, these are conversations we want to continue, not just here, but continue these conversations. As a space agency, we are ready to be challenged. Please send us an email. We'll always be able to respond. As I said earlier, in the service charter of the space agency, even without an appointment, you'll be seen in less than 10 minutes, and your issues will be addressed, regardless of the officer you're looking for, if they are available or not. There was the other concurrent session on accessing space using nanosatellites in developing countries. It's an exciting time for Africa particularly. Cost of doing launches, cost of being in space is not as much as it was 20, 30 years ago. So we don't have excuse, especially if we're collaborating. Everybody can bring their share of the dollar, and together we put up something. There was a session on space weather monitoring, and I always find this interesting because, again, with the meteorologists, they'll be asking why are we going into space and we haven't captured the information here on Earth. I come from a village where we are rainmakers, and the rainmakers are believed more than the scientists. You're looking at me like you're in shock. Type in your Google the Nganyi community. They're rainmakers. So what we did with the meteorology agency here, we studied what the rainmakers in the village are doing, but also shared with them weather monitoring equipment. Because what has happened because of climate change, the signals that they were reading before, because of climate change, are not it was before, such that the messages that they're giving to communities are not working. So what the Nganyi community is doing, they have community radio. The community radio does not have any politics. It's mostly entertainment, education, and sending out information. So they share that information, compare that with what is coming from science, barometers, etc. With the indigenous knowledge, what would happen with the rainmakers? What they'd be able to do is study the patterns, cloud patterns, that study how the wind is interacting with the vegetation, listen to animals like frogs. You'll find that frogs are apart from being nocturnal, they go to sleep when it's a drought season, but when the rain is about to come, 2 to 3 days, they start becoming active. So they're able, some of these rainmakers are able to talk to the frogs, and they're able to tell when it will rain with more precision than meteorology. Then went to the private sector. This is one of my favorite subjects, space economy. I think that's the biggest win for us, and we can take it up very easily as space agencies. What is the role of the private sector? South Africa industry is big in the space sector, simply because they're focused on the space industry. Can we take one thing about when the whole rocket is developed, can we just take one item and be perfect on it? If it is food that's going to be eaten while you're in the space station, if it is any of the systems, take those systems up, perfect it. When most of the African countries were getting independence in the 60s, we had what was the prior East Africa community. You'd find that all the networks of universities which were there, each university would focus on a particular area. The universities in Tanzania would focus on law, universities in Kenya would focus on engineering, universities in Uganda would focus on, was it politics, I think? So each of them then would share their resources. So we need to just take up, give each university one area to become perfect in. So with the private sector, I've seen also and I'm interacting with the teams in the exhibition, I'm happy to mention that there is quite a number of startups doing different work that even for the space agencies and the older companies in the space sector like Esri and so on, we have to rechange what you're thinking, because the competition is now becoming much more stiff and it's changing such that we need to rethink what is the nature of our business. Are we selling the same things? Are we selling experiences? Are we selling things that will be able to impact on society? And brings us up to today. So for today, we want to continue these discussions. We're keeping presentations to a minimum because we want to engage and engage and engage. Please feel free to ask. The only bad question is the one you should never ask. We want to listen to you. We are paid, all of the space agencies here, we're paid by the taxpayers' money, the public, so we're up to the task. In Kenyan laws, what is now happening is that every time we're making work plans, these work plans have to be perused by the public for public participation. So we're going to be going into this. So we start off then the program for today. Charles? We'll be going then into the session on climate change mitigation using space technologies, leveraging GNSS, global navigation satellite systems. One of my other favorite subject, education and outreach, promoting GeoSTEM in schools. And by afternoon, we'll be sending around notes for us to do monitoring evaluation. Please tell us what we are not doing well. We want to learn from this experience, give us critique, give us feedback. For the next session that we run like this, we are ready to do changes and make it more exciting. Ready? Okay. The floor is yours. Welcome, Charles, please.
Thank you, Byron. Our distinguished guest, we again want to welcome you to Kenya. For those who are from Kenya, we want to welcome you to the Expo. We are honored to have you here. And I want to take a few minutes to share some of the activities that you're doing. Kindly note, this is not exhaustive. And this is just to encourage you to visit our booth and the other exhibitors that are on that other section of the hall. So I want to begin with a bit of a history of where we've come from and where we are hoping to go. And we can only go if you're walking together with you. So our journey began in the 60s, courtesy of an engagement we had with the Italian government to try and use our geographical location to launch. And that saw the establishment of the, what we call the San Marco Malindi station. And then discussions have gone. And then in the 90s, there was that desire to have a Kenya body, an organization that would link with the Italian government, because by the time we were getting when we were getting independent, it was not very clear where we wanted to go in matter space. And then subsequently, in the following years, we've had engagements, and those engagements are the ones that led to the birth of the Kenya Space Agency. And it has been an interesting journey, which again culminates to the discussion we're having today. What you have there on the screen is the launch platform that is still in Malindi. We currently do not use it. It was used for launching satellites from the 1964 to 1988. And that is a discussion that we're hoping that we can continue because we feel that we still have that geographical location and we still have now much young, vibrant young people who could leverage on that. So the Kenya Space Agency was established essentially to promote and coordinate, and more importantly also to regulate the space sector. We see ourselves as the link between the space industry that is outside of this country and the link between organizations and state corporations and ministries that are in this country. And it is that conversation that we're hoping that we can continue. And in that slide, I'm trying just to show the different dimensions that we're looking at. So we're looking at from the satellites, having satellites in orbit, having the infrastructure that is able to receive that information, and how we're able to make that decision. We're able to make decisions using space data. Because again, we are saying space is an enabler. We are not doing space for the sake of space. We are doing space so that it can impact lives. So the way we are looking at our market, we're looking at the upstream, we're also looking at the downstream. And we have a few activities that you're engaging. What you have on your right, or my left, is essentially the key priority, what we're calling the core priority areas. And more importantly, we're looking at space services and space capability as an important catalyst for the sector. And again, when you're looking at the upstream, you're looking at how do we set up capabilities for launch? How do we set up capability to receive data? How do we set up our local manufacturing industry in matter space and the other related discipline? Downstream, you're looking at how do we leverage on data so that we're able to impact the lives of the common person who is within this region, so that they better understand why we need to go to space and why we're investing in space. One of the key approaches that we have decided, we've been having discussions internally in the last couple of days, is we need to have a strong foundation. And for us to have a strong foundation, it means that we have to have the young buying into the idea that space is the future. It is the now and the future. I don't want to say it is the future because it is the now. And we have a number of engagement that we're trying to have them on board. One of the initial activities that we're doing is to see how we can now have locally developed contract that will resonate with what they're doing, and situations, or giving them examples based on their context. And we've developed the first batch, and maybe some of you are able to get a few books, and we have a few more. And we're looking at 4 areas of interest. We're looking at Earth observation, we're looking at space science and astronomy, we're also looking at space engineering, and IT and robotics. And we want to see whether we can create that foundational element, so that now as they grow, then they're able to see how space, what careers they could potentially end up in. Then going up further, we have the universities, and the other element that we're looking at is how can we catalyze research or even interest within the university, so that if we have interest coming from the primary schools and the secondary schools, how that transitions into the university level. Then the other element that we have also done is how do we catalyze the industry? So one of the elements that we've looked at is the research grants. So we had that component beginning the year 2020, 2021. The first initial grant that we offered, apologies for the technology, was on the Nano satellite development. We gave 5 universities grants to develop model nano satellite. And we also had another grant for operational space weather. Operational space weather because we felt space science and astronomy was an important component. This financial year, we have advanced the nano satellite development into a 3U, and we have the best 4 universities that were selected transitioned to the levels where they are now supposed to develop a 3U, a nano satellite. The operational space weather is on the 2nd year, and we also introduced another component. We didn't have applications last year, and this year we have 2 applications on Earth observation, one looking at small-scale crop mapping, because again our agriculture is small-scale, and we wanted to look at interventions that would enable us to have that kind of capabilities, so that we're able to map and plan well. And then the other engagement was with startups, because again, we feel that the Kenya industry has a lot of potential in IT, and we wanted also to point them to potential capabilities and opportunities that are available in that sector. And that's why we developed, we gave a grant for land cover data collection app. So we have had a number of projects, and some of these you're able to find them on our booth. You get more information there. But essentially what you're trying to do is to see how we can work together with the industry, and also you as the local as well as the international organization, to see how we can push the agenda of space here. And we have a few activities, like what you have here is an engagement that we're quite proud of. Dr. El Kosi here from the Egyptian Space Agency has also been instrumental in pushing this. We are collaborating with Egypt and Uganda, and this is one we are hoping to see the climate camera, which is going to be hosted at the International Space Station in the Bartholomew module, among other projects. We've had a number of engagements similar to this, and this is just an indication of the engagement that we've been having. We treasure stakeholders, and we understand that whatever we are doing has to resonate with what you want us to support you in. Last 2021 February, we had a similar but a much smaller engagement, and the thought then was we needed to have a more close-knit discussion to better understand with the critical stakeholders then to better understand how we could move the agenda forward. And now we're here so that we're able to advance that conversation. From that conversation, some of the elements that came up was issues around data, issues around infrastructure, capacity, coordination, legislation, R&D, and funding. And we welcome you in these discussions, as we continue having this discussion, to reach out to us and see how best can we leverage on what we currently have and what is currently available out there. I'll end up that highlight by this picture that, for me, talks a lot. So we have, the pointer doesn't seem to work, but we have 3 main players in that picture. We have the prime mover, which is the big truck. We have the motorbike, and we have 2 young men that are looking and getting mesmerized by either the motorbike or the prime mover. Kenya, we have an opportunity to decide what we want to be, whether we want to get mesmerized and amazed by the technology and the advancement of technology that is happening out there. Or we can decide to be the small player, or we can decide to be the big player in the industry. Thank you.
Please, a bigger round of applause. I wish to recognize the presence of the chairman of our board of directors, General Rwasa. Permission to proceed? For the space agency, for the Kenya Space Agency, we take interest, and that's why you'll find all our bodies here taking notes on each of the sectors and the recommendations coming out of this, because we want to make this one of the best space agencies, not just in Africa, but in the world. I wish to invite us for a break first, as we move to the different rooms. There is a session on climate change mitigation using space technologies, which will be in this hall, Rabuko Hall. Can I please have Professor Caldas from United Nations Environment Program, Kenneth from ICPAC, please come to the floor. Jane, Dr. Jane. Stella from KMD. Ronald from Tomorrow Now. Ms. Chelagat. There's the other session in my room, moderated by Dr. Kiroy. Dr. Kiroy in the room? So we are breaking out to that room for those who are presenting and engaging on global navigation satellite systems, technology, and space in the aviation sector. For those who are interested, you can break into that session with David Mohati from the Civil Aviation of Kenya, Salami from Nigeria Comsats, Dr. Moniki from Geomatics Department, Ms. McKenna from Astral Aerial, Muya Kamamia from Measurement Systems, and moderated by Dr. Kiroy. There is a session on education and outreach promoting STEM. Ms. Murabana, Traveling Telescope, Vanessa from Young Scientist Kenya can break out into that session. Professor Boga, City University. Paula Kwabi, Honorable Cabinet Secretary, Mombasa Youth Assembly. Mercy Macau, Young Aviators Club. This is moderated by Charles, who had been on the stage. Ms. Stella?
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our session on climate change, mitigation using space technology. Please feel at home, and in case of any questions, we'll take them after the session. I think we can start now. Our first speaker will be Professor Alex Caldas. He's the Director, Chief Country Outreach, Technology and Innovation for Big Data under the UNEP, and he shall be presenting on a very interesting topic, which will be climate emergency with one United Nations Geospatial Situation Room. Kindly, Professor Alexandre Caldas, you're welcome.
I think I can use this one. Well, good morning. Let me have a first word of appreciation and thank you for the invitation for the UN Environment Programme to be in this very important event. I'd like to thank the Kenyan Space Agency. I had the opportunity before in 2018 to be in some meetings, and it's astonishing the progress we can witness on the developments of the Kenyan Space Agency. Today, I'm asked to share with you some ideas. They focus more on the downstream side of the use of data that can be collected, can be harnessed by satellites, by space infrastructure and technology. So I'm focusing more on the data use, sharing services that we can use, particularly for tackling the environmental crisis that is affecting the whole world and is likely to affect in the coming century the whole world. At UNEP, we do have a special big data program to tackle the triple environmental crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And we're trying to harness the power of big data and data to help decision makers take action, to mitigate, to adapt on climate change, to reduce the biodiversity loss, and to fight against urbanization and pollution, for instance. I'm not sure if we can play the video, but basically there are 2 or 3 key messages there. One is nothing can be done without clear leadership and clear political will to make use of the technology and the data and to support capacity building, to support technological support in terms of decision making. We are lucky, I think there are some problems on, yeah, you can play the video. We do have the lucky situation that we have very strong leadership at the United Nations level, but also our executive director of the United Nations Environment Programme is very keen to the use of data. So let's hear the video, because it's basically it's about how to tackle the triple environmental crisis by using big data and by applying big data for development, for the development.
I do not need to tell any of you that we are in the midst of a climate emergency. Our world has warmed an average of 1.1 Celsius degrees above the pre-industrial average. The pace of ocean warming has increased 500% since the late 1980s. 1 million of the almost 8 million species on our planet face extinction. UNEP's 2019 Emissions Gap Report outlines what we need to do now. We need to reduce emissions by 7.6% each year until 2030. This is not impossible, but will certainly require us all to stretch and deliver a healthy planet for humanity. And we will need every solution in our toolbox. One of them is big data, which can help us identify the drivers of environmental degradation, prioritize action, and support governments, investors, business, and citizens to achieve sustainability.
The strategic importance of the WESA, the World Environment Situation Room, is that WESA is UNEP's data, information, knowledge platform on the environment. It's all about having a demand-driven, user-centered focus approach that will provide countries, but also citizens, civil society, business alike, as well as other international organizations with the proper data. In order to achieve that, we had to act as one. We had to have integration of multiple sources across the whole world and make sure that we act as and deliver as one all this data, information, knowledge. Finally, this cannot be done without partnerships, without the capacity to partner with multiple stakeholders worldwide in order to have these near real-time and real-time data, information and knowledge.
The World Environment Situation Room was designed to automatically turn data into information and knowledge. It allows the users to discover data by searching data, displaying them, interrogating them, and then sharing them through full interoperability. It could be in situ data, such as weather stations or temperature. It is then translated sometimes into near real-time data, for example on forest fires. We have also geospatial data, which could come from satellite imagery or from models. Models could be generated by artificial intelligence or other types of algorithms. We don't want to have all the data regarding the environment. What is very important is to have qualitative data. Data that are authoritative, that are the official data that are supporting the UN mandates, and we share that with countries and with all the users to make sure that they've got access to the right information to support the Sustainable Development Goals, the multilateral environmental agreements, or any other environmental statistics and data that allows them to monitor the progress on the environment or the decline and the issue that we are facing with the ecosystems and many other topics. All of this you can find on the World Environment Situation Room.
What I'd like to share with you is where do I see the critical value add of the Situation Room in this process. Our support to increase where we are seeing many countries struggling with environmental data and information. There is limited capacity, particularly in developing countries, even within the region where I am working. We are also seeing, indicators and data on environmentally related SDGs is actually lacking, and therefore the reporting that is being done on the SDGs is a lot of times very weak when it comes to environmental indicators. The CCA is a living document, and I think what Pascal has represented here shows the capacity of the Situation Room to continuously provide data and information at the global level, but also be able to zoom into country, city level, and local level.
Our aim, very simply put, is to help anyone, anywhere in the world, take action for the environment and succeed. In this critical decade of delivery on the Sustainable Development Goals, the World Environmental Situation Room is an ambitious initiative that aims to change the game, whether it is to help governments identify actions that can have maximum impact, open up new markets for business, or help citizens take positive action for the environment.
So I'm not sure if we will have time to play the other video in the background while I have some few words. My concrete proposal to the Kenyan Space Agency is the availability of UNEP as the Environment Agency and program to collaborate with the Kenyan Space Agency. There's a true potential given the investment that Kenya is doing in terms of space technology, infrastructure and services, to use in downstream the data and environmental data to help us not only as a country in Kenya but as Africa, as the whole world, to be part of this movement to use data to tackle the environmental crisis. That's the concrete proposal. We do have in place this big data platform, the World Environment Situation Room, and this is a world project to be materialized by data from all continents, and it will have a hub here in Nairobi, the data hub for this revolution we want to make with the environmental data. We'll be headquartered here in Nairobi, the headquarters of the UNEP. The focus will be on supporting, as a priority, developing countries and the global south for the use of environmental data by providing technical support and capacity building, specifically focus on that. Good examples of that is already running in this data.unep.org that you can already see in operation. One concrete example, if we want to tackle pollution worldwide, pollution is a worldwide problem, but is a local problem. It matters to citizens here in Kibera, in Nairobi City, in Addis, in Dar es Salaam, etc. So we have to have in situ sensors that together with the satellites, together they can monitor the quality of air pollution in specific locals that affect people, places. So we do have that in operation already with a crowdsourcing platform all over the world. And of course, we have to expand the sensors of air quality monitoring and to be available in the data platform. But you can go there already in the data.unep.org and look at the monitoring of PM 2.5, the indicator for quality of air in every place in the world. So what we want to do is to escalate, to upscale these to the level that is needed to monitor pollution to the quality that is needed. Another second example, when we measure temperatures, the temperature levels that we know are increasing significantly, the sea level rise, when we measure the Arctic ice extent, how it is degelating. So all these measures of climate change for mitigation, you can go to the platform and already see in operation some indicators, but all of these needs to be expanded, needs to be upscaled. And this has to be done in partnership, as we have focused there. My final message is exactly about partnerships. And here I put my hat as being the chair of the UN Geospatial Network. In the UN Geospatial Network, we are coordinating the work on geospatial, which includes satellite, Earth observation, remote sensing analysis, data use, data sharing in geospatial. And we have 37 agencies and funds and programs of the UN system working together to collaborate in leveraging geospatial for people, for places and planet. One other proposal, concrete, is to have the Kenyan Space Agency collaborating with the UN Geospatial Network for us to leverage our technology and our innovation services in order that we can really transform people, places and planet in the coming future. In Stockholm, the Secretary General of the UN launched a very urgent call for action. I think it's time now that we start to put in place some of these technology and data platforms together and actually partner together in order that we can make it happen. More than having action plans, we should start to have something concrete in place and to partner and upscale these efforts to fight against an environmental crisis that is here to stay. So it's going to be generational if we don't start to fight it now, and data and technology can be a good enabler for doing that. Thank you very much, and we are available to work with you in partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Alexandre, and thank you for really speaking out on partnerships to leverage climate change. Our second speaker, who will also take less than 5 minutes, will be Mr. Ronald Dianga. He's the Kenya Country Manager for Tomorrow Now. He shall be presenting on the title, Intersection Between Weather and Space Technologies for Climate Preparedness and Action. Kindly welcome.
Thank you very much. I think Doctor has kind of made a really good presentation and part of covered what I wanted to cover. So I'll just take a very short time just to take you through my presentation. But first and foremost, I must thank the Kenya Space Agency. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the very good job. I think one thing that is coming out very clearly from this conference is let's take action. And I think with Kenya Space Agency leading on that front, I'm sure we can take action. So I think I'll just quickly take you through my presentation. And really the focus of my presentation today is how can we harness the power of space technologies and what is really the nexus between space technologies and weather and how can we use that for climate preparedness and also take action. But that action we must take now, and I think that has been said very, very well by Dr. Take me to the next slide, please. Oh. Okay. Thank you. I don't want to make this presentation about me, because we have serious problems around climate change that we need to address. And we want to leverage on that technology to be able to address these particular challenges. So I wouldn't take time to go through who Ronald is. But let me take you through a very short story. So I know that most of us today in this room come from a technology background and are building enormous, beautiful, and robust technologies that are going to help us to mitigate climate change. But I also know that all of us in this room also understand the important role of technology. But the other important piece that sometimes skips our mind is the fact that those who are most impacted by this climate change have the least of all capability to be able to adapt and prepare. And that's the reason why myself, as Ronald, if I'm off these suits, I'm always on a farm. I am a farmer, right? And in my experience interacting with most farmers around this country and even around the continent, climate change is real at the farm level. And about 2019, together with my colleague Kenneth, we visited a farmer in Ruiru called Regina. Regina had a beautiful farm of about 2 acres that she used to grow horticultural crops. And the proceeds from this farm are what she used to be able to take care of her family. Unfortunately, in 2021, the unprecedented heavy rainfall affected her farm, and she lost a half portion of her farm. That is the reality of climate change. And so with this experience, and with my experience on my farm, if you can take a look at the photo on the right, does that person look familiar? That's myself on my farm, repairing my drip kit, because I understand the importance of leveraging advanced technology to mitigate climate change. I am literally trying to take action in my own small capacity. And so through the experience that I've gathered, I've learned the importance of the importance of bridging the gap and transferring this technology to farmers. And the most interesting fact now is we now have a whole organization dedicated towards these particular issues that we care about. And this is the reason why I, as Ronald, personally believe in our mission at Tomorrow Now. And really the reason why at Tomorrow Now we were founded was really to address the urgent need for climate preparedness, like I have highlighted. Because the truth is the most impacted are least prepared to adapt. So as Tomorrow Now, we are working to leverage on different technologies to act now, but also investing a lot in the transformation that needs to take place tomorrow. This has decided to leave me. Okay, thank you very much. I want to give you an example of a technology that we must put in the hands of farmers. And really, this is the reason why we exist as Tomorrow Now. So with our technology partners, the Tomorrow.io, are building robust and game-changing technologies. And Tomorrow.io are investing in numerous technologies to be able to harness the opportunity that exists in space technology. For instance, Tomorrow.io is sending into space a constellation of satellites that are going to improve how we observe weather from space. Tomorrow.io are also building very beautiful and very robust models that are going to help us to get that quality data that we can be able to use to inform the decisions that we make with reference to climate change and climate adaptation. The other important piece that Tomorrow.io is building is these robust weather insight platforms that are now going to inspire industries to take action. And I think that's what Dr. said very clearly. We must inform our decision-making process with data, and that data must be high-resolution data. So really, the investment that Tomorrow.io is putting is focused on not only more satellites and more data. It's new satellites, it's new data, and it's developed to bring us action and to help us to be able to be more robust prepared. Let me just quickly take you in a brief about the space technology that is invested by Tomorrow.io, and that we are working together with them very closely to bring to our use locally. So the constellation of the satellites that are going into space are basically radar and microwave sensors. And what this technology is going to do is simply going to improve the resolution of precipitation data, to be specific. If you compare currently the capabilities of the $1 billion NASA GPM satellite that is focused on rainfall data, it's really an expensive affair. But with this constellation, we are going to improve the revisit rate of this particular satellite to nearly every 45 minutes we'll be getting data that we can be able to use to prepare, as opposed to what the NASA GPM satellite is doing, which is about 2.5 days revisit rate. So you can be able to see the capabilities and the opportunity that is existing in this, in this satellite. And so this is one of the most robust developed and robust, one of the most robust designed and developed technologies that are going to be launched towards the end of this year. So as a kind of wrap up, I want to reflect on what Bill Gates says, because this kind of summarizes the reason why I made this presentation today. And Bill Gates says that we only make the most of potential if we ensure that the tools reach everyone who needs them. And therefore, for us, the reason why we exist as Tomorrow Now is to make sure that the underserved in community and the underserved in society are able to harness the opportunities that exist in the beautiful, robust technologies that are being developed. Because the truth of the matter is, the technology that is coming out of .io, our technology partners, will not reach its full potential if the work that we are doing, if we don't have the work that we are doing with Tomorrow Now. I want to give you just a snapshot of what we do at Tomorrow Now and the kind of transformation that we are looking to see tomorrow. So currently we are implementing different initiatives on the ground that are trying to help improve and bring the quality data that is going to inform how we are able to deal and advocate for some of these particular challenges. So we are working with different hosts of partners in that spirit of partnerships that Dr. mentioned around how can we make sure we leverage on these different partnerships to bring all these resources that we have to be able to help mitigate climate change. So we're working with the likes of the World Bank, we're working with the UN, some of the UN agencies. We're also working very closely with the Kenya Space Agency to make sure that we are able to bring these solutions to those that are in need. We also currently, like I said, are implementing different projects. I just want to give you a snapshot of what one of our initiatives looks like. So Project Osiris is a Bill and Melinda Gates funded project. And with this project, what we're looking is we are looking at how can we bring new reanalysis data sets that are going to improve that are going to go into the models that will help us to mitigate climate change. And what we're doing with this project is we are closing the data gap that is existing currently in terms of reanalysis data. So with this project, we are going to build the CBA model that is going to help to backdate and be able to reanalyze historical data up to 10 years. And it's going to be at a spatial resolution of 3 kilometers. And we're going to cover the areas of Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, and also Tanzania. And what our hypothesis is, if we bring in new data that is of high resolution, we can be able to support our seed breeders and seed modelers to be able to characterize the cultivars that are able to be grown in different ecological zones. So depending on our changing climate, we are making sure that the reanalysis data is able to inform what cultivar will be grown in what region, and so that it can have what is called optimum yield and optimum productivity. I want to finish with this slide, and I just want to reflect back on what I think the CAS made, the comments the CAS made during the inaugural presentation, or when he was reading the CS speech. The importance of weather intelligence in SDGs. Because for us to be able to achieve sustainable development goals, we must harness the power of space technology. And we can do this better if we come together and be able to partner for that particular front to go ahead. And so I believe that through this conference, one of the things that I've said has inspired us is that we must take action. And we must invest in partnerships. But for us to invest in partnerships and foster a more collaborative front, we must be able to harness the power of new technologies. So as a kind of end, I just want to thank the Kenya Space Agency. This is a really timely conversation, and this is a really timely initiative. And for us, we're looking forward to more engagements, more partnerships, and just fostering together to make sure we build a better country, a better continent, and a better planet, just in the rightful words of Doctor. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ronald. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I think what is coming out clearly is how to foster partnerships together to tackle climate change. And it's something that I must recognize that the Kenya Space Agency under the great leadership is doing. And that is what when we talk about political goodwill, having a great leadership that understands the problem and how space technology is doing. So thank you so much for the leadership of Kenya Space Agency. Directly, I'll go into the questions, and first of all, I'd like to introduce my panel. That's really wonderful. I forgot my book. Sorry. So I'd like to first introduce Dr. Jane Bemigisha. She's the founder and executive director of SPIS International Limited. Welcome, Dr. Jane. It's really nice to have you. I also like to introduce Kenneth Kemusia, who is a climate, agriculture, and environmental monitoring expert with the IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center. One of us is missing, I think Miss Stella Aura, but I think she's well represented with the panel here. So I'll go directly into our first question that will be addressed to Mr. Kenneth Kemusia and Dr. Jane. What are the current issues on climate change? What do you think are the current issues on climate change that you're facing now?
Thank you very much, and it's good to be here. This is a very broad question, but and I'm expecting that everyone is already feeling the impact of climate change if you're here, because we are talking about drought. Currently, we are going through drought, and the drought that we are going through in this region, IGAD region, Eastern Africa region, has been persistent and has manifested in 5 consecutive failed agricultural seasons in the region. And to do with that, it also impacts food security that we are talking about. We are having about 45 million people in this region, and this region, I mean IGAD region. My organization works, it's an inter-regional organization. We are talking about just this region alone, we have 45 million people who need some form of food assistance or some form of interventions before crisis, it becomes a crisis for them and leads to malnutrition and death. So those are the impacts we are talking about, drought. And just the other years, the recent years, we were talking about floods. So this region is feeling impacts of climate change, that every 2 years or so, we are getting flood events every 2 years. And after every 5 years, we are talking about a drought event. So we are continuously struggling. We are continuously in a humanitarian cycle, I mean crisis cycle. And it's either floods, it's either droughts. And other impacts of climate change, like desert locusts. We are talking about transboundary pests that have invaded these regions and they were not found here before. All those are impacts of climate change. And all these due to this region, like Western Indian Ocean. If you look at science, Western Indian Ocean has warmed considerably higher than all other oceans. And you know, the oceans are the climate drivers. They control the climate cycles. So those are some of the impacts of climate change, the challenges we are talking about in this region, and going all the way to the impacts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jane, in less than a minute.
Thank you so much. I would like now to talk about the current report of the IPCC that talks about the key issue that persists is the increase in temperature still. We still have it on the table. And I think that the key issue is that the impacts of the increasing temperature can be categorized into, and one has really explained well about the human impacts or impacts on the human society, but also we see a lot on the ecosystem impacts, and which our presenter of UNEP really focused on. And looking at the Kenya government commitment in its NDC 2021, I think we should now look at how do we help the country to meet its target of NDC. And I think the target is not so ambitious, although in the writing they say it's ambitious. 32% is looked at as something that should help the country move when they are implementing the 2030 vision, which I think is a good way to have the Kenya Space Agency work with climate change departments to see that the NDC targets are met. And how they are met, of course, then we have the technology, and I will not go through that. But also, we know that Kenya has analyzed its impacts of climate change and realized that 3 to 5% of the GDP is lost through the socio-economic impacts. So again, the Kenya Space Agency would like to see that we see how the technology can help to reduce those losses at that level. And of course, the other issues will be how really to do good negotiation of the NDC targets, and also how to build capacity both at local, national, and international levels, and then it brings collaboration and other questions. And then the other key issue that I thought I would bring is the issue of the response. How do we respond with data? It's big data, and again, it is looked to the capacity, and I am glad that the UNEP presenter has touched it. And then on the grassroots, I have now also to bring back our presenter, that we need to take opportunity of the increasing use of technology, not just space technology, but allied technologies, telephony and others, to make sure that the local community people have the data that they need.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the wonderful insight. I'll go to Mr. Ronald Dianga just to follow on what Dr. Jena said. How can modern geospatial technology be an asset in climate change and advocacy? In less than a minute, kindly.
Thank you very much for that question. First, I think I want to reflect on what Doctor mentioned about climate emergency. And I think Kenneth has also mentioned about it, that there is the need for urgency in this matter. And if we are to achieve that urgency and harness the power of the different technologies that are coming out, it's really critical for us to be able to look at the space industry as a way or as a place to get some of these technologies. I did mention in my presentation about the importance of technology and how much I understand that and how important it is for us to harness technology. But with geospatial technology, the advantage we have is we have an overview of really what are the current trends that are happening with regards to climate change. And that is the opportunity that I see with space technologies. And let me just maybe give you a good example. The desert locusts were here, and I'll tell you the effects were ravaging. We visited farms in Nyandarua and the different regions, and you could see the pain of farmers when they lost their farms. In fact, one of the farmers said they came like a cloud of dust, but when they left, they also left dust. So literally, it ate up the whole crop. But the other important bit is, thanks to technology, we are able now to predict, depending on, because again, desert locusts come and go by weather. And if we can know the weather with accuracy, then we can be able to predict where they will hatch next, because they have to hatch. For them to hatch, there have to be some environmental conditions that then we can also monitor using technology. So I think really the power of technology is critical for us to be able to mitigate the effects of climate change. But number two, to measure that particular, give us that overview of the trend. Because once we understand with data and that comes out of this technology, once we understand the trend, like what Kenneth mentioned about what we're able to see in the region of the cyclic of drought and then rainfall, once we're able to, with certainty, be able to determine that, then we can have now on-the-ground kind of interventions, like what we're doing with Osiris, for instance, bringing technology to be able to empower seed breeders, empower crop modelers to be able to build more technologies out of maybe the seeds that are more climate ready.
Thank you so much, Ronald. Carrying on to that on building technology, I'd like to pass the mic to Professor Alexandra Caldas, because you spoke a lot on global partnerships, and I'd really want you to answer, are there measures of global partnerships that are leveraging space technology for climate mitigation? And apart from that, what is the remaining gaps that we need to look out for?
Thank you. Well, one cannot manage what one cannot measure. One very concrete action is we need to come together to have better global monitoring systems on the environment and climate change, mitigation, adaptation, etc. Concrete ways to do it. We just brought to the partnership of these data, environmental data initiative. We brought a global technology center which is able to have 5 microsatellites monitoring ocean, and because it has a high level resolution of 30 centimeters, is able to come to the point to monitor ocean acidification, etc., in the oceans. And because it is in itself a network of 15 countries in the Atlantic that go from the north of Europe to the western coast of Africa, to the eastern coast of Brazil and the Latin America, and that's the way to concretely partner to have monitoring systems in place, in this case for the oceans, okay? We need to have the same in place for land, for water, for air, and for biodiversity, for ecosystems. And if we partner, if we bring space agencies as the Kenya Space Agency, as we have in our partnership model, we have NASA and we have as a Copernicus. If we bring together to actually put in place monitoring systems, we give a step forward that help us to mitigate climate action. A second concrete action is, I really esteem your words when you said that the most impacted are the less prepared. We have to come to the grips to that reality. The small island development states, developing countries, they need to be given priority. It's a political focus, a political shift. Yes, we have to come together, nations, for acting on the environment, but we need to give priority to the most impacted and the less prepared to do that. That's a very political change. How this can be done with concrete actions. Technology support centers, capacity building centers, headquartered in the Global South, with networks in the Global South, and in 20 years' time, 30 years' time, the most impacted might not be the less prepared. That's a concrete action that needs to be done. It involves many political investments, political shifts, but it needs to be done now. Because when we say it's not talk, that the most impacted are the less prepared, that's reality. I was born in Mozambique. Every 2.5 years, we have the tropical hurricanes coming from Madagascar and destroying part of the center and the north of Mozambique. It's unbelievable, because it's always on top of that, then we have the floods, then after some seasons we have the droughts in the same place. So we need to act. And definitely, a hurricane, a tropical hurricane in the north of Mozambique or in Mozambique has tremendous more impact than a similar hurricane in US. So there's a big difference there. So I think that action is also needed. Climate change mitigation starts by having a great political shift to support developing countries.
Thank you so much, Professor Caldas. I like with that part that you've said of taking actions, and I would move to Dr. Jane with a question. What initiatives are you currently involved in addressing climate change, and what are the challenges that you're experiencing?
Thank you so much once again. I'm glad to report that ESIPS International Limited was one of the first agencies, private agencies, that was involved in the global monitoring of environment and security program, which is run at African Union support or collaboration with EU. And our part was to partly develop an early warning and assessment tool for drought. It was really for rangelands, but we decided to focus part of that to developing a drought index for the 10 East African countries. So that drought index is developed, and it's gladly developed together with ICPAC. And we are looking at how to develop it further. It's of course, in development. A tool is in development. And in addition to that, we managed to get a regional estimation of biomass using, of course, then remote sensing. And that is a big part that while we are looking at collection of data and using the Earth observation data from space, we still have an issue of data collection tools or models that can help us to collect at a faster rate and also to minimize the time that we spend in the field. In the same program, we are implementing the wetlands vulnerability analysis tool, and this tool is developed to help us see where the wetlands are much threatened. And of course, some of them are climate impacts. And this tool is also developed together with RSM-RD, and the big part of it is hedged on capacity building in the region, collaborating with academia and others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jane. On our last questions.
Sorry, I have one.
Okay, it's fine.
One project that we are really implementing now is an EU-supported project in Uganda to estimate the GHG emissions from livestock industry. And I think this is important for the climate forum here. We will maybe talk about it in another way we interact, because it's own project. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the good work, Dr. Jane. As we take the last question, I'd also like to prepare the panelists for their round of last words as we finalize on it. The last question will go to Kenneth. What are the collaborative opportunities of geospatial technology that will support climate change adaptation? And maybe you can be supported by Professor Caldas.
Thank you very much. Some of the partnerships that the geospatial, the space also industry can join in, as some already going on, is on the monitoring. We're also talking about reporting of carbon emissions and verification. There are a lot of initiatives that are all working towards that. There's the Green Climate Fund that is financing projects that are helping in adaptation, in mitigation, that private sector governments can plug into. There are processes that they can plug into, that are all supported by the UNFCCC, for example. And they are all towards the same, aiming towards the same things of mitigating the impact of climate change. And some of these initiatives are even forward-looking, that they're even working with the scenarios, the emission scenarios, the best case, worst case, medium case scenario, to try to encourage governments and work with governments And some of the tools also governments can employ, because they're also government representatives here, are adopting some of these, what can we say, planning tools in budget making in the physical budgets, because you're talking about climate change, degrading the economy, the GDPs, setting up of climate funds that the Exchequer supports, and also their partners, international partners, IMF, World Bank, IFC supports in the different sectors of the economy. So there are too many tools to outline them, but if you look through the sectors, specific sectors, if you're in government sector, if you're in science, you can plug into many initiatives that either benefits you in data format or benefit you in terms of financing, or even offering tools that can help you monitor the progress on climate change mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add, Professor Caldas? In the meantime, we can take one or two questions.
Let me just be, I tend to be a man of action. So the proposal is to, in the coming 6 months, to have the Kenyan Space Agency join our One Global Partnership that we have behind this data initiative at UNEP. We already have with us a big partnership with the NASA Globe for the education in secondary schools for the use of data and environmental data, etc. So having the Kenyan Space Agency part of this One Global Partnership is a concrete action we could do together. We also have ESA Copernicus under the Chinese Space Agency. So having Kenya makes all sense, particularly with this focus on the Global South and headquartered here. The second proposal is within the UN Geospatial network, we are building a repository of satellite imagery to be available worldwide, particularly for the UN system, but then it will be expanded to countries. So having also the Kenyan Space Agency joining this effort will be important. Of course, one can imagine it's unbelievable, but many satellite imagery is bought by several different agencies several times. So basically, that's the usual duplication of effort and investment. So having Kenyan Space Agency joining the effort of the UN Geospatial Network will be another concrete action on partnerships that we could do together, and we're available to do that. Thank you.
Oh, that's really great. Thank you so much, Professor. Anyone? I'd like to welcome only 2 questions because of time. If anyone has a question, there's one question there, and there's one at the back, and then I think we'll be done. I'll hand over the question to the panelists so that they can answer them.
Thank you so much, panelists, for the
Kindly raise your voice a bit.
Okay, so I'm really grateful to have attended this forum. I'm grateful to the panelists for the eye-opening, informative discussions that they've had. I come from Kenya, and I really feel what I think he's called, I can't see his name very well. I think it's Gerald O'Donnell. Ronald, yes. What he talked about, the challenges that we face. One time I was sitting with some farmers who are really frustrated. They've been frustrated all their life. I don't think the living generations are even aware of any solutions that they can have in parts of Kenya where the rains come early in the year, they plant, and then they go to church to pray. Then 3 months down the line, it gets hot. Everything dries up, and the cycle continues, and it has been happening, and it's continuing to happen. There's always starvation in those kind of areas. We've had challenges, especially with the desert locust. We know we have a government department that deals with desert locust. It's amazing that now we are able to get data for prediction purposes and for use in determining, for instance, situations of when this is going to happen. But where I feel that we need to have some sort of improvement is in coming up with strategies of mitigation for this kind of challenges that come with climate change, as we now know, so that, because now we are aware, once we have the accurate data that we get from satellite and all the sources of data, we should now move towards coming up with methodologies of handling the crises that come with these challenges, like the army worm. There was another worm the other day that killed a lot of cows in western Kenya. And it's not like we don't have the data. Really, we need solutions.
Okay.
So should we we need to position ourselves in a certain point where we know that the desert locust is coming, so we are not growing any crops now. We wait for the seasons. I mean, some sort of methodology or implementation of solutions of some sort. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much. Maybe I'll let Professor and Kenneth respond, but let's take the second question, and then maybe Dr. Jane and Kenneth will also respond on the second question so that we can finalize. There was one guy at the back.
Hi everyone. Before I proceed, I'd like to wish everyone a happy African Child Day. Okay, my question is on, since we are taking action and there is a youth gap, so this question is to the panelists and basically everyone. Is it high time we remove the experience required, since most of the 21st environmental problems we experience come on new grounds, the new grounds of operation? So that's my question. I'm Brian Gacha, an environmental scientist from Egerton University.
Thank you so much. I'll start with Professor Caldes and Kenneth to respond to the lady's question, then finalize with either Kenneth or Dr. Jane on the last question on youth. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much for those good questions. I kind of have a lot of ideas coming through my mind, but let me reflect on what she said around, it's indeed, like I said, climate change is happening at farm level. And like I said, I'm also a farmer, and so I've suffered the effects of climate change on my farm. But I think we've also mentioned about the opportunity that exists with, again, like we said, leveraging on these technologies. But what I wanted to just add to what she also raised is the beauty of technology and the beauty of the new technology that we are currently experiencing is that they are making it much more easier. And technology, again, like was said by the MC, is an enabler. And so the investments that are being made by space agencies, that are being made by private companies, or that are being made through a collaborative effort are really looking at how can we make sure that now we provide this technology so that then it can mitigate the effects of this climate change. And I wanted just to end with an example, if you allow me.
Less than a minute.
Yes. So, like I said, take an example of a trial site, say the Kalro-Katumani trial site. Kalro-Katumani trial site for the seed breeders themselves, remember, maybe all of us know the Katumani bean, right? That was the technology that came out of Kalro. And for the seed breeders themselves to be able to come up with such kind of a seed, there is a whole process. There have to be environmental conditions that have to be observed. So if we can provide these seed breeders and seed modelers with the right data and high quality data, this is really going to improve the seed breeding process. So that at the end of the day, through the different TPEs that come out of this technology, we are able to say, if it's Eastern Kenya, this is the best variety of maize to grow. So that then it's classified according to the ecological zones, and that we can get from this technology. But, like I said, this technology will not reach its full potential if we do not have the right policies, the right strategies, and the right leadership. If you follow the Africa Green Revolution Alliance, one of the speakers once said that seed is important, water is important, but if there's no political goodwill, for sure, it's oblivion. So it's that leadership that is going to help us. And that's why I'm really pleased and happy that we have our leaders seated here and listening to the conversation and the concrete steps that we need to take, because we must act now. We must take control of our tomorrow now.
Thank you so much. Maybe the last question, I'd pass it either to Kenneth or Dr. Jane to finalize on that as we close.
Probably just to add to what Ronald has said, tools that can be used to, it's beyond monitoring, there are also tools that help in adaptation, that what action can communities take? And it goes back to financing. That's why I'm really insisting on financing. For example, where Professor Alexander comes from, Mozambique, yeah, where he was born, they got, during the last tropical storms that they had, they got $2 million from Africa Risk Capacity to go into the farming communities to help them overcome the challenges that they were experiencing at that moment. So you see, that came through insurance. That's why financing is really important, government financing, central government, and also insurance mechanisms that either procured by government on behalf of the vulnerable people, like the ones who are going through the drought cycle, the flood cycle. At the same time, farmers can acquire insurance on their own, the ones who have the capability, the medium and the large-scale farmers. So those are some of the tools that are concrete and are applicable, and they help in rapid action. For example, they'll help in evacuation. You need to move, you need to provide for your family, you need a livelihood support during a crisis that is climate-driven. So we really also have to insist on financing, in addition to the political aspect of the game. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Jane, last question on the youth expert.
Yes, I would just add something about the user gap. He said user gaps.
The youth gap.
Youth.
Yeah.
Yeah, the youth gap has been a very big gap looked at globally, and I'm glad the UNEP representative is here. UNEP has specifically focused on what we call the global environment outlook, has a specific component of the youth voice, youth engagement, and youth responding to the needs of the youth in terms of responding to the environment challenges. And that's at the international level. But at national level, there are many initiatives, only that I think the gap is in organization. How are they organized? How are they helped? It's just like any other community. And once they are organized in a specific way, we have learned that even for farmers, once they are organized in cooperatives, they access national funds, they access international funds. And I think that youth gap is in terms of organization. How are you organized? How can you build your own capacity, for example, to write a fundable or a bankable proposal to be funded at that level. And of course, I cannot leave out the need for the agencies to build the capacity of the youth as a responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We've come to the end of our session. In case you have any more questions, you can see the panelists later after the session. Thank you for our leadership, for staying through our session. Thank you for this wonderful conference, and thank you for bringing out the aspect of using spatial technology in climate change. Thank you once again.
Thank you so very much. I would like to request keynote speakers, please stay up on stage. We have a little gift for you. And I would like to invite Melanie. Please do that.
Professor, and yeah, in your book. Okay. Oh, who's the keynote speaker there? Yeah.
Thank you. Let's appreciate them again. Thank you so much for that. I know we had a lot of questions, but because of the time constraints, because you don't want to keep us here for too long as well, You realize from your program we're supposed to be having a health break. So we'll try to be as quick as possible. We're supposed to be back here by 11 for the next session. So I have a confirmation that there's tea outside. So please grab a cup of tea and a snack real quick. Then you can be back here 11, please, so we can begin the next session. Thank you. check. Hey, go on. Check. All right. Okay, please, let's start winding up our tea break. We already due for the next session, please. Wind up our tea break, so we get settled for the next session. Yeah, please, ushers, help me bring everybody back in. The next session is due, please, let's get back to the hall. Caterers, would you please hurry with that? Wind up, please, let's get back to the hall for the next session. Our speakers are ready. Let's wind up, please, okay? Thank you. Ushers, please help me. And caterers, please hurry with that so that everybody is able to get a cup of something. Those who are done, please let's get back inside. And let's hurry as well. Yeah, sure. Our next session is up now. Yeah. Our ushers, announcement, please. We are ready for the next session. We are ready for the next session. Please, let's get back to the hall. Thank you. Please, we are ready for our next session. Let's try and keep time. Ushers, help me get everybody back to the hall. Please identify the hall in which you're supposed to be in. Be it Mwina or Mai. Let's get back to the hall for the next session, please. Thank you. Please, let's settle for the next session. We are still waiting for you to get back to the hall for the next session. Our speakers are ready. If you're still taking tea, let's get settled for the next session. Ushers, please help me bring everybody back in the hall or our various rooms. We have concurrent sessions this mid-morning. I'm still waiting on you guys. Please, let's hurry so that we can save a lot of time. We don't want to keep you here too long. So if you're still out here taking tea, you can actually grab You can bring your tea to the hall. Yeah. Yeah. You can actually bring your tea to the hall. Mm. Just bring your tea to the hall. It's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's save time. Let's save time. We have a lot to cover this afternoon, this mid-morning and through afternoon. We have a lot to cover. Please, let's get back to the hall. Just bring your tea to the hall. Let's get back to the hall, please. Let's get back to the hall. Let's get back to the hall. Just grab your tea, your snack, get back to the hall. Ushers, please help us with that. Once you take your cup of tea or snack, just walk back to the hall. You can continue enjoying while listening. Kindly, please, kindly. Please, I don't want to see anybody standing. You should be walking to the hall or grabbing something. We are waiting for you. The speakers are ready. Everybody is ready. Let's save time. Let's save time, please. Help us to save time for you. Kindly. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. If you're still taking your tea out here, you're out of order. You should be in the hall, and you're allowed to carry your tea into the hall. Let's save that time, please. Our speakers are waiting. Our speakers are waiting for us. I'm still seeing some ladies and gentlemen standing. Please, let's get back to the hall. Okay? Thank you. And our caterers, if you're still serving tea, you should expedite that. As soon as you take your cup of tea and snacks, just get back to the hall. You can bring your tea and snacks to the hall. Last call, please, let's get back to the hall. Let's save time. We are ready for the next session. We are ready for the next session. If the usher comes to your table, don't feel bad because you're out of order. Please bring your tea and snacks to the hall. Let's save on that time, please. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the next session. We'll be discussing, we have a lot to cover this mid-morning, and to take us through this next session, I would like to invite Viola Kirui. Please, you're the moderator in this next session. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Is it afternoon yet? No. Good morning, everyone. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this session, another exciting session where we'll be dealing with the applications of Earth observation in urban development. So as we wait for people to settle in, I want to invite my panelists to just come and take up their seats. We have Dr. Halilu Shaba, Karibu. Marceline Joala, welcome to the stage. We have architect Dominic Mushemi, welcome to the stage. And we have Daniel Githira, Karibu. We also have one of our panelists who is not here yet, Dr. Felix Mutua. And we hope he can join in if, I think he's on his way. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And I think we will start. And we will start with a round of introductions. And I don't want to take the day in introducing you. So for you to do justice to your profile, just I'll give everyone a chance to say something about themselves and what they do. So I think I'll start from you, Marceline. Just say your name and what you do.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marceline Ojwala. I work for the Directorate of Resource Surveys and Remote Sensing, and I'm a natural resource scientist. I deal with a lot of GIS and remote sensing work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I am Halilu Ahmad Shaba with National Space Research and Development Agency in Nigeria, and I am the Chief Executive and the Director General. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I am Architect Dominic Mushemindutu. I work in the Department of Urban Development as a Deputy Director, a state department that is domiciled in the State Department of Housing and Urban Development. I specifically deal with issues to do with urban infrastructure, also involved also in policy and also preparation of legal frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Gidera from the Data and Analytics section of the UN Habitat. I'm an urban planner. I'm also a geospatial expert. So I work as a data analyst, and I have experience in project management, urban planning. So what we do at UN Habitat is support countries in data generation for SDG monitoring and monitoring urban frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that introduction. So I'm sure we all know that as population grows, urbanization of society is inevitable, which I'm sure you'll all agree with me that it's an extremely good thing, right? But again, urbanization leads to an increased impact on so many things, including the environment, such that you will realize that the ecologic footprint of cities is actually spreading. And actually this calls for sustainable urban development, which really requires strategic action at all levels of administration, you know, from the local all the way to the national levels. So this session today will focus on the utilization of Earth observations data in supporting sustainable urban development and management. So the structure for this session will start with 3 presentations from 3 speakers. And then we will get into a panel discussion where we will do some questions and we'll expect them to give us their insights based on their experiences in the industry. And then we'll do a Q&A where we'll have a roving mic where the audience can be able to also ask us questions. And then we will wrap it up. So without wasting a lot of time, I'll invite our first presenter, Daniel Gidera from the UN Habitat.
Yeah, thank you so much, Viola, for the opportunity. My name is Daniel, as I've said, so I'll go straight into my presentation. So I want to talk about the application of geospatial and Earth observation for monitoring SDG 11. Yeah, so in brief, I'll start by saying what we do at UN Habitat. If you can go to the next slide. Yeah, so we support countries in understanding their data situation in terms of monitoring SDG 11. So, sorry. I'm still not moving, I'm sorry. Well, I need your help just a bit. Yeah, so as we try to sort out the issue of the pointer, yeah, so what I was saying is that we support countries through development of tools for geospatial data for urban monitoring. We also support through development of, from the tools, we go to the integration of the new technologies like the GIS and other observation technologies for monitoring. Then we also do support in capacity development, and then all the way to the reporting and also linking data to action, which is very important when it comes to application of data. So for the next slide, So giving examples on how we apply geospatial and other observation for urban monitoring, we have the tools that we do have, and I'll start by mentioning the one on city definition. So when you talk about defining the city, is to help countries understand and cities understand what a city is, and this has been a challenge. So we have tools which we have developed together with our partners like the European Commission, and this integrates geospatial into the understanding of what a city is. So what you see there is the processes which are involved in terms of integration of geospatial into defining the city. So this overlays the data from the population, overlays the data from the built-up layer, and then uses that data into the grid system, what we call the gridded data, and then using the densities and the proximity of urban development, then identifies the degree of urbanization of each and every grid on the map. So this eventually helps understand how you can define your city. So this tool has been used to support countries generate data which can be compared with other cities, because that is very key. If you have to monitor the global framework, then this is very key in terms of understanding the definition of the city. So the next slide, I'm going to show you monitoring of indicator 1131, which is on land consumption against population growth rate. So here we focus at the land consumption, how much the land is expanding against the population density. And this is primarily to support understand whether we are having sustainable development, whether the cities are densifying. And here we have the data inputs being the built-up layer. Then we also have the population densities. Yeah, so within the urban boundaries that we have defined, then we are able to support countries through capacity development, understand how within those boundaries the built-up area is changing over time, and we can have very specific disaggregated information on what is happening within the urban areas. So another case I'm going to give briefly is the case on monitoring of open spaces for indicator 1171. So this again requires application of geospatial data, and what is required here is the location of the open spaces, be they the plazas, be they the parks, and then we use the proximity measures, the proximity tools to understand how far an open space can be presumed to serve. So we have the proximity measure, which assumes that if you're within 400 meters of an open space, then you have access to the open space. So we do apply the proximity measures, and then we integrate this. So we have many data sources which can support from the global framework and also from the local authorities. So the cities are able to identify their own data, and then do the analysis and identify the population that have access to open spaces. And again, application of this into decision making comes in where you start now overlaying this data into your base maps and understanding areas which have got these deficiencies. So the final one I want to mention here is on the next slide, please. This one is access to public transport. Yeah, so almost the same workflow, but again, leveraging the big data that you can get from all the sources like the OpenStreetMap. We have the transport feeds, which we call the GTFS. So we do integration of this data. And once you have this data, what you do with it is that you do the analysis. So integrate with the analytics, with the GIS tools. For example, the network analyst, and you're able to identify, again, population that have access, and this again moves through the processes of integration into the policy framework. And we are doing more work currently on monitoring of informal areas. We know currently we do not have a standard definition of informal settlements, and this is a challenge. So we are now working on a project that is integrating geospatial technologies into applying machine learning to understand the characteristics of informal areas and how we can have a standard approach to define informal areas for global comparison, so that we have a standard framework. Yeah, so I think there are many other tools I would want to mention, but because of time, I'll just mention that we also have the Global Urban Monitoring Framework that we support. We are working with many countries, including Kenya. understand how the cities are performing based on a set of indicators. So it involves a collection of data for specific indicators, and then this data can be mapped over time so that you can see how your city is progressing in terms of specific dimensions, whether it is the set of indicators for the economy, for the environment, for the culture, for the governance, and so on. And this is very useful when it comes to the framework for the city decision making. Yeah, so there's more that I would want us to discuss, and I hope we'll get a bit of a chance in the Q&A. So I'll stop there for the support that you do offer in SDG monitoring for urban development. Thank you, Viola.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for your very insightful presentation, and we really appreciate the good work that you're doing in leveraging Earth observation in your work. So the next presenter is Marceline. Marceline, karibu.
Thank you very much, Viola. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name once again is Marceline Ojwala, and I work for DRSRS. So I'm going to take you through a presentation on urban mapping as a tool for addressing urban sustainable development. I am a natural resource scientist at DRSRS, and just a brief about DRSRS. It's actually a government institution. I know most of the presenters we've had from yesterday, majority of them are from the private sector. We are from the public sector, and we deal in GIS and remote sensing data. Basically, the mandate of DRSRS is to collect, store, analyze, and update and disseminate geospatial data for sustainability of the environment and to make key decisions pertaining the country. So just a brief introduction with regard to sustainability and urban development. Our blueprint Vision 2030 states that there's an urban growth of about 4% and the urban population of more than 30%. Actually, the document is also pointing out that out of every 2 Kenyans, 2 will live in urban areas before 2030. So we can see this with regard to urban development and the population increase per se. So therefore, this requires proper planning for the urban resources so that there's that sustainability per se. And then the kind of data that is needed for this planning should be reliable, should be consistent, and should also be evidence-based, and should also be accurate. This kind of data can only be obtained, or we have Earth observation, which could be a very good platform for obtaining this kind of data. And then again, when we talk of sustainability, we can't run away from looking at the environmental needs, the social aspects, and then the economic aspects also. So with regard to urban development again and sustainability, we are aware that in our country we have the decentralized government system, that is the counties, and the County Government Act requires the counties to have key planning expectations. We have the County Integrated Development Plan, we have the county sectoral plans, we have the spatial plans, the county urban areas and cities plan, and also the county performance management plans. So all these plans, we'll find that the Earth observation data comes in very handy to help the counties in coming up with these plans and developing these plans. And again, per se, most of our counties, probably due to capacity on dealing with the Earth observation data, they have not been able to meet all these, save for, I think, Vihiga and Makueni alone. Therefore, in regard to this, DRSRS did take part in working with some of the counties to address this gap or to address this challenge. We were working with a number of counties based on the interest of what they wanted to address what they are expected to have or to develop according to the County Government Act. Therefore, the focus was on three key areas. The first one being to provide high-resolution aerial photographs for the counties for their planning purposes. And then some counties were also interested on looking at the socio-economic bit of it, collecting data on the location and the distribution of some of their economic sectors. And then the third objective again was to capacity build these counties for purposes of sustainability. The manner in which we were collecting the data with them, we were to capacity build some of their people so that there's continuity even after the project comes to an end. So a general overview of the approach. For the socio-economic approach, we were using the questionnaires, which we were using to collect the data through the use of smartphones. And then for the conventional scientific approach, we had the remote sensing bit, which was basically aerial surveys and space satellite for the mapping process. And then all these were integrated in a GIS environment so that the data is stored in a database where it could be easily retrieved to make informed decisions about their urban areas. So just to show a brief of what was done, for the photography bit of it, through our aircraft we were able to take some high-resolution photos. The plane was flying at a very low level, 2,400 meters above the sea level, and the photos that were generated were at a resolution of 25 centimeters, whereby you could be able to see a number of resources on the ground. Then after taking the aerial photos, of course, it has to be georeferenced so that it could be used in any GIS environment. And that is the kind of aerial photos that was collected for the counties that had this as an interest. Not all the counties did take this activity. And then for the socioeconomic data, as I had mentioned, that there are those counties that were only interested in knowing how their resources are distributed within the county, and this involved the use of the smartphone in collecting this data in the agriculture sector, environment sector, mining, lands, and all the rest. So what was happening here through the use of smartphones, a questionnaire was developed, maybe to state the location of the resource, depending on the sector, the number, what is being used in that building, if it's a building or if it's a farm. This kind of information, you will find that it becomes very vital or very important when it comes to planning purposes. Then when it comes to urban mapping again, we all know that most of the physical maps that we have in the country are quite outdated, but this is what is still being used to make some key information, because at the end of the day, the policymakers must make some decisions, and they will always have to make decisions based on what is available. So we had some work with the Kisumu County government, whereby we applied the Earth observation data, the high-resolution images, to develop such kind of maps, which is very vital for the planning process. The same to Mombasa, Mombasa County. That map is just showing some of the work that we did to show the distribution of various facilities in this particular sector. This was the education facilities. It showed the distribution, the number, and then the categorization of the education facilities. This therefore becomes very handy or very important when it comes to knowing which wards or which areas needs additional education facilities, and which type. Should it be primary schools? Should it be early childhood schools? Should it be secondary schools? This is just showing again the distribution of buildings and the roads in Mombasa County. which was developed through the use of Earth observation data as well. And what I was talking about, with the socio-economic data, you are able to do various kind of analysis depending on your interest or depending on what you want to know or to use it for. That's showing the engagement we had with the county youth, whereby I talked of sustainability. After doing this work, there'll be need for consistent updating. So we had to capacity build some of their staff, so that should there be need of updating this, then they have the gadgets, which is the smartphones, and they also have the capacity on how to do it. And then all this was integrated in a GIS environment, so that we have data in a central place with the X, Y, and the Z attributes. That is the position of the resources, and then some attributional information about whatever resource it is, which is also very vital when it comes to urban planning. So in conclusion, basically, I would just like to point out that when it comes to sustainable urban development, data is very key, data is very paramount, and this data needs to be accurate, this data needs to be there on time, it should be timely, and the accuracy is there, the precision also is a factor. And we also need to know, as who are developing this kind of data and information, that this data is needed for planning purposes, is needed by our policymakers to make decisions. So we should really try to avail these data sets for policy decisions and for making decisions around sustainable management, because at the end of the day, the policymakers will always have to make decisions. And when we do this, we'll basically be solving some of our national development agenda, like for instance, the Big Four agenda. Then we also have our blueprint, the Vision 2030, and by extension, the Sustainable Development Goals, and especially the SDG 11, which is surrounding the urban development issues. And as a way forward and for further engagement with the KSA, and I'm happy the DG is here, I'd like to point out that the kind of work that we did was not for all the counties. And again, the counties that were engaged, it was not so elaborate. It was based on the need at that particular time. And I'm aware that KSA is also working a lot with the county government. So as part of our continuous engagement, maybe it will be necessary that we also consider this as we move forward, so that we are able to provide this data and information for sustainable management purposes. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Marceline for the good presentation. So we'll move on to our third and last presenter, Dr. Halilu Shaba, who is the Director General of the National Space Research and Development Agency in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, the moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting the little about our experience in the National Space Research and Development Agency. And we thank the Kenyan Space Agency, because when you have this kind of a laudable beginning, I think it is what is needed. Laudable beginning in the sense that bringing the stakeholders together. And when I listened to a lot of questions, I was telling the CEO, I said, I'm sympathizing with him because so much is expected of him. And that is the way it should be. The citizens have their demands, and the constitution and the structural arrangement also have their demands. The space agency is more of community of practice. There is the user community, and until you are able to divide these two, the blames will always be, what are you doing with the military, what are you doing with agric, what are you doing with population? Everybody is trying to blame the space agency. But the space agency is only a community of practice. The user community is to work with the space agency to develop their own areas of usage And that is why a conference like this is very beautiful, where we are understanding that the space agency exists for Kenya and the users are here. So how do we engage with the space agencies so that we can move forward? Sorry, okay. I'm not going to follow this presentation, but I put some slides there so that at least, because I believe that the slides are going to be shared. And so you will see some slides. I'm not going to speak about them because my colleague made an excellent presentation yesterday about some of these items you see in red, and even more than that. So, and the presentation will be on the shared presentation, sorry. Now, why is Nigeria in space? The question goes even to Kenya and so many other countries. Our concern is socio-economic development. And when we look at the space projection, we see it running into billions. We want to reduce capital flight. From the space perspective, we want to reduce capital flight. We want to have socio-economic development. We want to leverage on this so that there will be economic growth from the point of space science and technology. Sorry. Now, we developed a roadmap. I remember in April somebody made a very good, joke about Africa, and he said something. He said, at times, Africans like planning, designing the plane that is already flying. And if you look at it in most of our programs, because of our ambition, we run into it without specifically saying this is our strategy and these are our policy. Nigerian Space Development had, within its mission, developed its roadmap. Where are we going to? The ones you see in green are what we are able to do, which I'm also going to present here. One will want to know where we are. And I can say here we are with 6 satellites. We had Nigeria Sat-1, which is the orbited, and we also had Nigeria Sat-2, which was developed by, which we work with SORE. I think 2 of the engineers are here with me that were part of the Nigeria Sat-1, Nigeria Sat-2, and they developed the Nigeria Sat-X. It was based on what they did. I think they can stand up. It was based on their practical experience. It was based on their practical experience being part of Nigeria Sat-1, Nigeria Sat-2, that they developed the Nigeria Sat-X. So Nigeria Sat-X is physically, is built by Nigerian engineers. And so after building it, we also tried it in space. It was supposed to be in the lab. Then we also have Nigerian communication satellite. We also have one of the engineers that was part of Nigerian communication satellite. He's in another session that, okay, 2 of them, that one is here, the other one is in the other session. And we said, based on that heritage, because we are saying this, we don't know what Kenyan plan is. The Indians started their satellite from the scratch to building it up, and they took so many years. Because we were entering at a time when it was crucial for us, considering the size of Nigeria and considering the needs of Nigeria. Nigeria is about 1/3 of African population, I guess. So you can imagine the size. And if we were to wait till we develop it from the scratch to the end, it was going to be a kind of a long period. So we now did a kind of dovetail training where we were building, we were learning, and we were also building. We were buying, and they were building and training, and we were also building our own. So we have NICOMSAT-1. A lot of people ask that we learned that Nigerian satellite is missing in orbit. We said no. Yes, it was transported to the orbital graveyard. Some who are engineers in the space sector will know what orbital graveyard is. It's a graveyard just like you have graveyard on the Earth. It was moved there because it lost some of these facilities. And now based on that, because it was insured, and we are saying this because some of you will have to defend your space agency somewhere. That's why we are saying this. It costs you so much in insuring satellite. Even when it comes to launching, it costs more in insurance than the launching cost, because the launching cost is fixed. Now, a lot of people will ask you when you hear the CEO talking on the television, why is he talking about large amount? No, the insurance is so expensive. There are more satellites that were missing in space than satellites that successfully reached the orbit. In Africa, we have to know this. In Africa, we have to know that in science and engineering, you should have larger stomach for failure than stomach for success, because you try several times before you succeed. As a scientist, this should be known. So that you don't say, I was watching it and I told one of the parliamentaries, I said, look, you can't take this in Nigeria. When South Korea threw their satellite into orbit, it didn't go into orbit, but they were jubilating. The president was there, they were jumping. If it happened in Africa, you fire your CEO. Now, you must have that stomach. So there are more that failed than more than succeed. And now we had that, because it has failed, it was insured, we now had a replacement, we call it Nigeria Sat-1R. Let me leave all these areas. What we did was also to develop capacity, and I can see Kenya is doing very well. I saw the cooperation with Egypt and the rest. So capacity building is something that we've seen here. This is what we did for our masters and PhD. Now, these are areas where we have applied. These are the successes of Nigeria Sat-1, Nigeria Sat-X. You have the slides. And I will go to little ones. This is selected applications for Nigeria Sat-1. These are the engineers that built Nigeria Sat-2. This is the first image of Nigeria Sat-X, which is an experimental satellite. Now, these are some of the activities we did. INEC had to divide the country into small sectors that they will count. Population Commission had to do demarcation areas. Now, we also developed our own navigator because we felt we should get into this. Now, we also have, when we had flood, we did this mapping and then also zoomed down to the specifics. Now, we did this one, which is supposed to be the Abuja area, because Abuja is expanding at an alarming rate, and you want to know the suburb, how they relate with the center. We also did crimes hotspot mapping, so that you can know the hotspot, and that is for the security to plan. When do you have more policemen here? When do you have them? We have the spot for morning, evening, afternoon, so that you don't keep your police force in a place where they are not needed at a specific time. We did this one, which is supposed to be the road, with the road safety to show the hotspot for accident. This one is for school, to identify the various schools and say what they are, so that there will be proper planning. And this is population dosimetric. Between the sensors, you need to know what it is. Because Nigeria had census 91, they didn't have census again until 2006. You can imagine the large period. So we carried out this analysis using this. And then land use, land cover. This is grid 3. And I think maybe, I don't know, we did this with Bill and Melinda Gates. So you can have the baseline data of Nigeria. And this is Geospatial data tool, which we created for collecting information. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for Dr. Halilu. Thank you so much for taking us through the status of the space agency in Nigeria. So in the interest of time, I want us to rush the next session where we'll be asking questions to our panelists. And without a lot of ado, I want to direct my first question to Architect Mushemi. From where you sit as the Deputy Director of State Department for Housing and Urban Development, and also given your current engagements that includes your participation in the formulation of various government policies within the housing and urban development sector, which I presume would involve, linking policy to action. From a very high level perspective, what are the current issues in urban development?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you very much. Now, the issues that surround urban development are very, very critical. One, which are basically informed by urbanization, and basically what we're trying to do is to mitigate against the impacts. And this department was established for purposes of doing that. Apparently, what we do is supposed to be undertaken by the devolved units, and this was clearly captured in the new constitution. However, in the past, the department undertook what the county governments or the local governments were supposed to do. Basically, this involved establishment of policies and legal frameworks, and also the issue of implementation of some of this urban infrastructure. Going forward, we realize that with the establishment of this infrastructure is supposed to be guided by the plans. But then, how many of these county governments have plans that guide development of plans, or development of this infrastructure? And I think it's evident in our country, generally, that development has always preceded planning. What we have been seeing is that there is that lack of planning, and therefore this department, the Department of Urban Development, takes the issue of planning seriously. But it is not possible, for example, to plan without having institutions that are viable. And it is arising out of this, and arising out is provided from the Constitution, that we have been working hard on issue of domiciling or coming up with the Urban Areas and Cities Act, which act provides for establishment of the urban boards, and also the cities, the towns, and also the municipalities. This we have done. We have already been able to come up with this act. But then, the issue of the capacity within the boards is there. And this department, the Department of Urban Development, has taken up this matter very seriously. And how has this been done? It is really been looking at the capacity that we have in the counties, the capacity that we have in the boards. And for purposes of supporting this initiative, we have tried to link the county government with the various development partners. As we sit here, we have a program called Kenya Urban Support Program. This program supports counties at two different levels. One, at establishment of the boards and capacity building, and also at establishment or developing infrastructure. What happens is that this particular program is supposed to be covering 45 counties, and the amount of money that is allocated to the counties is based on the population. What we realize is that Mombasa and Nairobi have very high population, and therefore, if we were to give, or the money was to be directed to the counties of the city counties of Mombasa and Nairobi, then almost all the amount of money that is supposed to be, allocated for institutional for strengthening and also infrastructure development would all go into these counties. And therefore, we are supporting 45 counties for purposes of being able to address issues related to urban development. Going forward.
Okay. No, continue.
Going forward.
Just wind up.
Yes. We also realize that most of our urban areas have been developing in the fringes. And therefore, the information that we are getting from Kenya Space Agency is also important, very important. Why? Because the population that is coming to the urban areas requires to be served. For it to be served, we need services, we also need infrastructure. For us to serve, then we must know the demand that we get from the population that is coming to the urban areas. And I agree that the information or the data that we get from the Kenya Space Agency will be very critical in assisting us in determining the demand for the services and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Architect Mushemi. Daniel, I want to bring you in the same question about the current issues in the urban development, because you are more or less in a different sector as Mushemi. But even as you tell us about that, given your wealth of knowledge in the use of Earth observations and data generation and modeling in the development of tools for monitoring urban development, I want you also to just rope in how we can leverage Earth observation to address some of the challenges that you'll be able to share with us based on, of course, your experience in the industry.
Thank you so much, Viola. Yes, I would start by saying what Architect Mushemi said is more or less captures the big problem, which is this issue of uncontrolled development. So we are having this urbanization which is not arrested in time. And as the doctor said, that we are designing the plane while it's flying. So this is a big challenge because you see, the planning is the foundation that supports you to organize development that comes after the planning. So what happens is when development precedes planning, then the challenge of identifying spaces for the public facilities, the spaces for the open spaces, you can no longer capture them because you can increase the bus stops in your city, but you can imagine trying to increase the open spaces after development has been there. After that footprint has been put there by development, it's so hard to change and it becomes very costly. And this has been the issue that has been costing so much. As you saw, for example, in the SGR program, much of the money goes to the compensation of the people occupying the property. While if this was planned a long time ago, then it means that a lot of resources would have been saved. So I think the issue is having to look forward so that we arrest things before they happen. And I think in terms of intervention, I think we need also to put data into play, like the data we are generating. We have the Earth observation toolkits, the data generated by the Kenya Space Agency. So when you have this data, you can project development. You can also plan in advance. Right now, there is so much focus on secondary cities, and we are letting them develop, but we know very soon there will be very huge cities. So if you're not looking forward to their development at this time, then you're also preparing for the challenges which you're encountering now. So I'll stop there, but this is generally, I think, the big issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Marceline, I want to also bring you in the same question on, based on your experience, and I know you just published a paper that looks into contextualizing resilience and rapid urbanization in Kenya through the rural and urban linkages. I want to tell us, how can we bring in Earth observation into solving some of these issues?
Thank you very much, Viola. Just as the other two panelists have pointed out, the issue that is really coming out clearly is the element of planning or updating the available plans. And this has been a challenge all through the years. And as I pointed out, the urbanization rate from the Vision 2030 document is at 4%. And this is relatively high. And you find that whatever resources that were there is what is being used by these people who are still coming into the urban centers. Therefore, I would like to point out that Earth observation data comes in very handy in updating some of these plans, the existing ones, and for the upcoming urban centers or the satellite cities as they are being called. Earth observation data would also be very helpful in planning for these areas. Like for instance, which are the open spaces that are still available, which are the areas that are congested with buildings, which are the areas that are congested with these other facilities. This data would be very handy. And then the other thing I would also like to point out, those who are developing the Earth observation data or information being generated from the Earth observation, the various stakeholders, I think I would want to believe that it's also high time that we make this data available, because there's really no need of having very good data under lock and key in your offices, but then this data is needed somewhere. As much as information is said not to be there, but I want to believe that there should be some data that would inform some of these key decisions that are being made by our policymakers. So the element of availing these data sets would be what is needed to be looked into. And I believe with Kenya Space Agency being in place and with their mandate, it will be the best institution that should start looking into this even as we move forward and trying to look at the sustainability element of our urban areas. And then the other thing that I would also want to point out is Architect Mushemi pointed out at the issue of capacity. it is quite an area that should also be looked into. I think the element here needs to be, is it capacity improvement or is it capacity development? Because again, the technology around Earth observation is quite dynamic, and as much as we are developing for the new ones, we also need to consider improving those who already have the capacity to work with the Earth observation data. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I know we can talk and talk and talk, and this is a very interesting topic that really impacts on us from a very personal level. So in the interest of time, I just want to ask one more question, because we have really spoken well about the issues in urban development, as well as how we can leverage Earth observation to address these challenges. Now, the main question now will be, how do we unlock the potential of Earth observation data to better address urban planning and management? Like, what needs to be done, what needs to be put in place, and what gaps needs to be closed? So I'll start with Dr. Halilu. Just take 30 seconds each person to just respond to that quickly.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to talk about, based on the experience, what Mercy is thinking, that the space agency should make data available. The space agency has data. Now they said, you don't know they exist. They now said, we exist. So they can't go and knock on every door until they identify the user. The user identify them and say, we need this data, and go to them. And that will inform the next generation of satellites they are going to work on and build. So this is essential. That is the essence of a conference like this. Making people know that they exist. That is one. Again, building capacity will make it available. Again, if you democratize data availability, maybe you have a website or you have somewhere where you put data. Again, engaging with the locals, and then working with the stakeholders, which I see is already happening in Kenya. So they are already unlocking the potentials of Earth observation, because the space agency will not always speak for itself. You need the public to speak, to say that we are missing this and we want these activities to go on. And I think conferences like this, and then talking on the television, engaging with more public, talking to the universities will make it happen. Okay. So thank you.
Absolutely. Architect Mushemi, just 30 seconds.
Thank you. I think I'm happy to report that our department, or the Department of Urban Development, is almost signing an MOU between herself and the Kenya State Agency with regard to the kind of partnership and cooperation that is supposed to be there. I'm also looking at urban development as the link between the national government and the county government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Daniel?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll say, to unlock the potential, we need to think about mainstreaming data into our planning and also into our administration, so that we have budgeting going to data. We are talking about GIS labs, which have been proposed by the legal framework. We still haven't seen this happen in Kenya so much, but we have some counties which are ahead of time. And again, another big thing which I think is linking data to action. Because if you go to the city leaders, you talk to them about data, they will ask you, what can you show us what you have done with the data, and they need tangible things. So once we start having results that we can connect to data, then the value of data will start to grow, and people will say, yes, with data we have been able to achieve this. But having data in silos, that is a challenge, and the value of data has not been recognized. And the last one, I think, is partnership. We have a lot of efforts which have been put by authorities, and if we cannot put all these energies together, then we have a duplication of efforts, and this is a costly affair. So if we can have systems which are talking to each other, I think we are going to save a lot and also achieve a lot in a very short time. Thank you.
Marceline, just a few seconds.
Yeah, thank you. Just to clarify that, in addition to what I was talking about, KSA availing the data, I was also pointing out at the element of coordination of this data that is outside KSA, because I believe there's also some data outside the institution of KSA that could also be important in this thematic area. Then I would also like to add the point of consistently updating these data sets. Because besides having the plan, for example, for this particular base year, there's need for updating this after some time so that there's also additional information based on what has been added during that time period. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Data, 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 that is what is clearly coming out. Knowing who has what. To avoid duplication of efforts, we really need to form collaboration and partnerships to foster this work forward. So I just want to take one question from the audience, just one burning question in the interest of time. Please, you'll allow me just to take one question. Anyone? Yes, ma'am, there's a lady there. And please direct it to someone from the audience, from the panelists, sorry.
I'm not sure if I have a question directed to anyone in particular, but and thank you for your presentations. In the integration of different data sets with Earth observations, public, what my ask is, are you also integrating public health data? I'm thinking and connecting that to impacts of urbanization, and I'm thinking of particularly like particulate matter, respiratory diseases that can be associated with expansion of urbanization, the urban heat island, and connecting that to Earth observation systems. So are you integrating this as part of your urban development plan, working with meteorological data, microclimates within urban context, public health context or issues?
Who wants to take that? Just one. Yeah.
Briefly, I would say for UN Habitat, what we do is that we have spatial and non-spatial data. So what we do is that we have all these data layers, and we work as hard as possible to make sure that we support countries to disaggregate data by geography, so that if you have data on a specific phenomena, then you can overlay this data and look at the relationship between this data. And we have a framework which we are piloting now called the Urban Monitoring Framework, which has got a set of many indicators. And if a city can have all this data together, then the relationship can start to show up, especially where you have data that is disaggregated by geography.
Yes, I just wanted to point out that on the work that we did with the county governments, for the health sector, there were different interests, and then for the public sector, on the questionnaire, there was also interest on getting some information or data pertaining to various forms of diseases, including even the respiratory diseases, so that they are able to know like what is the prevalence in which hospitals or in which regions. So that kind of information was also being captured in the socio-economic data under the health sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to close this session. What is coming out clearly is that proper planning is key for us to achieve sustainable urban development. So I want to thank everyone for making it for this session. The panelists are still available if you need to ask them questions at a personal level. Otherwise, thank you so much, Kenya Space Agency, for making this happen, and also for the sponsors who made sure that this happened successfully. Asanteni sana. Oh, and this, sorry, we have a gift for the speakers. And Esther will assist in that. Okay, Daniel, just come here. We have a gift for you. Thank you. Marceline, we have a gift for you. Thank you so much, Marceline. Dr. Halilu, we have a gift for you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you again, Viola, and our dear panelists. That has been a very productive session there. We are ready for the next session, but I will give us 2.5 minutes to stand, stretch, SMS, somebody, tweet, tell them you're here. Yeah, 2.5 minutes to stretch, please. We have another session in a few minutes. We don't stretch outside, we stretch right here, in here. Okay. While we are doing that, I have an announcement, 2 announcements. The car owner of KCE 977M, car owner KCE 977M, you lost your parking ticket and we have it. Please visit the registration desk to pick your parking ticket. Car owner KCE 977M, if you're here, or if you know the owner of this car, let them know that their parking ticket was lost, but it's found, and the registration desk is keeping that ticket for you. Another announcement, I have with me a cell phone. If you lost your cell phone, please let me know so you can have it. A lost and found cell phone. Don't be troubled, I have your phone here. Let's be careful with our items as well, but in case you lose anything, let us know, and we'll keep that for you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our next session where we want to discuss matters data access. We understand that there's a lot of efforts that are being put out there to our young learners to get into the GeoSTEM learning in schools. And there are some of the strategies and initiatives that have been put in place to ensure that this works out really good. And some of these strategies and initiatives, the most important is data. Data, as you realize, is if you don't have this information, you'll end up investing and shadow boxing, and in the end you'll be disappointed because you invested blindly. It's important to get to know the data and more information on what you want to invest in, especially in space science, so that we can get our returns in full, I believe that. So in this next session, I would like to invite the next speakers and panelists. Please, Mr. Kiringai Kamau, if you're here, please join us on stage. You'll be giving us a keynote speaker. Kamau is the Deputy CEO, Global Open Data for Agriculture and Nutrition. Next is Clifford Okembo. Okembo is the CEO, Esri Eastern. Welcome on stage. Next, I would like to invite Mushiri Nyaga, who is the co-founder and the Executive Director at Local Development Research Institute. Welcome, sir. Next, I would like to invite Joseph Abakunda, but in his position, there is Teresi Marie, who is from the, Abakunda is the Chief Strategy Officer in Rwanda Space Agency, but Teresi Marie is sitting in for him. Ben Roberts will not be with us. He sent an apology that he had an urgent meeting that he had to attend to. We will not be having Ben Roberts today. So welcome on stage, ladies and gentlemen. So to start us off, I would like to invite Kiringai Kamau, sir. Please come and give us a keynote.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning. Good morning this afternoon, people. As you have heard, my name is Kiringai. I come from the Global Open Data for Agriculture and Nutrition. And my key purpose today is to discuss how Gordon uses its position within the data ecosystem to promote enhancing data access and dissemination to support decision making. We are based at the University of Nairobi at the Department of Food Science, Nutrition and Technology to align with our purpose. I am trying to get this technology to work. This is okay. Okay, so in an effort to understand what Gordon does, I thought particularly basing it in Nairobi. The headquarters of Gordon is in Montreal at McGill University. But we have with us a Center for Agriculture and Nutrition, Data Analytics and Innovation at the University of Nairobi that is hosted within the Program for Capacity Development in Africa, which is itself an initiative that was proposed by the ministers of the South-South Triangular Cooperation of the UN when they met in Nairobi in 2017, and they had a number of requests that they actually made. And one of the requests that they made is to ensure that members of the developing community, which is the South-South Triangular Cooperation countries, have the benefits that Gordon brings. Being a network, because it is not a form of business, it is an initiative that was proposed by the G8 then, now G7, because Russia has become a rogue country. So we are now looking at what is it that Gordon can do as a network to support other countries, and particularly those in the South, and coming, as it were, to help in the facilitation of the creation or realization of SDGs, focusing on SDG 2. The question was, what can be done differently that the MDGs did not do? So there is need, therefore, to create a framework for capacities development within the South-South countries, and with an agenda of ensuring that agricultural data sourcing is made inclusive and sustainable. So we are looking at how do we do this and how do we integrate it within the work that we are doing here. But more importantly is looking at possibilities of how we can equip our partners so that they can gain insights and guidance in the capturing of data, particularly using it, reusing it, and releasing it so that it is available to support innovation for economic growth and doing, delivering services, particularly on matters governance. We do have serious governance challenges in Africa, and we believe it is heavily associated with not exploiting the use of data appropriately. But more, then we actually look at how do we provide support to partners so that they can work together sustainably by co-creating the agendas that we actually look for. And for that, we actually want to look at what are we saying in terms of driving the STEM initiative or learning dimensions. And we have come up as a program with what we call the key pillars of data sourcing, which anchor on health, experiential education, agriculture, and nutrition for data sourcing. For those people who come from the eastern side of this country, they will shorten that one to EDS. So it means you understand that it is the head means health, experiential education, agriculture, and nutrition for data sourcing. We will actually be discussing more of that in ways that it is used, or we are using it, so that we can promote the ways that engagement with the learners, particularly young people, is happening. So, but we want to discuss the next stage, where we are talking about, if you have identified the key sources of data, what then do you need? You need to have a framework within which that data can be effectively sourced, because we are talking of data sourcing. And we are saying, let us start with, because we are an agriculture and nutrition dimension led initiative, we are saying, let us start with the food. And the minute you actually start thinking food, then you are asking questions that you want to address by digitizing the food system, the supply chain. How can you ensure that activities associated with where food is produced at pre-production, and that many people know is what we call inputs, and then you are talking about production, and that is also areas where inputs, particularly more to do with the knowledge and extension, and what we actually teach our students, that is where you have to address that. But then, after you have done production, what do you do when the food is now ready? Because you have to ensure that it is either cared for as ready food, or it goes to waste. And we are told over 40% of the food that we produce in most of Africa goes to waste. So is there something that we can do by aggregating the produce? And then the next question that we actually want to ask ourselves is, once it is produced, who is the consumer? And does the consumer receive the food from you, or do you wait with your food, it goes to waste, and then anybody who comes telling you that we can buy the food, you give them at a throwaway price? I'm told in places where they do the production, particularly in Kisii, and I know there are many people from Kisii here, the middlemen only come to the market at 5 in the evening, and they know you don't want to go home with the food, so you actually have to sell at a throwaway price. And it is the same wherever. It doesn't matter whether you are near Nairobi or far away from it. The challenge is the same wherever you may be. Then we are asking ourselves, what are the logistics that you need to put in place? And digitally, now we actually are looking at the technologies that are existing. The digital dimensions enables us to use diverse technologies that enables us to know what the market prices are. That is an area where those young people who develop applications for agriculture, that is where they specialize, linking farmers to the markets. But it is actually much wider and deeper than that. We now have the blockchain technology. Can it be embraced and integrated? And who is placing the orders? And is the food delivered to them? And then we are looking at, do we have ways of delivering that food to those ones? And then we have the issue of investing, not just investing in the physical infrastructure, but also the digital infrastructure that is needed, and the knowledge that is required across the chain. If we can link all this, and we have a model that we have come up with that we call the farm hubs, so that we actually look at investment at the production level. You start with the farm hubs. Then you have the consumers. You can also, because we actually teach nutrition, you can actually help them to create eateries, and they come together and they will actually be sourcing the food from the farmers. Then the interlinkage, which is, we are calling the infrastructure for that, can actually be created. I have much more literature around that I have written, and the strategies on how to do that. It is written in small text there. I don't want to go into it because of time constraints, but it normally constitutes a whole lecture when we are learning with people who actually want to know more about that construct. Now, but more importantly, if you are interested in all this, then one of the critical things that you must do is you must define where you are and where you want to go, starting with your vision on what you want to do. And then on the basis of that, you align milestones on the basis of, I want to do this by this time. That is what we mean by smartness. So you are creating your milestones that you define that by this time, I will have done this. You may not do that alone. We are saying, let us think of doing this as a collective, as a community, as a country. Can we define this? Because it becomes very important from a policy dimension to actually address this. Then, on the basis of that, you look at every one of the milestones that you will have challenges. If you ask Kenyans what they know how to talk about, you will actually hear the challenges. Muchiri Nyaga, who is my friend, and I met him, and now he's wanting to pretend to look like Baba. I know some people call him that. He is one person who says, he reminds me of the lady who was shouting that the floods have become too much. They cannot dam the water. They want help. And that is now where we actually come. Challenges always illuminate opportunities. When you actually see an opportunity, what does it tell you? What are the opportunities that you want to address with it? So that is actually what we spend most of the time trying to do with communities. And if you actually have this model, then you can engage them much more easily by trying to train them on how to do this. And if you are having young people to actually learn, you have realized that we are spending so much time not on the lad, but helping to create the infrastructure on how to help them move to the next level. So the next thing is where we actually now want to address our challenges as this forum. Data dissemination and innovation, for innovation and decisioning. So we are saying, if you have data, then it will be possible for you to make the right decisions. And it will also be possible if you have the data stored. And in Gordon, we actually promote what we call anonymization of data, so that you are safe from the common laws that are now being created associated with data privacy. So if you anonymize the data, then it will be possible to actually make that data available for innovators to actually work on. And now, we are talking of, now we don't just want to do that. We have come up with what we are calling an integrated food sustainability operating system. Those of you who are digital and have worked with operating systems, you understand what it actually does mean. One time I remember I used to train some people and I had across the board people who had come from the counties, from the districts. And in the districts we used to have DOs. And we also had the provincial officers, and they used to be called PCs. They used to be called PCs. So the computers that time were being driven by PC DOS. So one officer came there who was a DC and discovered that we have DOs and we have PCs and we don't have DOS, DCs. And it was a challenge explaining what DOS means. So the operating system is actually very critical, and it doesn't only operate in the computer. You can actually create an operating system. We believe in food. And that is what Gordon is promoting. We have innovators of students, but more importantly, we are trying to say, if you have the operating system, then you should get data use cases that are being contributed by other actors. And we will be inviting all of you to become part and parcel of whatever it is that we will actually be creating. Being reminded that my time is over. And for that reason, I want to say that I'm really delighted to have been part of this discussion, because it kicks off, because this is the first time that I'm sharing the thinking about the integrated food SOS. And we will actually be making it a discussion going forward, because food security requires something more clearly thought about, and we'll actually be sharing that more in different forums across Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'd like to invite our next speaker. Please, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, my name is Clifford Okembo, as has been mentioned, and I'm waiting for that to load. But I would like to talk about making data accessible, and I would like to approach my presentation from the technology point of view. And I'm glad that the previous session to this, actually, they ended up talking more about data and data accessibility, which is part of some of the things that we are to talk about now. And just to start by mentioning who we are, I'm from ESRI, Eastern Africa. We do GIS, Geographic Information System. There you go. Geographic Information System. Our business is just to provide or enable each and every processes that we do, location enable it. That is bringing the science of where into everything that we do by advancing GIS and also promoting spatial understanding and thinking. That's basically what we do. And I'm glad also to say that we are working very well with KSA on very many interventions, more so as far as some of their mandates is concerned in the geospatial space. I would like to give a background or to remind all of us about geography, because that's actually the anchor or the beacon that we are using over here, which is the science of our world, and it helps us to get the context and content of each and everything that we are talking about. Basically, it's a common reference system that we are using, in that each and everything that we are talking about in terms of data, it is a data of something that is somewhere, and that where has different impacts to that something. And so if we are talking about agriculture, as Prof has just mentioned, we are talking about it happening somewhere, and there are environmental factors that are related to space of where it is happening. And so we have to look at it that way. And so it helps us to see the complexities. It's not very simple. There are a lot of things that happen in that ecosystem, relationships, patterns, and associations to all this. But GIS, geography, help us to bring all this together. It helps us to understand and also intelligently respond. Basically, we do our things smartly. In ESRI Eastern Africa, or in ESRI, what we do, we actually provide geospatial infrastructure. This is actually a platform or a system for us to share our data, apps, and geographic knowledge. We know that everything is related and things are getting more interconnected every day. I mean, there's no way that you'll actually pick one thematic area in isolation of any other. Not unless we do not understand how they are related, but to have that context and to have that big picture thinking of everything, we also have to look at the interrelationships of everything else. And so these, at the end of the day, creates what we are calling a geo-nervous system that help us to understand or bring our smart thinking and smart understanding and ultimately action into everything else that we do. Right from looking at the data at the center and our world with everything else that happens, and then we start from having that data. And having data, taking a pause over there, that data is available. People have data. organizations have data. Of course, the question could be, where is it? And that's actually the thematic, what we are discussing now. We have data in our own silos, in our own PCs, in our own servers, and everywhere else. And as somebody said in the previous session, it's not helpful where you have it. As long as we don't have it, we don't access it, it's also not helping you. At the end of the day, we have this, we get this geospatial system that gives us a process and also a framework for creating and applying the knowledge that we have widely across board. Systems are now becoming integrated, irrespective of the data that you have, whether it is unstructured data, whether it is tabular data, drone data, or real-time data you're getting from different sensor systems that we have, LiDAR, multidimensional imagery, and many others. All those are nowadays processed all together, integrated all together into systems that could help us to make our work easier and also make our decisions. At the same time, systems also are becoming open and interoperable into different things that we do. So irrespective of where you have it, the system that you're using, they could be integrated, they could be interlinked, as I was saying, the interconnection. And these help all users, irrespective of what you're using, to be successful in this integrated system. Again, technology is advancing. As I said, I'm approaching from the technology point of view. Technology is advancing, and we are seeing and hearing some of us using big terms nowadays, the AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, real-time, and many other things that we are doing now. And all these are brought together. They are empowered to help us make sense of the data that we have, to help us understand the situations, and at the end of the day, plan and make timely decisions for the same. I would like to talk about, so I thought of this simple slide that all of you are aware of, and just to remind us why we share data. These are very basic points: improving collaboration, better science and decision making, building and also creating innovation, increasing security, and also help businesses grow. These are points that have been said in this forum, and I'll continue probably saying them. And finally, to feature one important product or innovation from our labs or from our end called Africa Geoportal, that is actually giving a platform for all of us to share data and creates that transparent environment for all of us to leverage the collaborative information. And so it helps us to enable our better and faster decision making with data, collecting data once and also reusing it. By the way, the cost of producing data isn't cheap, and it's also not easy. And so you want to have that environment of once data is collected with whoever has collected it, then all of us use it. In one of our efforts to collaborate with KSA is this, what we are calling the Kenya Geoportal, that brings together the Africa Geoportal into play, and trying to, in the process of collaborating in the geospatial space, to bring the different data sets that different agencies are developing, are producing, or are generating regularly into one kind of portal where all of us could consume this. And what it means is that irrespective of who really produced this data, you only need to get links to it. So you have your different open data sites, different data portals, and all of them consolidated into one-stop shop we call Kenya Geoportal that we are working with KSA to host. And that's really a great milestone that I'm really glad of. And once it is over there, you could use it for anything. You could use it for you download to do your other analytics, or even process it on the cloud or something like that, well attributed, and many other things. And for example, what I'm showing here is actually data in that portal, but generated by or created by RCMRD, Regional Center for Mapping of Resource for Development. My last slide is again to remind us of the obvious. Challenges that we have with having the data accessibility. Of course, one is what I've just presented in the previous slide, the platform for accessibility. We have data. Of course, some just decide to hold data for their own reasons. And as I said, the more you have data for yourself, it's not useful for anyone, including yourself. Of course, we'll only say how expensive it was to produce it, but platforms are now available that could help us to bring that data to everyone else to use. And again, the other challenge that I've also seen is, and this is always an argument about the policies to enable that data to be available openly. The open data policy or data sharing policy. And I'll say that, well, Kenya, we are making great steps, right, from the data protection policy, and I believe we'll be enabling even these other ones to enable us share data more and find it in platforms that we could use. And finally, the knowledge gap. And this is very interesting. We are very smart. Kenyans are very learned, and we know a lot of things, and that's why this slide is more of a reminder, but we really do not take actions to the same things that we know. We know we should share data to make it useful, cheap at the end of the day, but we don't do it. And that's really, I'm not sure that it's very interesting how we do it at the end of the day. So thank you. I stop there, and I look forward to other interactions in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you for those very important remarks. Now we'll go straight into question and answer, and I will begin. Start my first question to you, Madam Teresi. What's the status of data access in your organization in this regard, Rwanda?
Hello? Yeah, it's working. Thank you. So the status of data access in my organization, so I think I use, so we are currently developing a product called GeoHub, which will be like a hub for all the geospatial resource for the whole country, where we'll host all the data, georeference data, any other data that is related to geospatial. And we're also trying to have under that hub the analytics. I think it all goes down to what Mr. Clifford was presenting. We'll be able to have the analytics, applications, everything that is related to the geospatial. And we also want to have a platform from research and collaboration, where everyone from, let's say, academia, private sector, the government institution can reach out, can use that product to have interaction. So we can provide like working environment. So if you are, say, you are doing a research on agriculture, but then you need data from weather, instead of going to the agricultural ministry and then going to the weather ministry, you can have all the data under one stop center. So I believe that will facilitate like the data access, the data dissemination, and we also cater for that challenge of the application of effort on all resources. So yeah, so it's in that line that we are trying to help people access data easily when it comes to geospatial data. So yeah.
All right. And in the same breath, now, how is it playing out in developing countries? How is data access and sharing in developing countries, in your perspective?
Yeah. So I think I'm referring a lot the presentation that was done just a few seconds ago. it's not easy indeed. So as I can say, you can be a researcher and say, like, I want to do a research, let's say, on weather, and then you go to the organization in charge of weather, and then you request the data, but it will take longer. But then I believe it's supposed to be like for public use, so it's still not as easy as we would want. And but I believe we are trying to get there. We are trying to get there. You don't have to hold data as it's yours. It should be able to share, and I believe you gain more if you are sharing. If I'm sharing with my neighbor, he can maybe get something I had not seen in the data, and then so it's not yet there, but we are struggling and striving to get there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mushiri. What is the impact, or what will be the impact of data protection regulation on access and the dissemination of spatial data, that is?
Thank you. And thank you to KSA for the invite to be here. The Space Agency is one of those collaborators that we are always very excited to work with on a number of areas, number of programs. I think for us, from where we sit or stand, I don't know where. Am I sitting? In Kenyan elections, we run to sit. No, we run to stand. That's what we can sit. But I think one of the things that we've focused on a great deal is responsible use of data. So the idea of responsible data and associated with that, responsible AI, those two become very key, especially now when we're thinking about new sources of data for informing development, for informing planning. So the issue of responsibility is really key. So with that lens then, I believe the kind of measures that have been put in place at the continental level, the AU, and coming down into countries with the data protection legislations, I think is a very good step. I believe the impact will largely be positive, and I think we're probably seeing a bit more of that here now, because with that legislation in place, it's more likely that the rights and the privacy of individuals will be protected, so that when we do the good, which is put out these amazing data sets, we're not also disempowering the rural communities or urban populations that their information is in that data in a way that disadvantages them. Having said that, though, having a Data Protection Act without an Access to Information Act, I think is a one-legged stool. Right? There are certain protections that need to be there, but you also need to make an enabling environment for that data to be possible. Clifford mentioned the issue of open data policies or data sharing policies. Across Africa, very few countries have very formal policies of this nature. Conversations have been happening at the Local Development Research Institute. We helped develop a model policy that has been picked up by a few countries. They're trying to co-create with it. Those kinds of policies, at some point, will need some anchoring in legislation, in constitutional references, and if we don't fix the superstructure for what we are trying to do, whatever we are building won't be very sustainable. So that's the overall impact, I think, is extremely positive. We just need to make sure that the language and the way that these things are written does protect the rights of individuals and the rights of communities, but then also it goes hand in hand with legislation that creates that enabling environment for the data to be shared in the first place.
Thank you very much. And Clifford, real quickly, what opportunities are there to better access and share data in the developing country, in the government of the developing countries? Real quick on that.
Well, thanks. I think there are just few changes that need to be done. One is all about the how we do things, because as I was mentioning that we all know what needs to be done. That's a starting point, but probably we are not all doing what we know. And so we have to change with the changes that have taken place of how we've always shared our data. We now need to come to the information age where everybody uses their devices and they would like to access information from their devices. So how do we come to the new norm of doing things? Let me give an example. Now, if you like to get some data from, say, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, well, of course, they do say that data is public, and it's true. And what you need, and free, what you need to do is write an email to the DG of KNBS, and then they respond to you giving you data, right? Which is okay, but I need that data now. So what do I need to do? They just need to change how they do things, that now instead of writing an email, let's have a portal where people who need it can just go click on it and use it, whether for free or for fee. Because we also have systems that could enable payment through M-Pesas or cards or something like that, if at all you like to commercialize. And so that change of doing things, actually modernizing our thinking or modernizing our ways of doing things, the main thing that we need to do. That's one. Two is also an issue of standardizing the data or the information that we are sharing. We are not very sensitive or keen to standards. Data is data, that's fine. But because we are looking at authoritative data that should help us to make decisions and plan, you want to ensure that those who produce this data, they produce it to a certain standard that we could use authoritatively and make the right decision, because some of the decisions are really very critical decision making at national level or at whichever level and impact people's lives. And so we want to have that standardization of data to ensure data that we produce are at that standard and the decisions that are made of it are also reliable. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. And Mr. Kamau, there's a response on that, the opportunities to better access and sharing of data?
The opportunities to accessing data in most of the developing countries exists only when you have clear platforms for access. And the big challenge is everybody says that data exists. If you actually ask somebody, they will tell you that data is existing. But when you actually get to look for it, where you are told it is findable, you find that it is not. So the opportunity therefore lies in linking all those actors that have the various levels of data sets, so that it is in a shared space. That is what Clifford is calling the portal. When you don't have it and it is not accessible, or even if it is there and you have, say, like the government holds data, the banks hold data, doctors hold data, educational institutions hold data, the opportunity lies in anonymization of that data so that it is made available to all those others. And it is that then that we say that data is open. If the data is not open, the opportunity is actually limited, and then you actually get to recruit Mushiri to tell you about the legal provisions that you actually need to address. And you make it very difficult for everyone when it is actually not there. So let us make every particular activity where data is being sourced and the owner of the data is giving it because there is a transactional benefit to giving the data. And then once they give the data, don't release their data unless it is anonymized.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We are doing fairly well with time. I would like to open the floor for questions to our panelists on the issue of data access in developing countries. Any questions from the floor? 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll start with, okay. All right, we'll start from behind as we come to the front.
Hello, I'm Anne Kendi Kaimenyi from RCMRD currently. My question is to Kamau or any other panelists. Example, when you talk about data, there has to be the quality of the data, and into the nutrition sector or the agricultural sector, how do you test the quality of the data? For example, the data, let's say we want to access the agricultural part of the data, and it has to go maybe through 3 value chains, and from the source to the supplier to the end user. And in between, we know we are Kenyans, and there are several, maybe middlemen, the brokers. How do you deal with them so that you make sure that you get quality data that is not distracted? Like about the middlemen on nutritional agriculture, how do you deal with them to get quality data? Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you can be direct the question like she did, it would be really, really helpful for us. Don't explain the question, just ask the question. Thank you.
My name is Hezron Sea. I'm a GIS analyst for the Water Resources Authority. Now, my question is directed to the CEO, S3 Eastern Africa. I know you cannot talk of data sharing and access without mentioning the thorny issue of the Kenya National Spatial Data Infrastructure. I know it's a thorny issue. I've just been wondering, you've boasted of having a 63% market share in terms of access to the geospatial industry in the region. I'm just curious, there have been several attempts to come up with national spatial data infrastructure, and the process has faced a lot of challenges. So as a major market shareholder, what attempts to realizing a KNSDI have you made, or what are your contributions as a major market shareholder in the industry have you made towards the realization of these? I'm just asking out of curiosity. If there's nothing that you've done, don't worry, nobody will beat you. But yeah, maybe if there's anything you've done, it should be good to know. Thank you.
There's a question here, right here. Yes, we'll take those 3. Then. You had a question?
Mine was just to explain a little, because everybody is asking about data and so on. And I think part of what I wanted to say, he had already picked it up. Because all African countries agreed to the national spatial data infrastructure. And we agreed that this is going to be where we are going to put our various data. On that national spatial data infrastructure, we also agreed that there are fundamental data that were to be developed. These are fundamentals, the 10 fundamental data we all agreed in Africa, and we've had series of meetings. And after agreeing on that, we agreed that there is going to be standard. And this portal, I think the problem within African country is, I can cite example of Nigeria, lack of understanding of what spatial data infrastructure stands for. Because the feeling is that if any data needed to be charged for, the money is going to go to the space agency, which is not the case. The case is identifying that you have this data. Anybody that is in need of the data now gets to where the data is. He paid and he picked the data. And we also identify how we also try to standardize what the data will be, so that there will be basic standard for every data that is going to be on that portal, because we host the hub where the national spatial data infrastructure is going to be. But there is no key understanding, there is no enough awareness that is created in this area. So a lot of people don't even understand, even the people that will contribute to that national spatial data infrastructure. But what is good is, gladly, the space agency is concerned and is bringing us together. I think the Kenyan Space Agency can also speak and also look at, maybe there is a committee for the national spatial data infrastructure and start working with it, and then develop the standards and start putting data here. That is supposed to be the portal for all the countries. And there is a need also to populate it and also to let people to create that awareness. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Panelists, would we take answers to the two questions? Anyone? Cecile? Clifford? Any of the two questions? Did we get the two questions?
The first question was actually directed at me.
The question? Okay. Last one.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Doris Muta. I'm a member of the Kenya Space Agency Board of Management. I had one question, but I think one has been mentioned. I had two. The first one is to Dr. Kamau. I believe you're a doctor. In your presentation, you presented a model where you have 7 key pillars that covered food, nutrition, health, and I think, food, nutrition, and health. The one area that I think is missing is environmental data, because we have in the past 2 sessions, the first session we had today, we looked at climate data, and this has a really impact on food production and therefore food security. So I was just wondering whether you considered including environmental data in that model. And on the other question was to do with data security. I wanted to know your experiences for the panelists on how you have been managing the intellectual property, for particularly when that data could be accessed for commercial utilization. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So Kamau, there was a specific question for you. So the rest of us, can we pick up the other 3 questions? We'll start with you, sir. Clifford? Oh, start with you, Kamau, yes.
Yes, I think I have 2. One was with the lady who wants to know on the quality of data from production to consumption. And I did indicate that the biggest challenge that we have is the framework or the structural framework of sourcing the food and delivering it to the consumer. And within the model of the data-aligned engagement, I did indicate that the thing you will need is you will need to know how do you collect that data. Today, we have digital skills, and digital skills are very effective in capturing the details of the producers and the produce they have, even the quality of whatever it is they are selling. And then that is aggregated within what I was sharing there as the Farm Hub. And that is the organization that is responsible for ensuring the quality of data when it is being sourced from the producers. So it is possible through weighing to actually get data that can be verified as quality at that point. As you deliver the produce across to the consumer, today we have the new technologies that have emerged on the IoTs, sensors, machine learning. You can actually integrate that so that you can be able to track even what is sealed, that no one has been able to open it. Even on commodities that are traditionally sold that can be easily adulterated, it is possible to maintain that. Then, if we have a structured organizational framework that links the producer and the consumer, and as I said, you start with the food end, then you will be able to have everything delivered to that consumer within the quality standards that they have set. In the horticultural sector, which Kenya is known for exporting mainly, there is no issue to do with the quality of the data that comes from the foods. Why? Because they have standards. those standards are enforced across the chain. So the supply chain can be optimized by the organizational framework, which we call the structure, and needs to be in place, and that will actually address it, and that is what you would actually do to optimize the supply chain. On the heads model that I was actually sharing, yes, if you actually don't consider agriculture within the paradigm of only going to do the cropping, and you say you are doing ecological agriculture, you find that you have integrated environment in a major way. Everything that has been discussed here within this forum, and I tried as much as possible not to do the science. When I actually discovered that I'm going to be talking with Clifford in the same forum, I did not want to actually be talking about anything science about data, because I know that is where he will actually dwell on. We have been friends for a long time. So I know that was going to be covered, but our model actually doesn't talk agriculture within the narrow paradigm, but the ecological dimension of agriculture, and therefore everything environmental within that is going to be covered, and it is that area that has made Gordon create a Gordon data cube that we actually now pen to when we actually want to talk technology or science associated with spatial data. Thank you.
Yes, Clifford.
Thank you. So I'll go straight to two questions. One were from Evans about Kenya National Spatial Data Infrastructure, which of course this has been a thematic area in Kenya from early 2005 up to probably now. We still talk about it. And you were asking what actually we are doing as Esri Eastern Africa in this, and this being an initiative that was then driven by the Ministry of Lands. Of course, our work then, we participated, of course, being part of the secretariat or part of the committee, and also providing a platform for what then was called a clearing house through our technology Geoportal server then. But now there have been a lot of development that are taking place. The conversations have still been going on. The latest being last year, the ICTA, that is ICT Authority, actually launched their digital master plan that had 7 pillars, and one of the pillars was actually having Kenya National Spatial Data Infrastructure. And together with KSA that we are working with as far as collaborating on the geospatial data in the open geospatial committee that we sit in together, working with ICTA to partner with them to also see how we could provide the instruments or the infrastructures that enables this. Now, taking a pause over there, that you need to realize that there's so much that goes on as far as data or SDI is concerned, and some of them, my friend was in the congregation was already mentioning that there have to be standardization or standard geospatial standards that enables that. Of course, the policies where probably the big bang or the big thing stopped then was having a KNSDI policy for the country, which I think is still a draft that maybe will be picked up at some point. And so where we are coming in is from our strengths, providing the infrastructure to enable all this, and also providing our expertise and experience in other countries also into all these conversations that we are having with them. Branching a little bit on the data security question by Dr. Doris, of course, we could talk about security for almost a whole day. And I remember in some connected summit organized by Ministry of Information, ICT, there was actually almost a whole day talking about data security and cyber security and all those kind of things. And I would like to say that you look at security in three, and could be more, but I categorize it into three: the physical security, the digital security, and also the legislative security, which all these have to be brought in place as far as security is concerned, or any time we are talking about security. And we've seen great progress in Kenya, maybe slower, I could think so, but at least there's some steps being made, having the Data Protection Act, which start from there, and providing that environment of sharing data and also protecting the data, or let me call them data originators or data elements, in quotes, and many others that we expect. As I was mentioning, we expect many other legislative frameworks to be brought on board, and I believe he'll be talking about some of them, to physical security and also some of the digital security, which I would like to mention that starts from the standards. So what are the standards that we must have in each and every data that we produce? Security starts from there. So do we have standards for, and standards start from even documenting the data, the metadata standards that help us to understand how this data is, how it was produced, blah, 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 how it could be shared, and many other things, including the producers and attributes to them, that we could always go back to them in case, for more information or in case of anything. So there are standardization, but also the other security elements that have also to be put in place, including the breach of the same. All those have to be put in place. And of course, bad practice of Kenyans, unfortunately, is that most of the time we don't want to access things the right way. We like the back door so much, and I'm not sure the motivation, because if we have data, let's say from DRSRS, you only need to get it in the right way, in the right channel from DRSRS, other than through another short way of getting it, which again, all those are security breaches and many others. So those are just the few things that I wanted to make. But coming to the technology point of view, I could throw this that...
Please, real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
That the technology provides a lot of elements of providing or enhancing security. Of course, you'll say there's security, cybercrime and all those kind of things, but there's also the cyber protections and also elements in that help to enhance that. Thanks.
Right. Yes, Sam Mushiri.
Thank you. Oh, you see, I started off on mute in real life. Then it happens even here, not just on Zoom. Couple of things, real quick. One, the experience that we have with, I mean, for LDRI, we support African countries in making their data open. And among the things that we use to identify or classify data set as open includes licensing. So the extent to which there's explicit permission on that website, or the source where that data set is, on what you can or cannot do with that data. So one of the most common requests, I think it even classifies as a request, is for attribution. It's like the most basic. Here's the data. All the publisher wants is just attribute this data set back to us in whichever form or whichever derivative it features in. So the observation that we've had over the years is that the number of public sector publishers that make these permissions explicit are very few. If you go to many of the websites and you go down to the bottom, you find the copyright, all rights reserved in the year. What that says is, no, you can't have any of this. So you can't copy and paste a paragraph. You can't pick that data set. It's there. There's a download link. But everything is being fought by that text at the bottom. The absence of that permission somewhere on the portal that says there's this data, you can access it, download it, use it, etc., is one of the most basic things that we actually need to start making sure we're putting in place. And that protects both the publisher and the person who downloads and uses that data. Second, real quick, over the years, we've done studies on how much data is available, who's publishing it, the thematic areas, etc. This year, last month, together with partners, there was a launch of the Global Data Barometer. So this is a global study, fairly rigorous, that looks at about 4 pillars across governance, capability, availability, use. And then with this particular edition only looked at about 5 thematic areas, and 22 countries in Africa were covered in that report. So you can find it at globaldatabarometer.org. And the reason I want to point you out to that is because it's probably the most current, most robust measurement of how our countries are doing when it comes to data. I don't need to tell you we all have a long way to go, but I probably do need to tell you that Africa is not doing well on this barometer. This was the inaugural edition, so we're of course looking for feedback, and we continue to put in place events for people to speak back to us about the barometer. But you will find African countries are lagging way behind every other part of the world. And issues around availability, I think, is where we've probably come quite far, but we've not come far enough. And those are probably one of the places I think we need to look at. The only caveat here is that spatial data was not part of the Global Data Barometer. And we had a conversation actually just last week with a couple of co-conspirators about whether we should be talking to the space agencies and the continent, especially in Africa, around creating an Africa spatial data barometer that allows us to just see how are we doing, how far have we gone. If the NSDI process, is a stage process, can we say, these are the number of countries that are at stage 1 in the process towards a fully operational NSDI? Who has a fully functional NSDI? What's the availability of spatial data like? Which thematic areas have been prioritized? A lot of this information we don't have. It takes a lot of calls, emails, and guesswork to just figure out where that is. So I'd say that's one of the things you could look out for. Next week we're having some virtual dialogues. I'd like to point you to that. I'm doing a lot of advertising right now. But this is also quite
You're
relevant.
Standing between us and lunch.
And lunch. Yeah, this is smart. No, you just have to listen. You're a captive audience. So there was a report that was done a few years ago called the State of Open Data Report. I'd like you to check it out as well. It's stateofopendata.od4d.net. The State of Open Data is being reviewed now, so some roundtables are being organized. And I think what has been missing for me is a really strong voice from the geospatial community. We have a geospatial chapter in that report, and it will be co-written by Kenyan. So I think we need to make sure that the issues around access of spatial data, quality, etc., really come through on some of these global publications. And that is the end of my advertising. Thank you.
Tesire, really quickly, 2 minutes or half a minute.
Okay, I'll try. So I think I won't go far from what has been said, but addressing the question on data security, I think as long as the standards and the policies are clear, I think it will also help in that aspect. And as Clifford mentioned as well, there are multiple technology ways of ensuring the security of data. Like, for example, let's say if you are saying you are a researcher, you are doing a research on agriculture and all, if there's data that is public, you are allowed. There's no need of going into processes, but if you need maybe some other data that requires, let's say, authorization from the Ministry of Agriculture, how can we ensure that you are what you're saying you are? So maybe you can say we can validate your email. Maybe your email has to have, let's say, if you are coming from the Kenya University, you have to provide the email from your institution. So I think, as was said, as long as the standards are clear, we can ensure at least there are levels of access. Are you authorized to access this kind of data? Are you who you are saying you are? So yeah, so those are the kind of steps or techniques we are putting in place for the Geo Hub to ensure that everything goes smoothly and everyone is welcomed. So yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's appreciate them, please. I believe you are available during the break session, so we can ask you as many questions as we want. Mushiri, you can advertise. I appreciate. So KCA, we have a token for our speakers, Mr. Kamau and Clifford. For the rest of us, thank you so much. Let's continue appreciating them. All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I was interested with what you were saying. Yeah.
So I don't have a card.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for our another break. Go get something for lunch. I know our energies are going down. So we are at 1:22. I'll give us 1 hour. So please let's be settled by 2:22 so we can start the next session in the afternoon. So thank you so very much. Appreciate yourselves and thank you for being very patient. God bless you. Enjoy your lunch.
science and astronomy.
The agency seeks to enhance utilization of space services and space-derived data in our socio-economic development and to aid in the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. This needs to be underpinned by an indigenous space capability that also contributes to national economic goals and aspirations as indicated under Vision 2030.
The conference, and thank you Mr. Chair and the CEO, is a first of its kind in this country and is an expression of Kenya's determination of utilizing space science and technologies to improve the lives of its people. As government, we will be keen to listen to the recommendations and outcomes to inform our policy interventions and priorities for the growth of Kenya's space program, and align our policies as well as Kenya's space agency programs and activities to be in sync with aspirations of the stakeholders and local space ecosystem.
We are ready and willing to engage with industry players locally, regionally, and internationally to explore areas of mutually beneficial collaboration and partnership in the utilization and exploitation of space, as well as the development of our space sector. We have prepared concurrent sessions covering the following areas of applications over the next 3 days of this conference: Earth observation and remote sensing applications, and then space systems engineering, and thirdly, space science and astronomy.
The agency seeks to enhance utilization of space services and space-derived data in our socio-economic development and to aid in the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. This needs to be underpinned by an indigenous space capability that also contributes to national economic goals and aspirations as indicated under Vision 2030.
The conference, and thank you Mr. Chair and the CEO, is a first of its kind in this country and is an expression of Kenya's determination of utilizing space science and technologies to improve the lives of its people. As government, we will be keen to listen to the recommendations and outcomes to inform our policy interventions and priorities for the growth of Kenya's space program, and align our policies as well as Kenya's space agency programs and activities to be in sync with aspirations of the stakeholders and local space ecosystem.
We are ready and willing to engage with industry players locally, regionally, and internationally to explore areas of mutually beneficial collaboration and partnership in the utilization and exploitation of space, as well as the development of our space sector.
Michael Leland. I'm a physical planner and a UAV pilot at Geospatial Technologies Limited.
So my name is Derek Ongeri. I work with Locate IT, which is a GeoICT company that is based in Nairobi, Kenya.
I'm Isaac Masharia Gabu. I'm the president and founder of Mass Society Kenya.
Okay, my name is Anthony Castro Ogembo. I'm the operations executive, and our organization is EcoSpace Services Limited.
So, Geospatial Technologies Limited is a survey company that deals in the sale and hire of survey equipment.
Mass Society Kenya, we want to focus on training. You know, that's basically what we want. We want to train people on how to live on Mars. We also have STEM programs for kids, for adults, the different courses that each individual has, because it's all about the passion. how do they influence the main mission, which is going to Mars?
So what EcoSpace does is we provide the service that the term eco and space meant to you. So it means we provide environmental solution, environmental services, and the solution based in relation to the geospatial aspect.
Locate IT is the local partner in the Agricultures project. So this partnership aims to address food security issues in the countries that are participating, Kenya being one of them.
In this Expo, the Kenya Space Agency Expo, you'll find that in terms or in line with the theme of today of leveraging space capabilities for national development, we have brought with us some pretty machines. We have drones that are capable of spraying, which we call the liquid pesticides. We also have drones that can seed or broadcast fertilizer. What you see here today is an XAG drone. It's called the P40. It's capable of spraying the liquid pesticides and broadcasting the granule fertilizer. And you'll be able to see that leveraging technology in terms of efficiency, even in farming, has come a long way in improving even the farming methods of the Kenyan people.
Of course, KCA have done what we expected, and we've been part of KCA because we were chosen to develop the software for land cover collection, and we particularly gave them that solution to the problem that they were facing, and that is what we are exhibiting today.
The Expo has been very beneficial because it has created awareness of what we are doing in the agricultural space with regards to remote sensing data and what the project is doing for the country.
So we've had different stakeholders in the industry. We've had people from different county governments. We've had also people from even the Ministry of Defense. So in terms of traction and awareness, we feel like we are on the right path. Again, because the awareness of any technology can only be achieved through that dissemination of information.
So I want to thank the director and even the staff and even the companies that have participated in this Expo. It's a great achievement for everybody, not only for the agency, but even for us, the companies that have participated in this particular event. So thank you so much.
Leland. I'm a physical planner and a UAV pilot at GI Technologies Limited.
So my name is Derek Ongeri. I work with Locate IT, which is a GeoICT company that is based in Nairobi, Kenya.
I'm Isaac Masharia Gabu. I'm the president and founder of Mars Society Kenya.
Okay, my name is Anthony Castro Ogembo. I'm the operations executive, and our organization is EcoSpace Services Limited.
So, Geotechnologies Limited is a survey company that deals in the sale and hire of survey equipment.
Mars Society Kenya, we want to focus on training. You know, that's basically what we want. We want to train people on how to live on Mars. We also have STEM programs for kids, for adults, the different courses that each individual has, because it's all about the passion. How do they influence the main mission, which is going to Mars?
So what EcoSpace does is we provide the service that the term eco and space meant to you. So it means we provide environmental solution, environmental services, and the solution based in relation to the geospatial aspect.
Locate IT is the local partner in the Agricultures project. So this partnership aims to address food security issues in the countries that are participating, Kenya being one of them.
In this Expo, the Kenya Space Agency Expo, you'll find that in terms or in line with the theme of today of leveraging space capabilities for national development, we have brought with us some pretty machines. We have drones that are capable of spraying, which we call the liquid pesticides. We also have drones that can seed or broadcast fertilizer. What you see here today is an XAG drone. It's called the P40. It's capable of spraying the liquid pesticides and broadcasting the granule fertilizer. And you'll be able to see that leveraging technology in terms of efficiency, even in farming, has come a long way in improving even the farming methods of the Kenyan people.
Of course, KCA have done what we expected, and we've been part of KCA because we were chosen to develop the software for land cover collection, and we particularly gave them that solution to the problem that they were facing, and that is what we are exhibiting today.
The Expo has been very beneficial because it has created awareness of what we are doing in the agricultural space with regards to remote sensing data and what the project is doing for the country.
So we've had different stakeholders in the industry. We've had people from different county governments. We've had also people from even the Ministry of Defense. So in terms of traction and awareness, we feel like we are on the right path. Again, because the awareness of any technology can only be achieved through that dissemination of information.
So I want to thank the director and even the staff and even the companies that have participated in this expo. It's a great achievement for everybody, not only for the agency, but even for us, the companies that have participated in this particular event. So thank you so much.
The story of space has been told through incredible innovations and developments. And now we're in an era where we earthly humans rely on satellites out in space to connect us and move us around the globe and help us better understand our planet and the universe.
Kenya's space industry has grown significantly since the first satellites were launched into orbit from Kenyan territory in 1967. This development is encapsulated in activities and investments made by the Kenyan government in leveraging use of outer space for national development.
Our key aspiration is to achieve enhanced utilization of space services and space-derived data for our national socio-economic development, underpinned by an enabling national space capability and a thriving space economy.
The agency is currently involved in a number of activities. We are targeting the key sectors of our economy to leverage space capabilities in finding solutions to our challenges. These include agriculture and with a focus specifically to food security, environmental monitoring, and natural resources management with focus on land use, water resources, mining, forest cover, wildlife, and blue economy, among others. We are working with Agriculture and Food Authority on capacity building and to develop products on pilot basis on sugarcane crop mapping in the Lake region, with a view to characterizing land under sugarcane plantations for better yield estimation. We have also worked with the Kenya Forestry Services to develop mapping products showing forest cover trends in the Kibiko, Ngong, and Aberdare forests to inform on effectiveness of afforestation programs. And we have also worked with the Nakuru County government to develop mapping products that show trend of urbanization in the county. We intend to extend this to provide mapping for utilities and social amenities.
In the research, we have a number of projects as well. We are currently running what we're calling the research grants, which were launched last year, where we are awarding universities the opportunity to do research and then give us some of the products. So we are focusing on space engineering, space science, and astronomy. as well as applications in Earth observation. This year we have 3 grants that are currently running. We have one on nano satellite development. We have under Earth observation applications. We have one on land cover mobile app data collection app. We have another one that is focusing on small-scale crop mapping using artificial intelligence and machine learning. And the idea for having these programs is essentially to try and catalyze some research at the university level.
The VC himself constituted a team to be able to compete with the other universities for the grant that were being put forward for researcher operational space weather.
With a timely prediction and from a number of sensors that will be located across the country, Kenya Space Agency seeks to establish a database that, when such data is analyzed, will be able to be used to give timely predictions about space weather.
We collaborated with the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology and also University of Eldoret to ensure that we work together and we deliver the project, and indeed we were awarded in November 2020 for the project.
The project has benefited me as a student by gaining skills on field work and also knowing how, when I finished university, what to expect. Also, I've gained a lot of skills in my area of programming.
We are working with one of our engineering startups to develop a 3-unit nanosatellite called Taifa Moja. This nanosatellite will be able to acquire images in a multispectral band as well as a chromatic band. This will be used for natural resource mapping and spatial planning.
Space infrastructure is very important in terms of developing a nation's capability in space. This can be in the form of developing ground stations, this can be in the form of doing launch facilities, and in having space segments such as satellites and the like. For Kenya's Space Agency, we are highly committed in developing this capability, and the Broglio Space Center is a key partner in this endeavor. On our trajectory, where we would like to develop capability of launching satellites and other space-based vehicles from our territory, and to provide an avenue for tracking and controlling the same right from our territory.
Space offers numerous opportunities to support our Vision 2030 and its key driver, the Big Four agenda. Enhancement of food security, increasing the manufacturing base, the development of affordable housing, and universal healthcare coverage can all benefit from developments and investments in Earth observation applications and satellite manufacturing. Deepening the different subsectors provides numerous opportunities to the private sector to build on the favorable policy environment and to innovate out of the current challenges in the industry. Regionally, Kenya seeks to contribute to the African Union's Agenda 2063 through collaboration with our peers and international partners in efforts such as the African Development Satellite Initiative and various programs supported by our partners such as GMES and Africa Initiative.
We have several collaborative projects such as the AFDEFSAT and AFBAT-Romeo project. The AFDEFSAT is an African Development Satellite, which is a 6U-cube satellite that is being developed by 6 countries, which include Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, Egypt, Ghana, and Sudan. The mission of the African Development Satellite is to monitor climate change and find ways for mitigating the climate change.
The United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs is very instrumental in doing this and has supported us by awarding us several grants and programs. One of these projects is the Bartholomew Climb Camp project, where we host a payload together with the Egyptians and the Ugandan space programs to host a payload or a climate camera on the International Space Station. Another award that we have managed to get is the ISONSCOPE project, which is based on a telescope that will be located in Olonges Island within Kajiado County to track space debris and other near-Earth objects.
Which is a crucial activity in ensuring the safety of space-based assets such as satellites. The telescope will also be made available to researchers, students, and the public, and will allow them to collect their own space data for space-related projects and research.
Developing a national space capability is a highly intensive, very expensive, and very engaging effort. In that regard, Kenya Space Agency is on an ongoing basis trying to build this capability by investing in infrastructure, by investing in its personnel, and in developing an ecosystem that will be able to sustain this.
The story of space has been told through incredible innovations and developments. And now, we're in an era where we earthly humans rely on satellites out in space to connect us and move us around the globe and help us better understand our planet and the universe.
Kenya's space industry has grown significantly since the first satellites were launched into orbit from Kenyan territory in 1967. This development is encapsulated in activities and investments made by the Kenyan government in leveraging use of outer space for national development.
Our key aspiration is to achieve enhanced utilization of space services and space-derived data for our national socio-economic development, underpinned by an enabling national space capability and a thriving space economy.
The agency is currently involved in a number of activities. We are targeting the key sectors of our economy to leverage space capabilities in finding solutions to our challenges. These include agriculture, and with a focus specifically to food security, environmental monitoring, and natural resources management with focus on land use, water resources, mining, forest cover, wildlife, and blue economy, among others. We are working with Agriculture and Food Authority on capacity building and to develop products on pilot basis on sugarcane crop mapping in the Lake region, with a view to characterizing land under sugarcane plantations for better yield estimation. We have also worked with the Kenya Forestry Services to develop mapping products showing forest cover trends in the Kibiko, Ngong, and Aberdare forests to inform on effectiveness of afforestation programs. And we have also worked with the Nakuru County government to develop mapping products that show trend of urbanization in the county. We intend to extend this to provide mapping for utilities and social amenities.
Under research, we have a number of projects as well. We are currently running what we're calling the research grants, which were launched last year, where we are awarding universities the opportunity to do research and then give us some of the products. So we are focusing on space engineering, space science, and astronomy, as well as applications in Earth observation. This year we have 3 grants that are currently running. We have one on nano satellite development. We have under Earth observation applications, we have one on land cover mobile app data collection app. We have another one that is focusing on small-scale crop mapping using artificial intelligence and machine learning. And the idea for having these programs is essentially to try and catalyze some research at the university level.
The VC himself constituted a team to be able to compete with the other universities for the grant that were being put forward for researcher operational space weather.
With a timely prediction and from a number of sensors that will be located across the country, Kenya Space Agency seeks to establish a database that, when such data is analyzed, will be able to be used to give timely predictions about space weather.
We collaborated with the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology and also University of Eldoret to ensure that we work together and we deliver the project. And indeed, we were awarded in November 2020 for the project.
The project has benefited me as a student by gaining skills on fieldwork and also knowing how, when I finished university, what to expect. Also, I've gained a lot of skills in my area of programming.
We are working with one of our engineering startups to develop a 3-unit nanosatellite called Taifa Moja. This nanosatellite will be able to acquire images in a multispectral band as well as a panchromatic band. This will be used for natural resource mapping and spatial planning.
Space infrastructure is very important in terms of developing a nation's capability in space. This can be in the form of developing ground stations, this can be in the form of doing launch facilities, and in having space segments such as satellites and the like. For Kenya's space agency, we are highly committed in developing this capability, and the Broglio Space Center is a key partner in this endeavor. On our trajectory, where we would like to develop capability of launching satellites and other space-based vehicles from our territory, and to provide an avenue for tracking and controlling the same right from our territory.
Space offers numerous opportunities to support our Vision 2030 and its key driver, the Big Four agenda. Enhancement of food security, increasing the manufacturing base, the development of affordable housing, and universal healthcare coverage can all benefit from developments and investments in Earth observation applications and satellite manufacturing. Deepening the different subsectors provides numerous opportunities to the private sector to build on the favorable policy environment and to innovate out of the current challenges in the industry. Regionally, Kenya seeks to contribute to the African Union's Agenda 2063 through collaboration with our peers and international partners in efforts such as the African Development Satellite Initiative and various programs supported by our partners such as GMES and Africa Initiative.
We have several collaborative projects such as the AFDEFSAT and Bartolomeo project. The AFDEFSAT is an African Development Satellite, which is a 6U³ satellite that is being developed by 6 countries, which include Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, Egypt, Ghana, and Sudan. The mission of the African Development Satellite is to monitor climate change and find ways for mitigating the climate change.
We have one program we are working with NASA, the space agency in the US, where they have their hub for Eastern and Southern Africa at our center, and it's been there for now almost 15 years. We have established a regional resource hub that helps in the management of protected areas across 24 countries on the African continent.
We can never expect to harvest the benefits of space science and technology if we don't have the political commitment and we don't put the financial resources in this. So I think that's what we need to secure going forward.
We are the ones implementing all these projects, all these sectors where space technology is applied, they are implemented at the county level. I would recommend that you engage the Council of Governors so that we have an MOU with you so that you can now be able to promote this technology right to the people who practice and the governors who make the decisions, because that's the way we can be able to bring this technology to the lowest level possible.
We know that Kenya was once a launching site. We are still very keen on having conversations around establishment of a spaceport and many other facilities, ground infrastructure, whether it be in space traffic management or any other areas of interest. We are willing to listen, and we are looking forward to those interactions. Thank you.
have one program we are working with NASA, the space agency in the US, where they have their hub for Eastern and Southern Africa at our center. And it's been there for now almost 15 years. We have established a regional resource hub that
Good
helps
afternoon.
in the management of protected areas across
Good afternoon,
24
Nairobi.
countries
Good
on the
afternoon.
African continent.
We can never expect
good
to
afternoon.
harvest the benefits of space science and technology if we don't have the political commitment.
No, there's no lunch. Oh, there was lunch. So calling the session to order, people in the exhibition rooms, please come into the plenary. We're about to start. We are 20 minutes late, but we will make time. We are running the sessions from 1400 hours. In Arabuko Hall, we have emerging technologies in Earth observation data utilization. Kindly on the stage, could I have Dr. Kenneth Mubea, Vivian, Professor Laneve, Ms. Maglade, Thiongo, and Meshach. Please, please, Miss Maglade. Your Highness. Yes. No, random sitting. Yes. My room, there is a session potential for launch capability in Kenya. Dr. Mongera, have I seen him? Dr. Mongera, Colonel Nyawade, Gladys Ketich, Shohei Aoki, Joshua Mochache, Amir Samir. So we just have 2 concurrent sessions for this afternoon. And with that, Meshach, I hand over to you, Meshach.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues and distinguished guests. Good afternoon. Just want to grab your attention. Okay. Hope you can all see me and see the panelists. So you're welcome to this session. It's emerging technologies in Earth observation in EO data utilization. And of course, we are a few minutes late. We'll try to catch up. But I want us to quickly have a quick introduction. We have a good number of panelists, meaning that we have skill set in our table today. And I will give them, each of them, 30 seconds to say your name, your affiliation, and any keyword that you want to leave to the to give to the podium today, so that we go directly into the discussions. And especially starting us off is the keynote, the speakers of today, the presentation, and then the discussions. So I'll start from my far end, Dr. Kenneth Mubea. If that is your name, you tell us, and then we come all the way.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I can see the hall is just 1/8 as people are joining us. Kenneth Mubea with Drought Africa as a capacity development lead. So we are bringing the data to bring insights into Africa, how we can help our continent in terms of using Earth observations from agriculture, water, urban, and leave no one behind. Thank you.
I'll just use this.
COVID protocols recognized. My name is Professor McGlade, Jackie McGlade. I'm a professor at Strathmore University here in Nairobi in public policy, but I'm also co-founder of a new startup called Downforce Technologies. And there we do data fusion, we build digital twins using Earth observation, in situ data, and really our sort of motto is make every hectare count when it comes to climate change and people's livelihoods. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivian Mehta. I'm the managing director of Locate Limited, which is basically a ICT company based here in Nairobi, Kenya. And we pride ourselves in offering services, products, and solutions in the space of GIS and Earth observation, as well as in the development of what we call GIT, Geospatial Information Technology apps. I'm happy to be here, and thanks for the invitation to come and speak. Thank you.
Now I think now it's working. Okay, finally it's working. I'm still Giovanni Laneve from the University of Rome in Italy, and actually I'm teaching remote sensing at the university, and I'm involved in this Expo because actually I'm involved in a European project that is concerning the application of remote sensing in crop mapping or crop management, and also I'm involved in San Marco project that was a very old project that was concerning application related to space and satellites. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kuria Thiongo. I'm a lecturer at Dedan Kimathi University in Nyeri. I'm at the Institute of Geomatics, GIS and Remote Sensing, and I double up as the head of the Remote Sensing Research Group. So thank you.
Thank you, our panelists, and thank you for sticking to the time. Now, when we talk of emerging technologies, we're talking of other technologies that can be involved in Earth observation and make data more useful. And so we are coupling that with what we call data utilization. So in other words, it's not just producing data, but making that data count to the human perspective. And so to kick us off this conversation, we will have two presentations. I will welcome my first speaker, who is Dr. Kenneth Mubea from Digital Earth Africa. The presentation is empowering people to deliver impact through Earth observation. Again, we are focusing on the end users as the center of the business. Dr. Kenneth.
Thank you very much, Meshach. So also when I'm here, Meshach is also my boss because he's African Union is part of our governing board, so I have to stick to all protocols. Thank you so much. So from Digital Africa, we're empowering people to use Earth observation. So this is data from open satellites, Landsat, Sentinel, and as we go to the second page of this presentation, so that's actually a small biography of myself. I've been working with Digital Africa for some few years now, growing the number of users. Previously, we started with few countries, 5, Ghana, Kenya, Senegal, Sierra Leone, and Tanzania, and also acknowledging that KSA was very instrumental in the work we are doing in Kenya, helping us coordinate people, also getting the views, and also helping us improve the program to now Digital Africa so that we leave no one behind in the continent. So our mission is to provide this analysis-ready data for policymakers from different sectors, also students who are doing their research, industry leaders in the different domains, as well as government supporting the various ecosystems. So this is also providing opportunity for innovation in various sectors. So the solution is we have this data from open satellites from ESA, Sentinel-1 and 2. We also have Landsat from USGS. Or coupling all that into analysis-ready format so that it can be actually assessed. So actually imagine yourself when you are a student trying to download data from different sources, or you are working for government or working in a research lab. We tried to download data from different sources, but now with Drought Africa, you can just click and access the data. And from this data, we were able to actually provide more products. Like, for example, we have a water observation from space product for the whole continent. And I remember even Professor McLeod giving us a challenge of how we can even see the changes of Lake Baringo. We were able to show that over 30 years, which is really huge as part of the work for climate change and adaptation. Then also we have a product on crop services, which is for the continent, where we've worked with our partners to do the validation. We also have more as we continue to engage with our program. So our services are geared more to addressing the national development of our, the priorities of our different countries, also addressing sustainable development goals, and also addressing the African Union Agenda 2063. So at forefront is agriculture and food security, which is key for everyone. Just a joke that someone was chased from their village, they just remember they have to carry their maize. So that is more important. Food security other than leaving your clothes. So it's really key for everyone. Also addressing water, water variability from the continent. For example, we were showing how we had rising lakes in the Rift Valley, Lake Baringo in 2020 around September. And we are working with Regional Center to see how it can be used. And also this tool is actually here for us to use and make more use from it. We are working with various partners. We have partners, Regional Center for Mapping here. We have our head of operations itself in Sansa, South Africa. We have colleagues distributed all over the continent, and also value proposition for implementing partners like Regional Center for Mapping. We have agreements in Nigeria, in Niger. We have Afrigist in Nigeria. We have CSC in Senegal and Tunisia. And also we continue to grow even with the partners in this room. So after providing the service to the continent, we've worked with the users and stakeholders in terms of giving them the training online, which is free. And also we have weekly live sessions with every Wednesday to see where people are. So in terms of these countries like Kenya, we worked with someone from Kefri who was looking at wetlands in Sabaki. We were also working with someone from the conservancies in Isiolo, looking at how we could reform giraffes. Also working with different countries like in Botswana, looking at the Okavango. In Tanzania, we're also looking at mangroves in Zanzibar. If you come to the booth, you'll see some of the videos. And also we continue to engage with more people. For example, we had some projects with partners, Agribora in agriculture and big data in Ghana. And we continue to also support and empower the young people in Africa, since these are the future leaders of tomorrow. So I wish you to welcome to be part of our community, connect with you, and see how we can help Africa become better, the Africa we want. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Kenneth. We will hold questions later, but we will take the second presentation right away from Vivian Mehta from Located. And should take a few minutes after that. We will go into question and answers, starting with the panelists and then to the audience.
Okay, thank you very much, Meshach, for the introduction and invitation to present. Where to begin? Fortunately, Dr. Mubea, who has just come before me, was my lecturer at the university, and I'm really privileged to be presenting and sharing. So at least he can be able to see some of the work that he started is progressing well. Thank you. So my name is Vivian Mehta. I work with Located Limited as a managing director, and I'm going to share some of our experiences on leveraging on the power of EO and geospatial technologies for sustainable and socio-economic development in Africa. These are our own perspectives from an SME company based here in Nairobi. So that's my bio over there. I'm a geomatic engineer by training, been working in this industry for a few years now, collaborating and ensuring that we do develop projects and services that address the societal problems we face here in Africa. So Locate IT is a geo-ICT company based here in Nairobi, and we pride ourselves in offering space and geomatics products, services, and solutions. And our mission is to become a company that transforms communities in Africa, and through the provision of innovative geospatial services. And this is why we endeavor to develop and ensure that through the highly sophisticated yet simple space technologies, we develop products that positively impact the society. Our focus has been in the last few years in various sectors, as you may all know. The application of geospatial technologies is literally in every sector you can think about in this world. But our focus has been a lot more in the environmental, climate change, as well as agriculture-related projects. This is our DNA, what we call the 3 I's framework, which is what we believe in, whereby we believe that reliable information should translate to initiatives on ground. And reliable information, I mean data coming from geospatial or Earth observation related services. And this should entirely be used to ensure that we put in place proper initiatives and interventions that would entirely lead to transformative societal impacts at the local level. So I was invited to share a bit of maybe what we do at Locate IT with regards to emerging technologies, and I'll focus on some of the platforms or programs that we have been developing in the last couple of years. And that I will start with Agriculture's project. Maybe some of you who were here yesterday must have had some snippet on it, but Agriculture's is basically a program for enhancing food security in African agricultural system with the support of remote sensing. And here we're building a platform. We've built a platform that is an integrated solution that brings on board services, cross-cutting from the climate, crop, drought, land, livestock, weather, as well as water. So the whole purpose of it all, the objective was to ensure that we develop a decision support system for African governments to be able to use this to support food security initiatives in Africa. So in there are various products that are still broadly developed within the services that I mentioned. And I think Agriculture has a booth there, so feel free to come and interact with the team there, and we can be able to share a lot more on what we have been doing in that space. Second project I will highlight is what we call MISLAND. MISLAND is monitoring of the integrated service for land degradation in North Africa, whereby we're bringing these Earth observation technologies and plugins to be able to ensure that we provide end users with, again, a decision support system with cloud computing integrated platform to be able to support decision making in the fields of land degradation, forest changes, vegetation loss and gain, as well as erosion components on water, wind, and coastal. Last project here is, last but not least, there are many others of course, but because of time I just chose to highlight the three, is what we call Kilimo. Kilimo is a Kenyan innovation for low input maize production, and here we're working with various other partners to ensure that we deliver solutions to support fertilizer subsidy distribution in Africa. We have been piloting this project in Vihiga County, and luckily the governor was here yesterday, and I think he must have shed some light on what this project was covering there. The second objective is to support and promote sustainable agriculture, as well as to contribute to food security through the development of satellites and crop monitor, satellite-based statistics and crop monitoring services to support agricultural authorities to be able to ensure that they make proper decisions with regards to the distribution of subsidies, the distributions of inputs, the distribution of all other services that they do offer. The second approach to it is to ensure that we develop an integrated e-subsidy, e-extension services platform, whereby you have a challenge of extension officers in Africa, and we're bringing all these geospatial technologies to one platform, where an extension officer is able to have a tablet. They can be able to visualize all the different farmers within their jurisdictions. They can be able to see all the anomaly maps, and they can create the linkages to follow up with crop condition anomalies for the different farmers in the regions. The reason why I wanted to highlight this project particularly, and in line with the theme of this session, is on the innovative solutions that we are providing within there. There's a lot more, but more specifically, I would pull your attention to what we call the machine learning algorithm for automatic and massive delineation of fields. And we did this in Vihiga County, whereby you can understand that the dynamics in there, for those who know Vihiga County really well, they're very small farmers, smallholder farmers. Average size of land is about less than half an acre. And, for purposes of crop monitoring and for purposes of ensuring that there's proper management of subsidy distribution, we had a challenge with that, because we just needed to develop and try to sensitize the implementation of what we call the agricultural cadastre, to ensure that we can, in one way or another, integrate this machine learning algorithm to delineate all the fields within the county without having to, you do it the traditional way that we're used to, where we sit traditionally and digitize the field polygons by ourselves. So this is one of the innovative approaches, I think, as an emerging technology that we are trying to leverage on as a company. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I will end my presentation there, and I will invite you to visit our booth, Africulture's booth, and also the Vihiga County booth, to learn more about the Kilimo project and the Africulture's project. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. Thank you, Vivian. And now we go straight to the questions. We have had a lot of, keywords like cloud computing, machine learning, and many other terminologies. And I would like to ask, technology and innovations, of course, are rapidly evolving over time. So what are the new technologies and innovations that are in the data utilization field or domain, especially data utilization, meaning that putting data to use? And I would like to start with Prof, based on your experience, because you had some, in your introduction, you said that you are working on, machine learning and many other algorithms. So what are those technologies, and what are their usage into data utilization?
Okay, thanks very much, and great introductions. Well, for me, it's just a joy to be able to describe something which I consider that we could only dreamed about 5 years ago. When I first started working 10 years, 15 years ago on the Sentinel missions, delivering that as a public service was a big, big job, I can tell you. Persuading people it should be a public service. And I think what we're seeing today is a proliferation of new technologies because the basic data are freely available. So I kind of want to keep coming back to that, because it's great to fit in all of the private and the CubeSats and everything else, but there's a sort of juggernaut out there of free data. Now, what I think has happened, and what we've been able to do in Downforce Technologies, the new startup, is to rely on that as a sort of data source, and then to use not just GIS, not just layers, but to bring in new analytical techniques, machine learning, of course, AI, but you still need to know about how the world works. And so by using things like data fusion, building the digital twin, a concept which I think is just emerging into the space community, where we're able to build functional, spatial, dynamical models because of the frequency of the update from our satellite systems, to be able to genuinely, at very high resolution, 10-meter resolution, tell you how the land is responding, how it has responded in the last 5 years to climate change, to farming interventions, all kinds of things, and to really give that level of insight and explanation. So I'm going to give you one example of an end-to-end with lots of technology all the way through, and hopefully it'll explain why I'm so excited about being able to be here today. So for the last 5 years, I've been working in the Mao forest. Those of you from Kenya will know it's one of the biggest forests in East Africa, in Africa, hugely important, supports 30 million people with water. 13.5 million people now live in and around the Mao forest. Most of them are farmers, all with 1 hectare of land. So the question is, if you're going to try and restore that forest, because we've lost 50% of the forest cover, we've lost 4,000 kilometers of rivers since the 1970s, how on earth do you go around doing that? Well, first of all, you have to empower people. You have to talk to communities. And so the first step was to give everyone in our community teams the opportunity to say what was important and to capture that. And then to help them learn and to help us co-design on an app, on our smartphones, something called Sapelli, where they describe the forest in detail, more trees than you can imagine, and connect it with very accurate GPRS so that now we know where all the trees are and we know the health of the tree. And then those data become basically the underpinning for the natural capital mapping. Now everybody is part of this natural capital mapping. Fast forward a couple of years, the communities are getting very experienced, they're growing trees, they're really understanding about regenerative farming, but now they need the proof. So what Downforce was able to do was to produce for the whole of the Mao forest, 500,000 hectares, a detailed map at 10-meter resolution of soil organic carbon. How much carbon is in the ground, and what's the potential of the soil to sequester more carbon? Now, why do we care about that? Well, it's not just about planting trees. The climate crisis needs us to sequester carbon on every single hectare. That's why I say every hectare counts, literally. But we need to empower people to have that information. So we use Sentinel data, we use JEDI, we use a whole raft of EO information to create a 10-daily picture of how the surface of the Earth and carbon is changing. And with that, we now have an end-to-end solution. And what is that? A tree gets planted, and in the tree, you knock an RFID nail. That's part of an Internet of Things. That nail can tell an investor sitting in the City of London whether the tree is alive and growing. Those data go up onto our platform. There's a GPRS, tells you exactly where that tree is. Now, the trick is, the tree is growing. We're sequestering carbon. So now we talk about blockchain. We talk about all the added evidence that is required coming from Earth observation, from the data fusion, from the digital twin, to enable banks and investors to now feel confident that they can buy that carbon. This is not greenwash. This is real carbon going in the ground, which can be checked and can be verified. Yes, with a person, but also with our satellite data. And so today, as we talk about launching a carbon market and a natural capital market here in Kenya, in East Africa, it is possible for us to attract investors who've got trillions of dollars, I can tell you. But because of space, we're able to make that end-to-end connection with someone thousands of kilometers away, feeling confident that when they send the money through, and here's the last bit, the M-Pesa mobile wallet, to the lady who's actually growing the tree, they know that the money is going to the right person and the carbon is being sequestered. And I think that's the story I would like to sort of, for you to go away with from Downforce and from all of the people in this room who are contributing to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. And that's the data utilization cycle. And just adding on top of that, Dr. Kenneth Mubea, what are those technologies that you know, on top of what Prof has spoken about, that you think the emerging technologies are addressing?
So thank you very much, Meshach. Borrowing from Professor McLeod is that that aspect of using data cubes to have like programs like Drought Africa has been a game changer. For example, helping the Northland Rangeland Trust in Isiolo with the conservancies. So they gave us a scenario where they were not sure about Ololekwe Island in Lake Begaringo, and we did a simulation just using free data for the last 10, 20 years. and producing products which they'll go and sit down with the farmers and ask how has the situation been. So the farmers and the communities around could say there's an issue of a weed which has been causing problems, proposis. And also there was another issue with the Ololokwe Island might experience some floods. So then we were able to relocate the giraffes using the information we got. But also then, as being a part of a big data, was that they received some support from US government, I think the Interior Office, on some algorithms that can show you the trends in the vegetation, and they wanted us to be able to custom that algorithm into our program. So I think also the aspect of adaptability of our systems and interoperability, because then we could replicate the algorithm and actually have it as a free service for them to use, and they're able to share that even in a BBC News sometime last year. Then also continuing with this big data is to empower the communities, like some work we were doing in Zanzibar, helping them with mangroves, and this was part of a documentary for Amazon Web Service in terms of climate, empowering young women, also going down with the youth mappers on the ground to actually see these are the products, this is the validation, and this is the need for call to action. The policymakers actually brought into the picture. So it's, this big data is helping us work across different platforms and also work closely with the policymakers and also empower the young people to be part of the ecosystem. So those are three parts I'm trying to highlight in any program, and also we continue to engage with other programs like GMS to see how we can complement, because I think these big technologies are coming up, and the issue is for us to work together to empower our countries in their priorities, and we can look at the African Union vision of having the Africa we want together collectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kenneth. A lot of terminologies there. I would not add that by without asking Professor Leneve to come on, to come into the discussion. And I would like to ask the same question, but in a different way. You know, what are those technologies and innovations for data utilization? But then give us an insight, because you have been in the industry for a long time. What are the limitations and the challenges when it comes to integrating emerging technologies into EO, and how do you think the industry could do better to overcome those challenges?
Thank you. It's quite interesting question. We have to say something before to, then we can say something more on the challenges and solutions. Some of the, actually some of the new technologies, let me say, for the utilization or exploitation of this data is based on the clouds, no? The idea is to have the possibility to access these big computers with a lot of capabilities in the sense of processing. Then you don't need to have at home a server with the memory in order to do your work. Then you do this in internet. And actually in Europe, apart Google Earth Engine that almost I think all the people inside here know already, there is also some initiative in Europe, not Italy, concerning one of them is called the OCRE, that means Open Clouds for Research Environments. That is, this initiative is providing through internet the possibility to access resources for processing all images you want to process, also for archive data, and also to develop your providing, the already algorithms, software for running and your process, and this kind of things. But still there is a challenge here. You need for accessing this internet, high-speed internet. So this is one of the problems possibly I face in Africa is present, because in the framework of the project in which I'm involved with other colleagues, we are trying to involve many users, because the objective of the project is providing something that can be used by users, final users. And one of the main problems is the difficulties in accessing our platform with all the services that we are providing because the internet connection is not so fast. Then this is one of the main challenges. Another one concerns, we can also say something on the possible solutions, but I don't know, in the following second round of this, discussion. I don't want to take much time in the second challenge is concerning, because it's not just using a tool, it's understanding what we are doing. Then, it's not just a matter of using machine learning, deep learning, artificial intelligence, but it's a matter of understand what we are doing, what the algorithm is providing to us. Then this needs knowledge. This needs training. Then one of the way, in my opinion, to cover this aspect of understanding in the right way what remote sensing can provide, or data fusion, or any kind of things you are thinking about in which you are going to apply your artificial intelligence approach, require understanding of what you are doing. And then I think a way to solve this, this also is something that we have done in the project, is developing use cases. Then through use cases, you can show to the users, final users, what you can do using remote sensing and possibly introducing, when needed, if needed, artificial intelligence approach. So I don't know if was at least partially answered the question.
I think you have given us the context and what kind of solution we can lay down to overcome those challenges. And I would like to jump to my neighbor here, Professor Kuria Thiongo, working in this field for a long time. Probably the challenges in Europe are different from Africa, and the emerging technologies are probably at different level of maturity. But what do you think are those challenges? Because we have the emerging technologies, yes, we have had a lot of machine learning, we have data fusion and data cubes that are coming up. But what are those challenges that are being like the bottlenecks to the development or integration of these emerging technologies? And what do you think would be the solution?
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll give my perspective from the projects that we've been leading at the university. So I have been the project lead for one of the KSA projects, which is the small-scale crop mapping, using artificial intelligence and machine learning. Another project that we've been doing is funded by the German Ministry of Education and Research, where we're involving the community in developing applications for the management of the natural resources within an area in Nyeri, one of the catchment areas. And then the last one, what we have done, is funded by the Water Sector Trust Fund, and it's a matter of an abstraction survey, trying to bring out any illegal abstraction activities of the water resource. So some of the challenges that Prof has alluded to are not much, they are not any different. If I talk in general of the infrastructure, in infrastructure, then you're talking about the internet speeds. We are talking about regular blackouts. So we have instances where you're waiting for your process to complete. You've been waiting for a whole day, and then the power providers decide otherwise, and then you have to start all over again. It's a process that is taking a day or two. So it really takes you back. So in terms of the infrastructure, we're talking about internet, the power, we are talking about even storage capacities. So on the solution part, what we decided is we have developed applications that can be used by the community members in this mapping. So we decided to incorporate a server into our budget. So we got a local server at the university. So all the data that we collect using these applications is directed towards this server. So we are saying even when there's a downtime with the cloud things, then you are able still to access this data at any time, prepare algorithms to process the data which is available locally, and then you can do the test runs. So that is in as far as the infrastructure is concerned. The second challenge that has come out is the link to the industry. So through these projects you've seen, we've been able to measure the impact that these projects have had because we already have a ready client on the other side. But from the university side, we always bring out students. Every year we have students who are doing their final year projects. Some of these projects, I don't know whether to say most or let me just say some to be on the safe side. Some of these projects then are more of like abstract. You find a topic and I'm doing my thesis because I want to finish and graduate. How different, how better, how good it will have been if we have a link to the industry, to the market, so that this student already knows that there's a challenge with company X and I'm providing a solution that will already be incorporated or will provide a solution to that company or to a certain player in the industry. So that is something that, a challenge that we are working towards, this collaboration with the industry, and I think this is one of the forums that will open up that area. And then finally, maybe we are facing a lot of mistrust. There's a lot of mistrust in as far as use of Earth observation technology is concerned. We know that any Earth observation, any results from the Earth observation needs to be validated on the ground. Now, how do you convince somebody who has been collecting this primary data from the ground that we really require this data to do ABCD? So you start a whole chain of explanations, but the bottom line, what you read between the lines is that they don't trust what you're doing. So availing the data, participating in some of these questionnaires or the data collection activities, there's some sort of like resistance to it. So perhaps I can stop there, and because those are the main some of the three main challenges that we've been facing in as far as the implementation of Earth observation in this project is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thiongo. I think you did justice because you're narrowing down to the real context on what we're facing on the ground. And you mentioned a lot about infrastructure, which I don't want to lose that momentum. And I would jump quickly to Vivian. You presented a lot also concerning infrastructure. So what are those? Are you facing any infrastructural challenges? I know you're based in Kenya, but you're also doing projects outside Kenya. What are those challenges in the infrastructural domain? And what do you think we can do about them with the emerging technologies that we are talking about?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so infrastructural challenges, as my colleagues, Professor Laneve and Thiongo have highlighted, are not very unique to just ourselves as African countries. A lot of the times we are building solutions in a bid to ensure that we provide services that are going to reach out to more end users. We're building web services that are disseminating various information to various people. Not your traditional way where we used to have maps done, and as soon as they are published or presented through paper maps, they are already outdated. So the infrastructural challenges we have had in development of these cloud computing solutions are some of the end users that we develop these solutions for have internet access challenges. And I like the point that Theo has highlighted there. And in our bid to ensure that we leave no one behind, we are trying to develop hybrid what we're calling hybrid solutions to this infrastructural challenge. In as much as we're developing a tool or platform that is supposed to be largely used on the web, we are trying to set up also the on-site or physical servers, so that in cases of internet connectivity issues, then people, or even access to power outages and all, the backup, the system can still be able to provide services that are being disseminated. Largely, again, on that space is the fact that you realize that internet and the Earth observation tools that are being developed are also are consuming high bandwidth and also would take a lot of time maybe to download. So you're talking about internet speeds. It's not just internet accessibility, but internet speeds, where in most cases you would find that these platforms, yes, they are there, they can compute, but a user has to wait, you know, I don't know how long to be able to download or process something on the cloud platform. So again, the hybrid approach to it, where you have the on-site and the cloud service, become very, very key in ensuring that these challenges are addressed.
Thank you, Vivian. And to do justice to gender, I will also go directly to Prof. Jacqueline. You know, what are those needs, infrastructural needs that can enable emerging technologies to happen? I got a sense from your presentation or from your talk this afternoon that you're doing a lot of, you know, infrastructural infrastructural heavy projects like GPRS, you know, machine learning, AI, and so on, digital twins, and so on. So what are those, you know, infrastructural requirements and challenges, if there are, that will need to happen in order to enable the emerging technologies take shape?
Well, I'm going to slightly stretch the phrase infrastructure here, because I really would like to say something about policy. I really think that one of the things we're missing, those of you who are Kenyans have gone through the Huduma exercise know precisely what I mean about having your digital ID. But there's actually a whole world out there of policy that we need around e-governance, around the ownership of that digital identity. Now, that's where infrastructure comes in, because in a sense, even infrastructure has an identity. And one of the things that we learn very quickly, if you get into the business of e-governance and sort of the whole digital way in which we transmit information, is who actually owns the data, who's responsible for it. Particularly government infrastructure, it's not always clear there's a clear handover as infrastructure is operating. And so there are many areas, particularly here in Africa, where we simply don't have the policy rigor or even implementation to deliver in a way that at the speed that technology is coming online. Strathmore is actually beginning now a whole new curriculum on e-governance for this reason, learning from Estonia and others who've worked in the open governance world. But it's a very serious issue for me, because even if you're talking about cloud and on-prem and you're moving things around, you still need to be very, very conscious, particularly if you're holding data from the community, and the community is an abstract entity made up of many people, community land and so forth. We need to be extraordinarily careful about how we manage that. So that would be, for me, a part of the infrastructure conversation that's very, very important, and something that we need to develop alongside of all the kind of the physical gizmos as well.
And you mentioned about policy, and you know, because so many programs are developing their own infrastructure. Do you think there is enough cooperation in the infrastructural requirements and solving the challenges that exist?
No, but on the other hand, what we don't want is every single IoT to be regulated. We want to have a lot of creativity. We want people to come with ideas and solutions and so forth. But even the way in which drones are regulated, I mean, it's a very tricky world to work in at this moment in the near-Earth aspect. But genuinely, I think we need a digital infrastructure policy that helps us place all of these elements in it, so that companies, as well as the public sector, can feel confident that everything literally can be connected together, and where, in a sense, there's an identity for Kenya to benefit from the idea of having some parts open, some parts commercial, and so forth. Because we won't build an ecosystem of business unless there's also that security for intellectual property and for ideas. So we need a blend. We need to learn And we shouldn't just always think that it's about GPDR. There are many other entities and elements of policy that we need to bring on board. Thank you.
So Jacqueline, and thank you, the panelists. And we have our audience here who have been listening enough, and I think it's their time now to express either their concerns or additions that they have in mind regarding this topic of emerging technologies in EO. We all know that Earth observation has been existing for a long time. A lot has changed, but still needs to change. What are those, emerging technologies that we are talking about and their utilization into the domain? So you have listened enough. If you have any questions or concern, or even an addition, may I see your hand so that we can enrich this discussion? I see a hand there. I see one there, one here. Okay, let's start from that side, and then we move this way.
Okay. Yeah, so my name is Olo. I am a lecturer at the Technical University of Kenya. I also have a startup that acts as a mentoring space in geo questions. And I like the topic that you're discussing, and I have a concern, and I think mostly it will go to Dr. Mbea and Vivian. And as we talk about these emerging technologies, and they're exciting, and usually what happens is a few people who it is exciting to pursue it to the limits, so they can advance the technology and pursue it to the limits. And the other thing is that funders also like these ideas, and they can also fund these ideas, and so there's progress in this particular way. But the concern is that what is the knowledge transfer from these technologies to other people? Is there any curriculum that is developed? Let's say if there's a project like the ones that are going on, is there any curriculum that is developed so that people who are not so technologically persuaded initially have some basic curriculum that they can learn from? Because I believe in this way, then we have a sustainability not just in terms of the technological developments, but also in terms of the knowledge. Thank you.
Vivian and Dr. Ken Mubea note the questions, and then we're going to take the first round. So we had the second hand here.
Yes, hello. My name is Eric, and I would like to start by thanking KCA for starting this initiative to present. I think this is the inaugural conference on space. So I work at Downforce Technologies, and we utilize machine learning for coming up with useful information from Earth observation. So I think Earth observation provides vital signs about how the Earth is performing, just like the way you'll get vital sign from a human being. You can get things like temperature, products like soil organic carbon. Now my question is to the panel is, do you foresee a future where this information can be distilled in a way that the local person, because as you know, like Kenya, like the bulk of the staple food, like for example maize, is produced by small hold farmers who contribute to like 90%. So do you foresee a future where this information can be distilled down the same way a farmer will get information about weather? Do you foresee a future where they can get information about crop performance, crop health, how the soil is performing, to the level where they can utilize it to make the decision? And also, because we realize that information about Earth, like for example, policy is driven mostly by politicians. Do you foresee a situation where this information can be distilled in a way that even local politicians, like MCAs, politicians, can come up with ways and like policies that can intervene? Yes. So I'd like also to thank the panel, Dr. Mbea, my professor, and the other panel members. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's have that questions, and then we answer that before we, if we still have time, we can take the second round. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Virginia Waringa from the University of Nairobi. I have a question concerning the Earth observation application tools for viewing, editing, and processing images. Recently, we had a distributed web platform called WASD launched under the European Space Agency. And this advanced platform can be used to search satellite data, to visualize them online, to run algorithms, display them, and even evaluate their results. So my question is, as a continent, as Africa, what developments are we yet to do, or what steps are we to take to achieve these high-performance cloud computing progresses or functionalities? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a valid question. So, Dr. Mubea, I think the first question was for you and Vivian.
Thank you very much, Professor Olo, my good friend. So the question was the startup and the knowledge transfer from some of these programs. So to someone who maybe who's layman, so like for example, the Digital South Africa, it's a program born from Australia and now domiciled now in Africa. And we've developed online courses which are free. And also thanks to the invitation like from universities, for example, at TUK, we were able to have a GIS Day last year, November, where we had an outreach program with students. So we continue to engage more with people from different backgrounds and also even mentoring different people. For example, Vivian is one of our mentees and she's doing something for herself. Stella also is in the room doing something at WFP. So we continue to empower people. Even now, actually, we are empowering a group of women called Africa Women in GIS. So there's an African group, and we're giving them some trainings, virtual sessions, and even connecting them with partners in Africa who can actually help them do some purposeful programs. So I think at the end of the day, any startup program should be about empowering the people, providing all the knowledge. Like our program provides all the source code, everything is open source. You can actually replicate it yourself, even opportunity for making it offline. And with such a technology, that means there's nothing is possible. So it's possible to continue with it, have the training, and even continue to engage with other platforms. So the other question from Eric was that if there's how you can actually downscale the information from some of these products to the local farmer. It's actually very possible, like the work Vivian is doing, and also we are trying to work with our partners on crop analytics. There's a tool called ECAS, enabling crop analytics. And actually it's a program now in Zambia where we are working with farmers at the ministry level to actually collect more information on the ground and compare with what we have. We can actually do crop yield estimation. And actually they are going further to see if they can provide information in terms of SMS service. So it's very possible with all programs. We actually design that the local person actually is empowered at the end of the day. Then the last question from our sister is that do we have such programs in Africa? And one of them actually is Digital South Africa, which is making free data from those European Space Agency satellites. Here we have Sentinel-1 and 2 for free. You can use it for your university program at 10 meters, show some use case for your community, social impact, and actually empower your own community so that at the end of the day, everyone is empowered, and also empower the government to provide more services to everyone. Thank you.
We're running short of time, but I wouldn't let you go without, one of you addressing the question that came from the lady from University of Nairobi. What are Africans doing to improve the tools that we are talking about? Is there any enhancement, or we're just taking it as it is? And what are those enhancements that we are doing? Any of you who is willing to take that as we close? Okay, Prof.
A completely different group you wouldn't imagine, but anyway, it's a network of African young science diplomats. And we put them together about 5 years ago. There are 700 of them. And what these are young scientists across Africa who want to influence diplomacy through data. And they're finding that EO is one of the most influential ways by putting a story in front of their delegation as they go in to negotiate. And so they're becoming more and more engaged. We've got the ladies of Landsat. We've got all these different groups who are spinning out, creating new, different ways of using high-performance computing and so on. But they're taking it right down to the table for negotiations. And I think this is really inspirational. That's what I wanted to leave everyone with. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Prof. A quick round of applause. But before you go, just one word, keyword that you want to leave to the panel. Just one keyword, not 2 words. Prof. From here, we can start from.
Oh. So integration of Earth observation data into our daily lives is a continuous process. It's not something that can be achieved because there's always development that is happening. So it's a continuous process, and that's an aspect that we should appreciate and continue towards it. Thank you.
Okay, Prof broke the rules, but we're just taking one word. But I take integration. Okay. Prof.
You know, just very fast. I have students at the thesis now. They try to reach the end of the thesis. Then, for instance, they go on the internet, they look for the programs already available, they do everything in Google Earth Engine, then they reach the end of the process with the thesis, but what they learned is very, very low. Then, I mean, remote sensing is something that is not easy to work with. Then we have many data, informations, also tools, but you have to understand very well what you are doing in order to reach a good product that you can validate having a good results. So.
Okay, thank you. Vivian, one word.
Oh, too many words, but for me it's to demystify the technology. Earth observation is usually regarded as one very extreme, rocket science, so it looks very alien. But when we try to demystify these technologies to provide solutions that are addressing very societal challenges, then we are able to, get to more and more users, as well as develop or leverage on the technology to provide the real power that it enables us to leverage on. Thank you.
Prof, one word.
Collaboration is what we do in all the space missions.
Thank you. Ken?
Include everybody.
Thank you. Okay. It's funny how we count words. I think some of us have one word for many words. And thank you, audience, for being with us all this time. I know it's just after lunch and you're feeling sleepy and some of you tired, but I would like to ask you to stand up and stretch as we welcome the other session. Thank you.
Is it on? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you so very much. I know you've eaten into the next hour so badly. But our keynote speakers, please stay up on stage. We have something small for you. Keynote speakers. Our keynote speakers, please don't go yet. Thank you so much. All right, great. Another round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Right now, I would like to very quickly, after our 2 seconds of stretching, very quickly on stage, please, I would like to hand over to Sylvia Macario, if you're here, please, so that you can take us through the next session. Sylvia Macario, are you there? Sylvia? No? Yes? Okay. I see you. Karibu sana. Sylvia, please, up on stage. All right. And the panelists for the next session, Sylvia will be taking you through. Welcome.
final session of the day, and I hope you're energized to hear from my esteemed panel. I will quickly introduce my panelists, and from my left side, extreme left, we have Dr. Tidiane Ouattara, who is the space science expert, African Union Commission. Next, we have Davis Cook, who is the CEO, the Research Institute for Innovation and Sustainability. Next to Davis, we have Philip Thigo, who is the Senior Director for Africa Thunderbird School of Global Management. And then next to him, we have Dr. Gatama Gishini, who is Deputy Director, Kenya National Innovation Agency. Then we have Sheena Raikundalia, who is the Director, UK Kenya Tech Hub, my very only lady on the panel. And then we have Dr. Gashigi, who is the Executive Director of Gearbox. Of course, my name is Sylvia Macario, and I'm going to add to the panel as the other lady on the panel. So we know that innovation is catalyzed by various recipes, from research and development to having trust and willingness, collaboration in the ecosystem, as well as inclusion, as we heard from the past panel discussion. And today we are going to really delve into the whole idea of understanding whether space technology is actually a viable process, and is it happening as it should in the African continent. And without wasting time, we're going to go into answering the question, is space technology in Africa, do we have an environment that really caters to that? And as I said, my esteemed panel will try to help me answer that. From research and development, we have academia, we have innovation hubs, to individuals who have dealt in hardware. Space technology ranges from, we have two sides of it. We have the upstream side and the downstream side. And the upstream side involves the launch of the rockets and whatnots, and the downstream side is the acquisition of the data and taking that data to apply to the use cases on the ground. So I'm going to quickly start. What is the status of innovation and entrepreneurship in the space sector in Africa? And I will start this question focusing it to Sheena and Dr. Kamau Gashigi, because you've been in this space for long.
Be helpful. Yes, thank you everyone. As mentioned, my name is Sheena Raikundalia, and I'm the country director for the UK Kenya Tech Hub. So we're part of the UK government department. So we work with a department called DCMS, which is Digital Culture, Media and Sports, but in partnership with various others based here in Kenya. And it's really funny because the question you ask about the innovation ecosystem is kind of why we're here. One of the roles of the UK Kenya Tech Hub is to help support this ecosystem, and of course, not just in space. But I think the question then becomes is, where are we in terms of the space ecosystem? And I think we're in an exciting space, but no pun intended, but it's very, very early stage. So I think what we're seeing, and this is what is seen kind of across the ecosystem, is lots of different players doing lots of different things. So the thing about space is it's very exciting. And so all of a sudden you have a hype, you have this excitement, but actually the things that are most exciting about this ecosystem are probably the more boring things, like the data and the use case applications. So in terms of the ecosystem for space in Kenya, it exists, as you can see from this conference, but things are happening in silos. So academia is doing their research, and there's lots of amazing things. You have things with hardware, you have tech companies, However, if you really want to see the ecosystem grow, you need to kind of stop these silos, and you need to get the different players working together, including, and I'm going to say this, but sort of the SMEs in the space. To get a thriving sector, you need to work across the whole kind of value chain, and we're not there yet. Where we are is excitement in the sector, lots of different things happening, some amazing innovations coming out from even kids in university, etc. But it's not at that stage where we're seeing kind of scalable, sustainable solutions. And remember, you know, it's two ways. There's obviously the big space and NASA, etc. And the truth is, we don't have that funding to compete, and we shouldn't be trying to compete in a head-to-head model. But there's lots of different things that we can be doing.
Dr. Shige?
I am going to basically describe my own views based on what I do. I was told that I might get a chance to show a slide deck. Would that be a bit later? Mm-hmm. Okay. So what I do is I run a hub that makes it possible for people who have an idea to be able to make a prototype of that idea and to be able even to test it in the marketplace. It's called Gearbox, and what we have is a bunch of equipment that people have access to, so that very often the reason why people won't be able to easily prototype within, especially the hardware space, is the lack of access to machines. And we also take into account that there needs to be a certain level of education around how to design. So design thinking, design as per physics, design for manufacture, industrial design, all these different types of design are what it takes to make a product that will actually succeed in the marketplace. And so within a community setting, again, ecosystem, we make available all this kind of the skills and the machines to whoever the innovator is. The innovator could typically come from a university, or it could be somebody who hasn't got very much education. People from the Juakali sector, we get people with all kinds of backgrounds in our space. And for us, looking at the space enterprise, if I can call it that, and what the Kenya Space Agency is doing, for us, this is really very important towards the building of an ecosystem. And it's only when the ecosystem is working that we'll start to see the strides that we need, because very often it's possible to have an individual with a capacity, education, background to be able to do something very well, but quite often whatever it is that they produce might not be affordable or competitive, and it's only when the ecosystem grows that you start being able to be competitive as well. And this is captured in this economic concept called economic complexity, which I've been reading a whole lot about, not being an economist myself, but pretty much looking at what the capacity of a country is in terms of the breadth of things that it can make competitively. And so that's really where we sit, especially with the backdrop of the fourth industrial revolution, whereby the pace of change in technology is now faster than it's ever been before, and countries that are poorer like ours will need to be able to very strategically invest in building that ecosystem in a manner that makes it possible to be competitive where historically we haven't been. And so for us at Gearbox, one of the key things that we're doing towards this is developing the capacity for electronics production, being able to make circuits, printed circuit boards, and we have a joint venture. We've been doing this for a while. And because of what we've been doing historically, we have a joint venture with a European company that is one of the top companies in the world in terms of making what's called the surface mount technology machines and equipment. And so right now in an industrial area here in Nairobi, we're able to make any kind of circuit at all at scale as well. So for us, this is an important step in terms of building the ecosystem. I think I'll be able to say more later.
Thank you so much, China and Dr. Gishigi. I think you mentioned about ecosystem building, as well as funding. Inclusion comes in terms of developing for the end user. Coming back to the research side and trust and willingness and collaboration, back to Davis, Philip, as well as Dr. Tidiane and Dr. Gautama, what are you seeing in terms of Davis, for example, in terms of research? You've been involved, Reese has been involved in Earth observation and trying to figure out the entire value chain on Earth observation, the funding processes and everything else. What is what are we seeing now? Are we accelerating the process? Is the process still at an early stage? Are we moving to a place where we feel like we are comfortable enough to say Africa is ready for space technologies? And to Philip and Dr. Tidiane, as well as Dr. Gautama, what is the collaboration like? Because you sit in that space where you facilitate collaboration as well as try and see that organizations are working together to ensure the objectives are met. Davis?
Sure, thanks. So I think that across the continent there have been for a long time the development of a range of different technologies. I think for me one of the big questions is firstly around access to finance to commercialize that and bring that into kind of market spaces. And I think that there is an increasing amount of money that's flowing into Africa in that regards. So if I take, if you look at the venture capital kind of numbers, VC funds into Africa have been doubling every year for the last 5-6 years. Last year we were sitting at just under $3 billion of VC that flowed into the continent. In Q1 of this year, we are already at that number. So the amount of capital that's flowing in is enormous. But I think there's two important questions. One is, where is this capital originating? And it tends to originate out of Europe and the US. And I think that more domestic ownership of these kinds of technologies is very important. And the second thing is to, and this is kind of a little bit to Sheena's point, to help catalyze the local ecosystem so that we are having more people in country who are taking advantage of these opportunities. So I think that we are already on a particular trajectory for growth, but it's a question of making sure that we can build positive feedback loops to keep that happening.
Right. Anybody can take it. Dr. Tidian, you already have a microphone.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, thank to the Kenyan Space Agency for giving us that opportunity. In fact, the African Union Commission undertook 2 studies on the matter. It was specifically on Earth observation because it is the most, I would say, this is where Africans are a lot. But the telecommunication SATCOM is where the big numbers are in terms of money. But coming back to your question, Earth observation is not new in Africa. It has been in Africa for the last 50 years. But it was mainly done by public service. And today, we are seeing the shift to other key players, among those, the private sector, the academia. And it is also important to underline the fact that in Africa, all is almost to be done in terms of using Earth observation to develop new services. Therefore, we have huge natural resources, a huge continent. The services are numerous, where we can address the African citizens' needs. Therefore, we have a lot of opportunities. Now, the question, or there are 2 questions. Do we have enough competencies or skill set, meaning critical capital human resources to address this? That is one question. Second question is the research and development we are doing through the research centers and universities. Are these researches addressing the African needs or the market's needs? Therefore, there is a need to create a kind of strong linkages between research and development and the user's needs. And the last, we are talking about a capital. We can come back to that because we have severally, when we discuss with people, we are under the impression that they are waiting for money coming from somewhere. There is no miracle. You have to link the action to the priorities of those who have the money. I will stop there. In conclusion, things are not like before, thanks to the new space, which from 2005 was bringing us to the new era of space, where we don't need big money to do space business. With the new development, new technologies, we can afford. And this is why we African Union Commission, we think that all African countries can afford space today. There is no power country or the poverty in Africa for space. Let's talk about it later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tidiane. So you talked about miniaturization of the technology and the whole aspect of trying to bring everyone on board. Philip and Dr. Gatama, how are you seeing the collaboration moving forward now that it's becoming cheaper to launch satellites to space in terms of capital? Because initially it was very capital intensive.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. And I think, so a couple of things. One is collaboration requires a level of fluency. You must be speaking the same language. And so I think for us, the first thing is to how do you equalize to create a common understanding, even in terms of terminologies, because I'm hearing terms being used here interchangeably, space, launch. I mean, we at Thunderbird speak about the space economy in general. And in that, we understand everybody has a role across the value chain in the space economy. I do not expect a Kenyan all of a sudden to have capabilities around quantum computing, right? But then, because of the in situ sort of the local knowledge, they have a way that they can sort of participate in the space economy. We talk about citizen science. These are not scientists, but by the virtue of their location, they have some knowledge they are bringing in the larger space economy. So I think for me, we start from there. That collaboration must come from understanding that everybody has a role in the space economy. And so we can contribute based on our role and not necessarily the very high skills or capabilities that exist. The second thing then, which means we need new models of collaboration. That we understand that because everybody can contribute, then this collaboration becomes different. Yesterday I spoke about Kenya having the ambition of putting up a launch pad, right? We are doing that based on our innate capability, the sort of geographical positioning. We do not have everything else. But based on that, we can claim that we can have a launch pad, even without a very robust space program. The third thing I think is this whole strategic refresh around technology transfer. And I speak to myself as somebody from the US, Thunderbird, or Sheena and I talk about this a lot. To the extent that how do we ensure that technology transfer is not predatory? Is in a way that then is not about extracting. That anything that we do around research must be of public value, but benefit the community. But also the impact of that research, we also assume responsibility. Because in most cases, a lot of this technology transfer or research does not assume responsibility to the community, and therefore is often disempowering. The final thing I think for me is investment. This has to be co-owned. This relationship that we think in Africa that somebody has to pay for what must benefit us, I think needs to change. In Africa, we are the lowest in every part of the world in terms of investment in research. I think Kenya, Egypt, and Nigeria are leading in this, but still less than 1% of our GDP. So we need to put money where our mouth is. If this is important, invest so that somebody co-invests with you and not depend on everybody else when we know ODA is shrinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gatama, you're leading the Kenya National Innovation Agency, which a lot what Philip is talking about is supposed to be the custodian or the honoring that portfolio of innovation and accelerating the commercialization of technologies in Kenya and beyond. So what are you seeing in terms of the collaboration aspect as well as knowledge transfer, as Philip alluded to? And are we moving in a pace that we are getting there yet, or is it just regurgitating the same information over and over again?
Thank you very much, moderator of the session. And as you have put it clearly, we are coming from the National Innovation Agency. And the National Innovation Agency, the mandate is to coordinate and support innovations. For sure, there is a lot of innovation that is coming from the space science. And I'll mention that in reference to collaboration, a very good example that has really promoted South-South cooperation is what we call the Square Kilometer Array program. the Square Kilometer Array program, for those of us who are coming from the space science, you find quite a number of African countries participating in that program. And the reason why they are participating in that program is, for example, for skills, innovative skills for purposes of promoting innovation within the space science. So you find that lots of students have graduated through that program in form of MSc, in form of PhD, and quite a number of startups have come out of that program. I think the other thing that we need to get into in reference to collaboration, as it has been put by the previous speakers, is the purpose of this collaboration. If, for example, the value proposition of that collaboration is not speaking to our needs, then that defeats the purpose. And I'm sure from the African Union, in reference to space science, we have been guided. There are very strategic instruments and tools that have guided where, as a continent, we want to be in reference to space science. Coming back home, we have our Vision 2030, which has been rolled out into various medium-term plans. I'm coming from education, science, technology, and education, and I'm aware for the last 10 or so years, 15 years behind, there has been a program, very strategic program, focusing on space science, and the aspect of collaboration is there. What is really missing and what is really lacking within the ecosystem is that strategic guidance and that strategic coordination that is now coming very clearly from the space, the Kenya Space Agency, because we realize that for this strategic collaboration, it is not only the military, it is not only the agriculturalist, it is not only the environmentalist, it is everybody who is coming on board. So once we have this strategic coordination, strategic guidance, it becomes much easier to fall in, and you fall in with a purpose and with a reason. The other thing which I'm going to highlight is that within the space of Kenya, from the inception, it came into be in 2013. That is when Science, Technology and Innovation Act 2013 was enacted. Being a secretariat by then, before getting our substantive CEO, Dr. Tony Omwanza, now, we have interacted with quite a number of startups within the space of space science. And you find they have prototypes, you find they have ideas, they have services that are speaking to the issues of space science. I think I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. That is a good segue to inviting Davis to present for 7 minutes. You only have 7 minutes. As we continue later on policies and what is already happening on the ground to catalyze innovation. Welcome.
Thank you. Excellent. So I want to talk a little bit about, this is going to be tricky to get exactly right, a little bit of our history in terms of implementing programs related to driving startup ecosystems and cultures. And this is a program that we've been running for the last 7 years. And so really want to take you through how a lot of what we've been hearing, even just in this first conversation, can actually be crystallized into something kind of very practical. So I'll talk about both at a general level, but also some very specific examples thereof. So the program that I'm talking about is called the Africa EO Challenge. It's an open innovation competition that's been running since 2015, is the largest, the oldest, and I say currently most successful, because you never know what's going to happen in future, space-focused startup competition on the continent. And to give you an idea of the scale, last year we had just under 60 applicants from 17 countries, 24 finalists. I'd point out that the 2 winners were Kenyan, so it was fantastic to see. But you can see on the left that there's like an enormous reach that this process takes. And there was incredible interest from all over the world in this challenge. And we were reaching, quite literally it's difficult to show, but in terms of social media, we were reaching easily in the region of like hundreds of thousands of people on a monthly basis from an outreach process. So the question is like, how do you build this, right? And how do you use this as a mechanism to spur ecosystem design and development? So the first kind of lesson that we've learned out of this is that the most important part of the word ecosystem is the system side of things. You need to look at this from a systems thinking perspective. If you just look at developing your startup value chain by supporting startups in a pitching competition or providing some finance, without looking at the holistic kind of reality that they have to deal with, they're not going to be successful over time. And so there's a number of different frameworks that you can use that kind of describe the different factors you need to take account of, whether it's human capital or access to finance. What is the kind of infrastructure that you need? So for example, the electronic engineering infrastructure that Gearbox is doing is an example of this kind of like physical support structures that you need. Regulations, pathways to scale. There are a whole lot of different aspects to be considered in building out any tech or startup ecosystem. And when we looked at designing this challenge, we actually kind of did this in a very deliberate way, where, I don't know if the team can scroll down, thank you, thanks. So when we built it, we kind of thought, we need to touch on all of these different items. This process of building an ecosystem cannot be just one element, but we need to think about, human capital. We need to think about how do we drive inclusive participation. One of the things that you weren't able to see earlier is that around 85% of the people that join this challenge are below the age of 35. They're 18 to 35. 20% of the finalists in previous years have been women. 2 of the 5 finalists last year were female-owned and led startups. So there's a real drive towards creating this equitable, inclusive process. But that has to be designed up front. You can't just put your program together and hope you get these outcomes without some deliberate mechanism to ensure that that happens. So the whole challenge has been aimed at creating that kind of entirely ecosystem outcome. The second big lesson that we've learned from this is that you need stamina, right? So we've been doing this since 2015 is when we conceptualized this, since 2016, so 7 years. It has been a long journey, right? You hit COVID and all of a sudden all of your funding dries up. Now what do? Do you just abandon the program, right? Or do you maintain it, right? So you need that stamina, you need perseverance to go through that. And in doing that, we've kind of seen some great results. So part of this is that, you can see the kind of uptick in submissions, but part of the way that you build stamina is by bringing on more partners, right? Working with other people to help you through these difficult periods, who also are able to address some of these bigger challenges. So if I go back to this kind of earlier slide, when we started, we didn't really have a strong human capital development part. So in 2016, when we first ran the challenge, there was no real training that was done. It was just a pitching competition, and the winners, got a prize, and that was the end of it. But as we kind of developed, brought on new partners, we were able to add on all of these different layers to it. And in doing that, that kind of gave us the stamina to get through, and then partners come back to us and says, are you running the challenge next year? How do we help you through this process? But this is a very long program to get through. Just as one kind of other thing to think about, in many other kind of industrialized nations, it's very quick for startups to reach commercial sustainability. 3, 4, 5 years before they are successful, they've raised lots of capital, they're in the markets. In many countries in Africa, it takes a long time for startups to become kind of really servicing large markets. We are operating across 54 different regulatory environments, 54 currencies. You can't just scale to the country next door. You need licenses, you need a whole set of institutions to allow you to do that. Whereas in many other regions, that ability to scale can be done quite quickly. And if that's a constraint, you can't expect that your ecosystem development is going to take place within 2 or 3 years. This has to, again, be a much longer term strategy to pursue. So stamina is that second point. And the third point, which I've kind of referenced already, is having a shared vision. So we have very deliberately in this process built up relationships with a range of different organizations through this challenge. So we've worked with a number of space agencies. We've worked with industry players to help bring in access to markets and particular data. There have been groups that we've spoken to help the entrepreneurs and the startups themselves to gain acceleration capabilities or mentorship, whether it's business or technical. A lot of this is around outreach and advocacy. So how do you work through the right media channels to provide people visibility, not just of the challenge itself, but when there's a winning startup, how do they promote onto their clients? Right? How do you actually access kind of market and investments so that there is a pathway for finance or for other clients? So all of these things need to come together for you to do this. I'm sure we're all aware that there is this expression about how it takes a village to raise a child. There's a bit of an adaptation of that in the venture community, which is to say you need a community to raise a startup. Right? It's not just one organization. You need a whole group of people to create a successful startup. And so this shared vision is the third big lesson that we've learned out of running these programs. So if I just kind of conclude this question of how do you build an effective and viable innovation startup culture, it's these three ideas. It's around systems, stamina, and shared vision. It's making sure that you are thinking about all of the aspects that you need to deal with, not just one or two of them. It's being prepared that this is going to take a long time, and that requires commitment. It requires recognizing that you are going to go through difficult periods where you will not have success or funding, or there's a whole range of things. Partners will come and go. Right? So you need to be prepared for that long-term journey. And lastly is find people that buy into your vision. Right? If you are able to do this collectively, you will have more success over the long term. And all of these things are appropriate whether you are the smallest company or a region, a country, or the continent. Right? These lessons, I think, are applicable at every stage of organization. And so far, it's kind of worked for us. I, of course, will encourage everyone to support us on this journey. But more than that is, work together and hold kind of courageous and honest conversations about where you can go will kind of stand this whole sector in good stead.
Thank you so much, Davis. That highlights a lot of what is being discussed on the panel. Jumping quickly to the other question is looking at the current opportunities that exist in the entrepreneurship side of things in technology, as well as for startups to participate in the space technology sector. I will direct this question to Sheena, Dr. Gatama, and Dr. Gashegi on what the opportunities are, what you've seen, and what are the potential pathways to accelerating that?
Yeah, I'd like to especially highlight the question of human resource, because all of these things obviously require people who are competent at certain levels and at various levels to be able to make them happen. We've seen this within what we do in technology development at Gearbox. We've seen, for example, that there are people who have had this opportunity to go out and study in advanced economies and do things that are quite extraordinary, and then come back to Kenya with all of that experience, the networks that they've created, and you start seeing very quick and rapid results just because an individual was facilitated to do this. There are countries, especially in the East, in the Far East and the Near East, and sort of Malaysia and countries like those, where they have very deliberate programs where they send people to specific schools in industrialized countries to study specific subjects, and even after graduation they encourage them to stay there, to work in industries there, and only come back when they're ready to very actively contribute to the specific policy program that that country has. We have been able to see it happen, but more in a sort of happenstance kind of way. Somebody goes out, they get their own funding, they study something that's interesting to them, and that happens then to be important to where the country wants to go. So I think that's one thing I'd like to see more focus on myself.
Sheena. And you took the talent point. I should have gone first. So I think genuinely, I think there are opportunities at every single stage. So for example, if you're an entrepreneur and you're like an early stage university student, or not even a university student, high school student, etc., and you have an idea, that idea is worth something, right? And it's how do you take that idea and sort of think, what can I do to make this idea work? So there's lots of programs to help support idea stage, early stage, and that's also very important. Then you come to the other side where you're slightly more, I don't want to use the word sophisticated, but maybe you're more at a growth stage, you're beyond idea, you've got a prototype, you know how to scale it. So there's opportunities, for there, which is you need to be connected to the right people, you need to be, whether it's connected to universities, markets, etc. So there's opportunities depending on what stage you are and what you need. A startup, for example, with an idea needs different support to somebody who is growing and scaling, different support to like a researcher, different support at different stages. And again, as I keep saying in Kenya, we have a lot of this, but it's in silos. So that's number one. But if you also think about the whole ecosystem, and we use the word ecosystem, there's opportunities across the ecosystem. For funders, this is a good opportunity to get in, because this is kind of, could be game changing. So taking those risks, whether it's angel investing, like early stage, whether, which could be as low as $1,000 up to VC, PE, etc. So at every stage, wherever you are, you have an opportunity to invest. So that's the opportunity for us as individuals, angels, VCs, governments, etc. That's the funding opportunity. The other opportunity is us policymakers, people sitting in policy, and Philip and I talk about this a lot, agile governance. The problem is technology moves so fast. What we don't want to do is create policies that stop technology from moving fast, but at the same time we also need to make sure we are protected, because a lot of the times what is already happening, as you can see, the big tech companies have more power than some countries and governments, and some of the big countries as well. So there's that angle of we need to encourage and have an environment where technology can thrive, but at the same time, everybody hates regulation, but I'm an ex-lawyer. It's very important. You still need it, right? So where's that balance? So again, there's an opportunity in let's rethink how we should be governing technology. So that's the whole agile governance opportunity, which is there as well. And then there's the talent, which I think I don't have to repeat because it was mentioned. So at every single sector, there is an opportunity. One of the last things that I would say is we talk a lot about data. And data is very, very important. And we talk about sort of the use cases, whether it's the space data for agriculture, for health, whatever it is that we talk about. Every time we talk about data, and I see it from startups to governments, our first instinct is, ooh, protect this data, data protection, data protection, data protection. Shall I tell you, data protection is very, very important. But let me tell you, most people who walk into Kenya, you write your names, you write your ID, you give out your data like left, right, and center. And then when it comes to like electronic data, you're all worried. Yes, you should be worried, and data can be mismanaged. But right now, our problem isn't so much data protection, it's actually availability of data. Technology companies will not be able to thrive unless we've got open data sets. And again, that goes back to policy, governance, the ability to enforce. But right now, from a young, I've met a young, like I think a 19-year-old, amazing idea, and he's like, oh, don't tell anyone about it, they'll steal my idea. And I was like, I have an idea every time I take a shower. It's not about an idea, it's execution, it's partnerships, it's trust. So we really, really need to build trust in this ecosystem, which I think will take time, and we're seeing it, but that's a responsibility from corporates to startups to all of us.
Dr. Gautama.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Moderator, for letting me speak about the opportunities. I think as a country, we have an opportunity because the innovation culture is in this country. Lots of innovation are taking place, and this is an opportunity for us to leverage on. And I think also the pathway to scale. The pathway to scale is to a great extent there. because if we move around the country, there are quite a number of innovation hubs, and the reasons for these innovation hubs are for purposes of promoting the various products and services that are emanating in form of innovation. And I think also the approach that now we are taking, the collective approach, is an opportunity, because as much as we have silos within ourselves, and only speaking to ourselves, there is that sense of collective approach that we are endeavoring to grow, we are endeavoring to really leverage on. And then if we revisit our institutions, those are the TVET and the universities, and even the very low technical institutes, you realize that now the focus is not only not knowledge generation. It's, they are moving beyond knowledge generation. For example, indicate on the number of PhD graduates, MSc products and services are now coming out. And the reason to this is because the various products and services that have come out of these, from these institutions, there is a gap. The developer, the intermediary, and the consumer, they are not talking to each other. So I think, by and large, the opportunities supersede the challenges. Then supportive market and infrastructure. By and large, we will realize that if, for instance, we visit the exhibitions we have here, the reason why we have those prototypes is because the conducive infrastructure that is facilitating innovation is happening. When we talk about infrastructure, we are not talking about roads. We are talking about the various instruments that our innovators are using to come up with the various prototypes, the various services that we have witnessed here. I think the issue of access to finance has been mentioned. A lot of finance, it may not be directly coming from the government, but there is a lot of money that is in circulation as far as supporting the innovation is concerned. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gutama. So we are hearing a lot on collaboration, funding that is already existing in the ecosystem. I guess there's a lot that needs to be done to expose that to those who are seeking that. But I want to go back to Dr. Tidiane, who is obviously the space science expert, African Union Commission, which is tasked with trying to unify the African continents coming together to ensure that space technology works for the continent in addressing the various needs. What are the opportunities that are in the space ecosystems, especially for the startups? And how is the African Union helping accelerate that?
Thank you very much. I may be Afrocentric, but the reality is, and 2 years ago and 3 years ago, I made that statement in Europe and even in the United States and Canada. Africa is the new El Dorado for space business. It is true. It is not a slogan. Why? All is to be done in Africa. And space is offering the real capacity to manage the huge resources we have, at the same time to create values that will be added to our traditional ways of doing business. I think I'm very well positioned, modestly talking. I spent all my career in Canada. I grew up there, I went to school there. Thanks God, I occupy several strategic and executive positions. The problem is not to go there and to come here. It is not about that. We have in Africa very, very, very good schools and universities, led by those who first went to abroad and came back. In Africa, it is about creating two things: the policy, regulatory, and institutional framework. It is very important. And secondly, and what is very important, is to better coordinate our effort. Why I'm a little bit hesitating to talk about collaboration and partnership. Tomorrow we'll have an opportunity in the afternoon. There is a full session on that. Why I'm saying that, Africa is full of opportunities, and Africa it is an opportunity itself. Sorry, Val, I have to quote you. Most of the time we quote people in the past. He is in the room. He was the former CEO of SANSA. When Val was taking SANSA, the budget of SANSA was 10 million. Today, in the pipeline of SANSA, we are talking about billions of dollars. He's an African. He did everything here. Now, he deserves that. We have to applaud, you know. And at the international level, the same person is putting Africa on the agenda. Imagine, African Union Commission is participating in several meetings thanks to him. What I'm saying, why I'm coming to that point, it is up to the Africans to sit in the driver's seat. Others will accompany us. But we have to create the infrastructure. And when I say infrastructure, I'm not referring to the instruments. I'm referring to good policies. I'm referring to good strategies. I'm referring to good regulatory framework. Imagine Kenya and Ethiopia, they want to exchange data. The data policies are different from a country to another country. We need to harmonize that as a continent. When you do that, when you have the minimum, you will see how we can take the full potential from these, resources, because space for me is a resource. We have to look at space as a resource. Another point I want to mention here, and which is very important, we have to create the critical mass of African capable to afford space. 60% of the African population is young. Most of them are ready to take the opportunities. Are we using them properly? I saw my colleagues, Meshach, in the previous session, talking about capacity utilization. Just to give you some numbers, because some people think that all is new in Africa. No, we are doing a lot. Just for the last 4 years, Africa has trained more than 15,000 young Africans in EO. Before that, the statistics we have, more than 25,000 Africans have been trained in EO over the last 5 years. It is peanut with respect to our needs, but where are they, these 5,000, 25,000? Some of them are even not working in the EO matters, on the EO matters. Therefore, the capacity utilization will be very important and critical. Madam, if you allow me, the last point. Today we are talking about the Kenya Space Agency. 10 years ago, it was not the case. This is what we are calling infrastructure, institutional infrastructure. This is what we are calling governance. The day Africa or African countries will start developing all these structures that will use the full capacity and potential of our young, I would say, will be on the good track. We are doing it. We have to be positive because things are really coming. Startup. I don't want to talk too much about startup because my philosophy is, even if I'm not an Anglophone guy, start up. We have to move now to start sustainable. Because startup, the spirit is to take it from here to bring it up. Now, if it is up, how can we sustain it? This is where we also have to be. This is why I'm talking about start sustainable. I don't know if the wording exists. Meshach will help me to frame it in English. But let's think of resolving the statistics, which is saying that when Space in Africa did the study for African Union Commission, Locate ID did the study for African Union Commission, the European Remote Sensing Association did the same study. They came to the conclusion, the same conclusion with respect to the EO companies. When they are created, before 5 years, 2/3 of these companies disappeared. What happened?
We'll have to cut you short, Dr. Tidiane, but thank you so much for sharing those insights. I will give a chance for Dr. Gashigi to share quickly as we round up the panel.
Thank you very much. I'd like to just thank the Kenya Space Agency for giving us an opportunity to share what it is we do, and you'll see the relevance hopefully shortly. It will also give a background to what we're doing, a bit of the rationale for how it sort of fits into the bigger picture, and then come back to show again how it's relevant to the Kenya Space Agency's program. So the name of the company that I lead is called Gearbox, and we also have two other companies, Machine Africa Network of Industries and Gearbox Europlacer. Next slide, please. There we go. I think there's a bit of a lag. So Gearbox is a non-profit, and it's very difficult to be able to do what I said earlier, which is supporting people who are innovators to be able to make prototypes. There's machining, there's machines involved, there's cost of sustaining the machines and so on. And we had to set up two for-profits. And the idea is that as the for-profits are able to get some revenue, they feed back to the non-profit to make sure that it continues to serve as a pipeline of innovation for the for-profit. There's a video here that, let's see, I'm having challenges with the technology, oddly enough. So in this video, you'll see some of the things that we have in our space. We have machines such as a laser cutter, and you can see this is engraving plastic. These are very common in Kenya right now in Nairobi. Cutting plastics, but also metal. We have a higher power on the metal. We have a Tomac milling machine. This is a CNC machine, meaning that it's controlled by the computer. So you put the design on the computer, and then you're able to machine whatever it is that you've designed out of metal, plastic, wood, a variety of materials. And you get that in 3D. 3D printing, again, all of these are fairly common around the continent in universities and so on. But what we do is we avail them for people to use them to develop their own ideas, and they don't have to belong to the university to access these machines. So this is 3D printing example. This now is moving into electronics production. So again, in recognition of the fact that the world now is going through the fourth industrial revolution, we need to be able to design circuits that are giving solutions to our own problems rather than importing such from outside. So these machines show you the capacity to prototype a circuit for various kinds of applications. We have this in our space. This particular circuit was designed by a young man at Gearbox to operate a pay-as-you-go system for farmers to afford solar power irrigation. We also make machines ourselves. This is a CNC plasma cutter that we are building. We built in the video you're seeing, we're building it in Lamu for the Red Cross. We have about 10 engineers here right now who individually can build this machine, and they've started their own companies here in Nairobi supplying these machines to companies in the industrial area. This is the head of engineering, Maluki, at Gearbox. He's doing this design in Silicon Valley with Autodesk, which is one of our supporters. And it's a pipe bending machine, and it's really designed for Juakali sector to be able, the informal sector, to be able to make the kinds of the things that they make more precisely and enter into the formal sector. Similarly, making water tanks. You see this metal mold with a powder plastic inside being melted by the heat. And as it goes round, it coats the inside of the metal mold, and you get a water tank after about 20 minutes. Again, trying to bring this technology to the Juakali. It's already here in Kenya in bigger industries, but we want it at Juakali level. This is now a joint venture we have with Europlacer. We're able now to manufacture circuits at scale. And so this machine, it does 14,000 components per hour, and it can make anything from a computer to a small IoT device. And that's what really connects very closely with what we're doing in this particular conference. This is the way that we arrange our functions. We have core functions are giving people access to the machines that you just saw. They can come in with a startup and they're able to get some funding to be able to use our space, or they can pay membership to do the development of their ideas. We also then have a contracting arm, so that you might have an idea for a product, but you're not an engineer or you don't want to make it yourself, and so you contract us to do it for you. And then we also have to do research so we understand what the environment is. And this now speaks to some of that. There's a council at the World Economic Forum that I sat on for a couple of years, looking at how we can prepare, any country in the world can prepare for the fourth industrial revolution. And in this analysis, what you're looking at on the left is the structure of production. And this is a snapshot of where the country is at a given time. And it's defined by the economic complexity in the country. That is a range of things that you can make competitively, and the scale of the market. On the right-hand side are the drivers. These are the levers. If you're the CS, the Cabinet Secretary in charge of industrialization or education, what are the various things that you can do to expand what's on the left so that you're more prepared for the fourth industrial revolution? You have to develop technology and innovation, human capital, the global trade and investment, institutional frameworks, sustainable resources, and the demand environment. Now, with us, the kind of thing that we do, we operate within technology and innovation and human capital. But if those other four are not being worked on, then what we do ends up being quite nice. People visit, they applaud, but it's not having an impact on the economy. So it's until, and that's why people who lead hubs like ourselves have to be pushing, lobbying government to make the rest of those levers also put into the service of opening up the space. So some of the things we do at Gearbox, that we look at trying to expand manufacturing, we look at what does Kenya import presently. And the idea here is to look at import substitution, an age-old policy directive that has really not really worked for Africa. But because we haven't got the capacity to manufacture, I haven't had in very many instances, the capacity to manufacture competitively, this is something that we use to help us to decide how we're going to apply what we do. And then exports. What do we export? How can we export more efficiently, more competitively? We're looking at tea, cut flowers, refined petroleum, and so on. And this is a space that we can now, this is an analysis that we can now use to try to apply what you've just seen in the previous two slides. It's called the product space analysis, done in the US at Harvard University, the Observatory of Economic Complexity. And what you're looking at is the connections between different types of industries. And the more the connections, the more advantage or the more ability that you have as a nation to be able to compete in that area. So if you take, for example, if you have a cold chain development in country, let's say for exporting fish from Lake Victoria outside of the country, because you've developed the cold chain capability, it means you may be able to quite easily get into cut flowers, because cut flowers also require cold chain. Now, if you look, it's very interesting, if you look at refined petroleum, one of our key exports, cut flowers, tea, and coffee, they're all outside of the zone in the middle. Meaning that whatever they're doing, as important as they are to our economy, they're not doing it at the maximum level of competitiveness. So if you take tea as an example, a tea factory in Kericho, let's say they experience a breakdown in the production line because a gear breaks down, a metal cog. Now, if their competitor in, let's say, Sri Lanka has the same problem, the likelihood is that they can get that thing replaced within 5-kilometer radius of where the factory is, because there's several players who are able to do that efficiently and effectively. And in a few days, they have it replaced. The Kenyan company, the tea factory, will probably have to send to the same factory in Sri Lanka to get it done, and get it after maybe 4 months. And so this is where competitiveness has to be worked on, and this is where we try to focus our efforts in being able to analyze and analytically do what it is that's necessary. So the Machine Africa, one of the first of the two for-profit companies, looks specifically at working with Juakali. And we have the machines that I showed you that we make, and we make them available for Juakali in a factory where the Juakali, this is the informal sector for you who don't understand Kiswahili, the informal sector artisans who don't have a formal education are able to come into our space. What we do is we get the market for them. And our primary goal is to get the government to give part of its procurement to its own companies, but not just its own companies, but the small companies where possible. And so we have a deal, for example, with the Ministry of Health. We're doing beds, we're doing drip stands, we're doing trolleys for the hospitals, but we're also doing more sophisticated equipment. But in every case, we've created a Juakali association, and the Juakali get the contract, we get paid as well. And that way you're seeing a new class of producers at the small micro level beginning to grow up, which is what the economy needs. So these are some of the products that we're working on. And we did a project with Young Africa, called Young Africa Works. There's a MasterCard Foundation project. Many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with it. And we're working with the Kenya Commercial Bank Foundation to do hydroponic farming. So we built this farm in Ngong of greenhouses with Juakali people being trained to make all the different parts of the greenhouse. And on the right, you can see the bed that we're making. We're making a number of beds for the hospitals. With the second of the companies that I mentioned, and yeah, there we go. So this is just a space that we designed and we're building right now. The first of these spaces in Limuru, and we want to spread them across the country for the Juakali access to markets, which we will do in the manner that I described. Gearbox Europlacer saw the capacity that we had to prototype circuits, and they were looking to move into Africa because the market is growing in Africa faster than any other part of the world. And so they thought, where can we find any entity that's already making circuits? And they identified us, and therefore we were able to get a joint venture with them. And you already saw in the video what's possible. And right now what we're doing is trying to see, can we get products that can be made, especially around IoT. So we're not really going for consumer electronics. We're not trying to make phones like they're doing in Rwanda because it's very difficult to go head to head with the Chinese companies. We're not trying to do computers and so on, even though we can, and unless the government gives us a contract, which will be sort of ring-fenced against the competitors, we think that that'll be a waste of time. And so what we're focusing on is IoT, where we have very unique applications for like pay-as-you-go for solar equipment, for example, all manner of things that the satellites would be able to feed data down to and make possible this kind of data-based IoT companies to thrive. And so I think that's where the connection again with the kind of thing that we're doing and the objectives and goals of this conference can be made. We are very proud to have in the next slide, yeah, to have very good international recognition, and we want to try to leverage this to be able to get to our next level. And the goal that we have, Gearbox is called Gearbox Pan-African Network, is to set up the very same in different African countries, and we're working at that very vigorously at present. And finally, just to say that we're looking forward to specific asks. So from this community, if there are people who have a need to make a specific thing, we really would welcome you to come and talk to us. Very often people, when they need something that especially has an electronic base, they rush to China, they rush to India, they rush to Europe to get the solution done without really knowing that there's a capacity locally, both to design and also to manufacture what they need, and competitively. You'd be surprised that by the time you get the circuit that we will make for you, we are competitive with China. This is true fact, and partially because the government has given a VAT waiver for anybody who makes a circuit board in country, and that's 16%, and that's one of the main reasons why we can compete with China. And the others are that the fact that if you need to change anything in the circuit and so on, if you're dealing with China, it takes a long time, there's communication barriers and so on, but with us you have people locally who you can work with to do that sort of thing. So we're excited to be part of this, and thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gashigi. And that brings us to almost the end of our panel discussion. And I'm super grateful for my panelists for highlighting and showing us insights on the various opportunities, the various collaboration efforts that are happening on the ground in terms of this space to catalyze innovation. And to quote the various panelists, Davis highlighted to us in his presentation on why systems and stamina and shared vision matters in making sure that we actually collaborate to push forward innovation. And then Sheena talked about a lot on access to data, open data, as well as sharing ideas openly to ensure that we are able to collaborate and push ideas and not duplicate efforts. And going back to Dr. Tidiane on capacity building, as well as infrastructure, as well as collaborating at scale in Africa. And to Philip on continued collaboration and knowledge transfer, as well as technology transfer as well. On that note, I'll go back to Philip to conclude this for us in terms of policy. How do we go from here? And make it short and very sweet, please.
Sylvia, you're not nice. Thank you so much, but she's my sister, so she can bully me a bit. I think for me, and this is something I've been listening through the panel, and I realized that this is something also as a university we realized, right? That we are very good at the technical stuff. Whether it's asking about policy, whether it's asking about, you know, like the hardware stuff. And what we seem to miss is ultimately we need leaders. And so as much as we're building the technical capacity, we still need people who will lead this economy, who will lead this industry, who will lead these institutions. I think Tatiana's mentioned Val. Without Val in Sansa wouldn't be where it is. Without retired General, right? Major General Arwasa, we wouldn't be having this event. And so we forget this. And that's why I want to end with this. Policies are only passed by visionary leaders and leaders who enable these ecosystems to grow and thrive. Because we know what happens when, I mean, it's always about leadership, right? The second thing I think in ending is, and I've been thinking through this, is when you have good leaders, then it means to what Tidiana was talking about is the foundations. We have to build this on something. Institutions, yes, but the entire ecosystem, which is what Gashigi has mentioned. The previous panel talked about, yes, build the best satellite technology, but then power goes off. Then you have to start again. Do whatever, but then you can't reskill and upskill because talent has been either poached or gone. So we need good leaders, but also we need real investment on the entire ecosystem. The foundations of the entire ecosystem, whether it's data and data systems, whether it's power, only a third of Africa has power, whether it's a reskilling revolution, whether it's agile governance laws and policies, sustainable finance so that we pay our fair share, right? So for me, these are the things that I see that we need to do.
Thank you very much. And that concludes our panel. Thank you, Davis. Thank you, Dr. Kamau. Thank you, Sheena. Thank you, Dr. Gatama. Thank you, Dr. Tidian. Thank you, Philip. And of course, thanks to me for ensuring that you get the information. That's all.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. Thank you, gentlemen. I would like to have Davis and Dr. Gashigi please stay up on stage, and I would like to invite Engineer Philip from KSA board, from the KSA board, come and present the tokens to our keynote speakers. appreciate you. Tomorrow we begin same time at 9 as we conclude the 3-day conference and expo. So please, let's be here tomorrow by 9. We should be settled for the final sessions. Thank you and enjoy your evening.